Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Shuddering City by Sharon Shin, narrated by Leanne Woodward. Chapter 1. Pietro. Pietro was sleeping when the world shook so hard it felt like it was coming apart. He tumbled awake and tried to roll upright, but the ground was bucking so violently that he kept being tossed back to his unyielding bed. From nearby came cries of terror and warning, and he glanced around wildly, trying to understand where he was and what was happening. Outdoors. Apparently camping without a tent on some flat place of dancing rocks and gesticulating trees. The sky was a shredded black, beginning to fray to dawn. In the faint light, Pietro could see dozens of other travelers trying to rise from their own temporary beds, shouting in confusion and alarm. As he stared, still trying to orient himself, a large tree ripped from the ground with a mighty crack and slammed onto a scrabbling mound of colorful blankets. Fresh shrieks filled the air with piercing urgency. Someone was hurt. Maybe several someones. Have to help, Pietro thought, and tried again to push himself to his feet. But another tremor rolled beneath him, and he fell back to his blankets with so much force that he briefly could not think or feel. All around him were more shouts, sounds of rock hitting rock, another great crack and agonizing thump as an even taller tree came down. "The bridge!" someone was shouting, and then dozens of people were shouting. "The bridge! The bridge! It's breaking!" Pietro shut his eyes tight as his memory returned in one breathless swirl. The bridge. He was at the edge of Corcannon, having made the foolhardy decision to try to seek some peace for his soul, back in the very city he had abandoned because it had destroyed his peace to begin with. He had arrived last evening at dusk, just as the gatekeepers were shutting down the bridge that connected Corcannon to the rest of the continent. No one was allowed to make the journey across that canyon without full benefit of the sun. Not since a whole caravan had driven off the side 15 years ago, plunging so far and so fast that no one on either bank had been able to hear their screams. 4 bridges served the city at widely spaced intervals, and all of them closed at sunset. A horrible metallic screeching rose above the renewed wailing of the crowd, and Pietro's eyes snapped open. The bridge was really collapsing then, its spare, graceful lines of cable and iron wrenching themselves from their stone foundations. He wasn't sure how many other travelers had been marooned on the western bank when darkness arrived last night, but he guessed that close to 200 souls had bedded down on this side of the gorge. There's nowhere to go, he realized. He and his fellow travelers were camped at the northernmost bridge, which was separated from the 2 middle crossings by a long fissure, almost as deep as the one that edged the city. It was as if a thin, rocky finger reached out from the mountainous regions of Chibane to almost, but not quite, touch the city border. To make it to the nearest alternate crossing, travelers would lose at least a day in backtracking, and another day heading to the closest bridge in Murata. If it was still standing. If any of the bridges were still standing. The ground seemed to have stopped moving, and Pietro cautiously pushed himself up on one elbow. All around him he could see people on their feet, gathered in small, agitated knots, hunkered down around injured companions, or working together to lift down trees. The noise of the crowd had changed in pitch, from cries of confusion to shouts of purpose. A woman nearby was still sobbing in a low, heartbroken way, and Pietro knew a moment's cowardice. He wanted to sink into his tangled bedroll, cover his ears, wait until rescue arrived, or the campers organized themselves into efficient units of aid and repair. "I'm old," he thought, dropping back to the ground. I've put in my time succoring the sick and leading the lost. I'm old and I'm tired, and I'm lost myself. Someone should stop by and look after me." He remained there a moment, feeling his whole body tense with the effort to lie still. And then he sighed and shoved himself upright again. When the ground stayed quiescent beneath him, he pushed himself all the way to his feet and hunted up his shoes. Then he grabbed his smaller bag, the one that held the things he couldn't afford to lose to looters, and wound his way through the debris to find the crying woman. She looked up when he dropped to his knees beside her. He judged her to be in her middle 40s, with the deep brown skin and silky black hair of someone who was purebred Corcannon. Her face was scratched and bleeding from shallow cuts, but she seemed more concerned about her left arm, which she was cradling to her chest. He automatically glanced at her bracelets to learn whatever part of her story they would tell. He couldn't get a good view of her left wrist, but her right arm was heavy with gold and silver bangles, signifying her status as a married woman with many children. "I think I broke my arm. Are you a doctor?" she asked hopefully, her eyes going to Pietro's left hand. Disappointment clouded her face as she saw only the slim, ambiguous rope of twisted silver that was the least useful of all the career designations. Sojourner, it meant. Seeker. The only way to provide less information was to not bother wearing a bracelet at all. He smiled at her reassuringly. He had never lost his ability to comfort the most distraught mourner, calm the most tortured soul. "I'm not," he said, "but I have spent much time working in infirmaries, and I can set a bone." She held her arm out, and he began working it over carefully, cleaning one long gash before improvising a splint. He had a numbing salve that he had bought almost as a joke. Wouldn't it be marvelous if this could soothe a broken heart? But he spread that liberally over her arm before setting the splint in place, and she sighed in relief. "Thank you," she said. "That's so much better." "You might have someone check it for you as soon as you get to the city." She glanced hopelessly toward the chasm. "I heard someone say the bridge collapsed," she said. "How will we get home?" "I imagine that's a question that is vexing everyone this morning." She covered her eyes with her free hand. "This one was worse, wasn't it? Worse than all the other tremors." He was tying the last bit of ripped fabric around his makeshift splint, but now his hand stilled as he stared at her. "There have been other tremors?" he said. At her look of incredulity, he added hastily, "I haven't been in the city for 10 years. "Mostly small ones," she said, "but they've been happening for the past year or so." Pietro tried not to show how shocked he was by the terrible news. "Well," he said, rising to his feet, "the quakes have stopped for now. Maybe they won't start up again for a good long time." Although he knew that wasn't true. Stepping away from the Corcannon woman, Pietro strolled through the rest of the camp, trying to get a sense of what was happening. Groups of travelers gathered together, debating their options. Wait here and hope bridge repairs would be quick and reliable? Head back over toward Murata and aim for one of the middle crossings? But what if the other bridges have also come down? He heard someone ask. What then? But suddenly, the idea of traveling to Murata became a less viable option, as a few adventuresome souls returned with fresh, bad news. The road behind them had cracked open during the tremor, leaving it unstable and impassable. The whole lot of them were trapped here until they could make a crossing to safer ground. Curiosity sent Pietro to investigate the collapsed bridge and try to assess the damage for himself. He wasn't the first one to have this idea. Dozens of people were lined up a prudent distance from the edge to gaze out at the mangled mess of metal, the yawning gap, and the skyline of the city, tantalizingly out of reach. Pietro worked his way over to one side to get a better look. The rods and cables still appeared to be solidly anchored to each bank, but the gentle metal arch had inverted and now hung in a twisted, dispirited loop over the striated gray and white walls of the canyon. The damage did not look like it would be simple to reverse. He stifled a sigh. The crowd shifted around him, and he became aware that some of the bolder souls were massed closest to the edge, shouting across the canyon to people on the other side. The city dwellers were shouting back, waving their arms in emphasis. "What's going on?" Pietro asked, in case anybody nearby knew the answer. A young woman glanced over. "I think they're trying to figure out how to get a pulley system across the canyon so they can send supplies over. Not much luck so far. They tried tying a rope to an arrow and shooting it over, but it fell into the canyon. 3 times. Not promising," he admitted. She snorted. He took a moment to give her a closer inspection. She was fair-skinned and blonde-haired, with dark brown eyes set into a serious face. A little less than medium height, lean and compactly built, possibly in her middle 20s. She wore a leather vest over a cotton shirt and leather pants, all the clothing loose enough to be comfortable, without leaving floating bits that would impede her movements. Even before he glanced at the flat silver band welded around her left wrist, he knew he would see it stamped with a series of crossed swords. Her coloring marked her as being from one of the tribes that inhabited the sandy stretches of Oraki on the southern border of the continent. Her bracelet proclaimed her a professional soldier. It was not a combination often to be found in the city. Pietro added, "But Corcannon is filled with scholars and engineers. They'll figure something out." "Maybe," she replied. "Have you ever been here before?" "Lived here the first 60 years of my life. I've been wandering for the last 10, but I can't imagine it's changed much." She didn't ask him why he'd left or why he'd come back, and by that omission, he judged she didn't want to answer any such questions either. "I've never seen a place with so many buildings," she said. He nodded and lifted his gaze so he could take in that spectacular view. Corcannon was set on a broad, flat plateau, nestled against a jagged black mountain. The plateau featured just the slightest incline, so the buildings and districts rose up in ranks, one behind the other, cut through with a network of well-planned streets. From this vantage point, it seemed possible to discern every building, every door, every monument, every road. Pietro thought he could even make out the Caterfoil, the 4-petaled plaza that formed the heart of the city, and held memories of all the events that had made Pietro run away in the first place. "Many buildings," he said, "and many marvels, technologies that exist nowhere else on this continent, gifts brought by the god Corcannon when he brought us all our other gifts." She shrugged so slightly, it was possible to miss the motion. Outside of Corcannon, Pietro had learned, a lot of people didn't have much use for Corcannon. He was a late arrival on the scene, after people had spent centuries worshipping the mountain goddess Dar, or the ocean deity Zesaya. But Corcannon had reshaped their world, literally. Someone might choose not to worship him, but he was impossible to deny. Pietro craned his neck to see if he could determine what kind of progress was being made. The groups on both sides of the chasm were continuing to shout at each other as they debated the best ways to get a rope across the ravine. "I'm optimistic that they will be successful in this endeavor," he said, "but it may take longer than people are prepared to wait." Before she could answer, A teenage boy trotted up and raised his voice to the crowd. "Hey, they've set up a place to treat the wounded, and they're looking for help," he called. "They want anyone who's strong and doesn't mind the sight of blood." The men and women standing nearby shifted and muttered, but none of them volunteered. The blonde woman next to Pietro glanced at him and shrugged again. He nodded, and they both stepped forward. "We can help," Pietro said. "Where'd they set up an infirmary?" Infirmary was too grand a word for the arrangement of bedrolls over travel trunks that had been organized in a space defined by a few confiscated crates and some canvas tarps. There were maybe a dozen people lying on the makeshift beds or seated nearby, waiting their turn to be seen by the two women who had styled themselves as doctors. "Here to help?" "Good," said one, a tall, spare woman with Corcannon coloring and an abrupt manner. "We need someone to assess who needs the most care, and someone to help clean and bind wounds," added the other woman, shorter and heavier, but Corcannon like the first. "I can bind wounds. I'm Pietro, by the way," he said. "I'm Jayla," said his companion. "I'll assess. Let's get to work." Pietro found himself almost enjoying the next 2 hours of work. He liked the rhythm of moving between beds, fetching supplies, offering comfort, having a purpose, no matter how temporary or insignificant. The air grew decidedly warmer as morning arced over into afternoon, but Pietro didn't even mind the film of sweat that built up under his arms and across his face. He preferred hot to cold, sunshine to clouds. He had had enough gloom to last a lifetime. By the time the afternoon was fairly well advanced, most of the patients had been treated and sent back to camp. Soon the only ones still waiting to be seen were 2 women and a small girl who hovered outside the corral of crates, as if uncertain whether they should enter. Pietro stepped over and offered his usual reassuring smile. "Does someone need medical attention?" he asked. One of the women came forward. She had the stocky build and all-over tan coloring often found among the people of Murata. "We think she's hurt, but we can't be sure," she said, urging the little girl in his direction. Pietro surveyed the young patient, whom he guessed to be about 7 or 8. With her wildly curly auburn hair, freckled skin, and delicate build, she looked nothing like the Muratan woman. Pietro could only assume she was from the islands, one of the small clustered land masses that created a scalloped border on the extreme western edge of the continent. "She's Zessen," he said. "Yes, we think she might have broken her wrist, but she doesn't speak Cordish, and neither of us understands Zessen." "If you can't talk to her, how do you come to be traveling with her?" The second woman spoke up. "We're not. She was in the company of an older woman who was taking her to Corcannon. She, at least, knew a few words of Cordish, so we could make a little conversation. They were supposed to be meeting some relatives somewhere, I'm not sure, but she died about a week ago. A heart attack, maybe." The first woman took up the tale. "We couldn't leave the child on the side of the road all by herself, but we don't know what to do with her, and we can't ask her who she belongs to. But we think she broke her wrist," the second one repeated. The girl glanced between the speakers as they talked, almost as if she could follow the conversation, but she made no effort to join in. Pietro struggled to remember the few Zessen phrases he had learned. What he was coming up with were "wine" and "are you interested" and "I will," none of them appropriate here. "How do you know her name?" he asked. "We think it's Aussen, or something that sounds like that. You know, the whole language just seems like a bunch of shushing sounds." "Well, let's see what a doctor thinks," he said. The shorter doctor thought the wrist was sprained, and she wrapped it accordingly once Jayla brought her the proper supplies. "You'll need to change that bandage every few days," she said as she finished up. "But we're not going to be the ones watching her," one of the Maratan women said in an anxious voice. "She doesn't belong to us." "Well, someone will have to watch out for her," the doctor said. "You can pass on our instructions to whoever it is." Before the Maratan woman could protest again, 2 teenaged boys barreled into the infirmary area, trading blows and loud insults. One of them was already bleeding from a long cut on his arm, so Pietro guessed at least one of the combatants had a knife. He instinctively stepped out of their way, but the taller doctor strode forward. "Stop it, both of you," she commanded. "If you've come here for help, we'll help. Otherwise, go someplace else with your stupid quarrels." The 2 boys immediately broke apart and began vociferously offering their own explanations. Pietro had no interest in their tale, and he was suddenly hungry. This seemed like a good time to slip away. He glanced over at Jayla, who was watching Aussen, but he didn't bother to make excuses. He just stepped out of the small arena and into the camp. It didn't take long to make a meal from his dwindling supplies, and Pietro spared a moment to wonder if everyone else was down to their last travel rations and canteens of water. That might make for a tense situation if the bridge wasn't repaired in a day or 2. He didn't really think his fellow travelers would start raiding each other's campfires for food, but he had learned long ago that even the best people were capable of terrible things. Hoping to discover that there had been some progress in getting a rope across the chasm, Pietro hiked back toward the fallen bridge, where a crowd was still gathered. He was encouraged to see that, while he'd been absent, workers on either side of the chasm had managed to string a thick cable across the divide, and they were even now anchoring it securely on both sides. "Hardly does us any good," someone in the crowd grumbled. "It's not exactly a bridge." "It's not even a pulley," someone else complained. "I thought they'd find a way to send us supplies, but that's barely better than a rope." Suddenly, there was a low murmur of awe from the front ranks of the crowd, then the middle part, and pretty soon everyone was staring. The men near Pietro shadowed their eyes to get a better look. "I don't believe it," the first one breathed. "How can anyone do that?" Pietro rose to the tips of his toes to get a better look. A single figure was strolling across that cable, as casually and confidently as if he were walking down his own hall. He placed his feet carefully, but without apparent nervousness, on the support that seemed as narrow as a skein of yarn. "What's he got in his hands?" someone called out over the low amazement of the crowd. "Something he's using for balance, maybe," another voice replied. By this time, the slim figure was close enough for Pietro's old eyes to make out details. He saw a young man of medium height and lithe, easy build. His skin was a deep tan that could mean a Cortellano heritage, or a life spent largely outdoors, and his hair was a shaggy mass of brown curls. Pietro didn't have to look too hard to see the identifier on his left wrist, a red metal band studded with large crystals that winked cheerfully in the sunlight. This was one of the city's innumerable couriers, and that bracelet was designed to catch the attention of anybody eager to flag one down. Many couriers also wore red vests to make themselves even more visible to potential customers, though this particular individual hadn't bothered. Then again, he could hardly have hoped to attract more attention than he was drawing right now. "I think he's carrying another rope," said one of the nearby men in an uncertain voice. "He is," Pietro said, more to himself than to the onlookers nearby. "That's going to be the pulley." Chapter 2. Jayla. Jayla didn't think she drew a breath from the minute she saw the young man step onto the swaying cable until the second he put his foot safely on the ground on the other side. He was a stranger, so she had no reason to care if he lost his life. but the sheer reckless audacity of his crossing filled her with admiration and envy. The canyon had to drop several thousand feet, and she couldn't imagine anyone had ever survived the fall. It was his insouciance as much as his skill that impressed her. She didn't think she had enough of either to attempt such a feat. She hung back as a dozen men on this side of the gorge rushed forward to greet him, but she continued to lurk nearby, just to watch how events unfolded. She wasn't all that interested in seeing how the pulley was set up, or joining the conversation about what supplies the traveler should request from the city first. She just liked to be near the scene with the most interesting action. She drifted a little closer to the hubbub, still keeping to the outskirts. But her eyes kept cutting over toward the city man who had just made that perilous crossing. He was loitering on the edge of the crowd, just like Jayla, watching them all with a bright, inquisitive interest. His hands were in the back pockets of his loose pants, but Jayla had already learned a little about him by catching a glimpse of his bracelets. She had never seen a bejeweled red bracelet before, so she had no idea how to interpret that. But the metal on his right wrist had been plain enough to see. It was a single gold band with simple silver fluting on the edges, proclaiming him a man who chose women, and the absence of any other personal bracelets indicated he didn't have a wife or children. Well, if he went around negligently putting himself in danger every day, it was easy to see why no woman would want to tie herself to his fortunes. A couple of the other stranded travelers had drifted his way. "What are they doing to repair the bridge?" one of them demanded. The young man put his hands up in a gesture of ignorance, causing his gems to flash in the sunlight. His smile was disarming. "I don't know, but there's a whole committee trying to figure out what to do next." "What about the other bridges?" a woman asked. "Did they fall too?" "They don't seem to be damaged, but they're being checked out. No one is going in or out of the city just now." The woman groaned. "Then we're stuck here for a while at least. I hope we don't run out of water." The two of them turned away and were quickly replaced by two teenage boys, eager to talk to the city man. Jayla edged closer to listen. "How'd you do that?" one of the boys demanded. "Walk across that rope like it was just something you do every day." The man laughed. "I'm a courier in the city, so I do run along the cables a lot," he said. The boys looked blank. "What cables?" one of them asked. "There's a gridway, a cable net that hangs over the whole city. It provides the power for all the light and all the transportation in Corcannon." "And you're a courier?" the other one said. "What's that?" "I carry messages and packages. The faster the better. When traffic is slow or there's no direct route from one place to another, sometimes I'll run across the power net instead of along the streets." "And you never fall?" "Haven't so far." "Maybe I'd want to be a courier," one of the boys said. The city man held out his left wrist, where the bracelet was suitably dazzling. "It's a good life." He dropped his hand. "What are you coming to Corcannon for?" One of the boys shook his head. "Our dad died. Our mom's got folks here. She'll be looking for work. I guess we all will." A little nervously, the other boy said, "We've never been out of Chibane before." "Well, I've never been out of the city," the courier answered. "Never saw a reason to leave." Before the boys could ask more questions, a woman's voice called to them above the ongoing murmur of the crowd. Without a word of farewell, they spun on their heels and darted off. The city man watched them for a few seconds, then pivoted directly toward Jayla and smiled. She disciplined an instinctive desire to step backward, out of his line of sight. She hadn't realized he'd even known she was there. "And what about you?" he asked. "Why are you coming to the city?" She came nearer, since she didn't feel like shouting. This close, she could see the color of his eyes. A clear blue, almost as bright as the gems in his bracelet. "Like everyone else," she said, Looking for work. Making no attempt to be subtle about it, he dropped his eyes to check out the bands on both her wrists. Soldier? He asked, glancing up at her again. He didn't comment on her other bracelet, plain silver edged with a thin line of gold. A woman who preferred men. That's right, she said. Now he gave her a more thorough inspection, as if noting her practical clothing, her soft leather boots, her visible weapons. Maybe assessing her strength and skill, though she wouldn't think a courier would be particularly good at making such judgments. Doesn't seem like an easy life, was all he said. A small smile came to her lips. I haven't noticed too many lives that are easy, she replied. He laughed. Well, that's the truth of it. Maybe life is easy for rich folk, but I know a couple of those, and they have troubles of their own. I've worked for a few, she said, and I agree. Where are you from? By your looks, I'd say Iraqi, but your accent is more southern Maratha. She nodded. He was quick, this young man, and restlessly observant. Traits she admired, because she possessed them herself. But it was disconcerting to be the one who was observed and analyzed. Born in Iraqi, but spent a lot of time in Maratha. I'm Cody, by the way, he said. Jayla. Did you bring family with you, Jayla? Meeting family there? She shook her head and gave the briefest possible answer. On my own. He looked like he wanted to pursue that line of questioning, but read the clear warning in her guarded reply. So he merely nodded and asked, assuming they managed to rebuild the bridge, what kind of job will you be looking for in Corcannon? I don't know that I'm going to be too picky, she said. As long as the work is honest and the pay is reasonable, I'm open to anything. Not sure where to start looking, though. There's a training yard I can recommend, run by a couple of men who used to be part of the temple guard, Cody said. You have to pay a fee to work out there, but it's a decent place. Everybody knows it, and that's where a lot of the rich folks go to hire their personal guards. There's a kind of cachet to being found there. She gestured to indicate her slim figure, her plain clothing. And would you say I have enough cachet? He grinned. I know the owners. They'll let you in. She met his eyes directly, her own a little hard. That's a kindness to do for an absolute stranger. But his own expression was relaxed and easy. That's a courier for you, he said. We make friends everywhere. Pays off a lot more than making enemies. I don't look to make enemies, Jayla said coolly. But it takes me a while to make friends. He glanced around at the small camp, busy with resigned travelers trying to settle in for a long wait, and grinned again. Looks like we'll have all the time we need. The first items that came rocking over the chasm were casks of water lashed to mesh cocoons that dangled from the pulley in a precarious fashion. The casks were followed by lumpy bundles of food containing staples like bread, fruit, and dried meat. The travelers who had appointed themselves pulley masters carefully unclipped the barrels and bags and lined them up on the bank before turning their attention to the next items snaking their way across the gap. Clearly, they didn't figure it was up to them to manage equitable distribution of the goods. This might get ugly, Jayla said under her breath as the first casks were commandeered by a group of Marathan traders. The men were burly and efficient, and it wasn't hard to imagine them appropriating everything that made it safely over the canyon, then calmly setting up a booth to sell supplies to the hapless travelers. Well, hapless until thirst or hunger or boiling discontent led to a sudden confrontation. I was just thinking that, said a voice over her shoulder, and she glanced back to see who had spoken. She recognized the tall, thin Corcannon man who had worked beside her at the infirmary. Pietro, that was his name. Somebody needs to organize the allocation of assets. If you start, I'll help, Cody offered. Pietro glanced at Jayla with a smile. There was something about him she couldn't quite place. Not an air of command, exactly. Not like the captain of a guard or the steward of a great household. But an ease with authority, as if he was used to shouldering burdens and showing people the way. Maybe he was a teacher or a politician, fallen on hard times. His worn clothes were so drastically simple, he could have been mistaken for a beggar, but his bracelets gleamed with high alloy metal. She'd noticed both of them this morning. On his left wrist, a carved and coiled silver band that marked him as a wanderer. On his right, a lustrous gold circlet made of woven strips of hammered gold. Man who preferred men. "What about you, Jayla?" Pietro asked. "Will you join in our attempt to keep a decorous crowd?" "Sure," she said. "Where should we set up?" In a few minutes, they'd borrowed a table and turned themselves into a tiny distribution center. Cody fetched cartons and bags as they were dumped onto the bank, and Pietro doled out portions. Jayla harried the fretful campers into forming an orderly line, and then patrolled the queue. "Hey now," she said any time someone tried to get ahead in line, and frowned at anyone who looked rebellious. Only twice did she have to exert a little more pressure. The first was when a group of teenage boys followed a girl from the distribution site and tried to steal her sack of fruit. But Jayla had already noted them as potential troublemakers, and she was upon them before they could do more than snatch at the girl's hands. They turned on her with snarls of anger, but she faced them down with a professional's cool dispassion. "Don't start any trouble with me," she warned. One of the boys fainted forward, and she hit him hard enough to get his attention without bringing him to the ground. The other two backed off, eyeing her a little more intently. She made sure they could see the soldier's bracelet welded around her left wrist. "Just get in line if you need supplies." The girls scampered away, while the boys watched Jayla for another tense moment. Then the largest of the three grunted in disgust and motioned to his buddies. They sneered, just to show they weren't afraid, then trotted off to the far end of the encampment. When Jayla returned to patrol the line, everyone else was conspicuously polite. No one even bumped into anyone else for the next 30 minutes. The second altercation came after they'd been handing out goods for almost 2 hours. The sun was sinking. The temperature was still a little too warm on this early summer day, and everyone was tired and irritable. Word had made it up from the embankment that the flow of supplies was about to stop for the day, though it would resume in the morning. The last few casks of water had been liberated from their harnesses and set on the ground, and Jayla could only see one more bag of food hanging from the pulley as it eased across the canyon. She was pretty certain that most everyone in camp had been through the line at least once, but the news still caused a murmur of anxiety among the travelers. Then 3 men in merchant clothing calmly pushed through the crowd and picked up 3 of the last casks of water, shouldering them with ease. The onlookers reacted with alarm and disbelief, but no one made a move to stop them as they shoved their way back through the line. Until Jayla stepped directly into their path and said, "No." They halted, but in a way that radiated menace, and formed a looming semicircle around her. They were all a good 4 or 5 inches taller than she was, muscular, their faces rough with hard travel and harder bargaining. She couldn't tell by their coloring what their heritage might be, but she could read their bracelets, and none of them showed a soldier's glyphs. "That's water for everybody," she said. "Leave it here." "Don't see how you can take it from us," one of them said in a matter-of-fact voice. "I can make you drop it," she said, "and then everybody loses." "Don't think you can even do that," he said. He'd barely uttered the last word before she dove at him, ramming her head into his stomach with such force that he fell over backward. He hit the rocky ground so heavily that his bones crunched and the cask splintered, spewing water everywhere. He cried out in pain, clutching his head. But he didn't try to get up. Jayla spun away from him, already in a half-crouch, to face his friends. "What about you two?" she said. "Want to waste the water?" They'd hastily set down their burdens and began circling her, their faces creasing with anger. She could see they both had blades in their belts, but they hadn't drawn weapons yet, probably figuring they could crush her easily enough with their bare hands. She didn't think either one was paying much attention to the way the spilled water was seeping into the spare ground, making a slick spot of mud over the hard surface of stone. "This is none of your mix," one of them said. "It's everybody's mix," she answered. "We're all trapped here." That was enough conversation for them. They lunged for her, moving in concert, but they weren't trained soldiers, so they just got in each other's way. One of the blows meant for her landed on the other man instead, and there was a bellow of pain. Jayla spun around and got 2 good kicks on each of them, one in the kidneys, one in the knees. Each man staggered in first one direction, then the other, and the beefiest of the 2 stayed half bent over, trying to regain his balance. Jayla snaked her foot around his ankle, and he went down hard. The third man came boring in, slashing at her with thick, heavy hands. She felt the impact on her right cheek and upper arm. But she danced backward, luring him after her until he was in just the right spot. Then she spun again, came around behind him, and kicked him in the back of his legs. Overbalancing in the mud, he landed face first on the unforgiving ground. The second man was up on his hands and knees, but cautiously, as if testing to see whether anything was broken. Big men weren't used to falling, Jayla had always thought. They were accustomed to winning contests just by strength and size, and being on the ground caused them deep disorientation. If this had been a desperate fight, she would have taken advantage of his loss of focus to leap on his back and crack a few ribs, maybe even twist his neck. But this was just a skirmish. A warning. Back off. Play fair. A movement on the periphery of her vision caused her to swing in that direction, but it was just Cody snagging one of the water barrels. A quick glance around showed her he must have already rescued the first one, because it was nowhere nearby. He caught her eye and grinned as he heaved the barrel to his shoulder, and for the life of her, she couldn't resist grinning back. He'd made no move to come to her aid. She couldn't remember the last time any man had paid her such a high compliment. The third assailant had scrambled to his feet, but he didn't immediately advance on Jayla again. She saw him glance around and note the absence of the barrels. His gaze went to the people in line, all of them staring at him and his friends, some in stupefaction, some in anger. His attention came back to Jayla, and his expression was dark. But in it she could also read some of a merchant's cold calculation. No payoff in continuing this brawl. His mouth twisted, and he took a couple of careful steps forward to prod one of his partners with his foot. "Enough," he said brusquely. His friend took a deep breath and nodded, pushing himself upright. The third man had come to a sitting position, his hand still pressed to his head. Jayla saw blood running down his temple. The other 2 helped him up, and they lumbered off without another word or a backward glance. Jayla watched them go, then turned around to see if any other kind of trouble might be brewing. But the few people who remained in line were mostly just watching her, and none of them looked inclined to mayhem. She nodded curtly and settled her hands on her belt, adopting the pose of someone waiting and watching. In another 10 minutes, the final water cask was empty. The last bundle of dried meat had been handed over, and all the travelers had returned to their individual campsites. Pietro smiled as Jayla strolled up to the table. "That was impressive," he said. "I can't imagine we'll have any trouble at all tomorrow if you just stand around looking murderous." Cody pushed his curls off his forehead. He'd been hauling heavy burdens all day. She figured he had to be tired, though his eyes still showed a roving curiosity. Unless those louts go looking for Jayla in the middle of the night. She shrugged. "I read them as opportunists, not criminals," she said. "Didn't seem like they really wanted trouble. They just wanted whatever they could get." "Still," said Pietro, "it might behoove you to bed down near friends tonight. Are you traveling with anyone?" She shook her head. "I'm fine." "You could share a campfire with me," Pietro offered. "And me," Cody chimed in. When the other two glanced at him, he added, "I hadn't planned to spend the night, but I'm not crossing the canyon in the dark." Jayla grinned at him. "And here I thought you were a brave man." He laughed. "I've run the cables at night," he admitted, "but that's not as far to fall." "I saved a loaf of bread and a bag of fruit," Pietro said. "I was assuming the three of us would share after our labors were over." He rested his gaze on Jayla's face. "And I would reiterate the thought that you'd be better off tonight with friends at your back." She wasn't worried about the disgruntled merchants. Not really. And she didn't think that either Pietro or Cody would show to advantage in any kind of combat situation. But if she was wrong and the traders came looking for her, they might think twice if they found her with defenders nearby. "It's a kind offer, so I'll accept," she said. "And I'm starving," Cody added. "Let's eat now." Chapter 3. Jayla. It was another 15 minutes before they'd gathered Jayla's sparse belongings and arrayed them near Pietro's campsite. Cody built a small fire, and they parceled out supplies. The dried meat was surprisingly tasty, and the bread was delicious. Or else Jayla was hungrier than she'd realized. "So did any news come across the canyon with the supplies?" Jayla asked. "How long will it be before the bridge is rebuilt?" Cody spoke around a mouthful of food. "I heard they might not repair it right now," he said. "They might put a temporary bridge across the fissure instead." "The fissure?" she repeated. Pietro waved toward something invisible in the gathering dark. "The crevasse on the southern edge of our campsite here. A lot narrower than the canyon," Cody said. "If people can cross that, it'll just take them a couple of hours to travel to one of the Marathon bridges." He leaned back on his elbows, too far for the firelight to reach his face. "So, I know Jayla's coming to the city to find work as a soldier. What brings you here, Pietro? Unless you don't feel like telling." "I lived here for a long time. I left for 10 years. I missed it, so I'm coming back." It was an answer that left out more than it included. But since that was obviously deliberate, Jayla was careful about posing the next question. "Do you plan to take up your old life or look for something new?" "I don't think my old life is open to me," he said, and then shrugged. "I may find that I don't want to stay more than a week or two. I might be crossing back over the chasm before the dust even settles on my shoes." Cody lifted a lazy hand to gesture in Pietro's direction. "Sojourner." Pietro touched the twisted silver bracelet on his wrist. "Precisely." Jayla jerked her head back, her attention caught by a sound beyond the circle of firelight. All around them, other travelers talked and rattled pans around their own campfires. But this noise was different, closer, hesitant, stealthy. "Who's out there?" she called. Cody rolled to a sitting position, and Pietro casually dropped his hand to his ankle. She wondered if he carried a concealed dagger. There was another soft footfall, and then a small shape moved out of the darkness. It was the little ginger-haired girl who had showed up earlier at the makeshift infirmary. She looked even more ragged and forlorn than she had this morning, her hair unkempt and her face smeared with dirt. She held her bandaged hand carefully against her heart and glanced at each one of them in turn, saying nothing.
"Aussen,"
Pietro said in his gentle voice.
"That's your name, isn't it?"
She immediately fixed her eyes on him.
"Pietro,"
she replied.
"That's right. Let me introduce you to Jayla and Cody."
They all nodded gravely to each other. Then Pietro asked,
"Are you lost, Aussen?"
"Where are your friends? The women who are watching out for you?" Jayla demanded. The girl just looked at her and didn't answer.
"I don't think she understands Cordish,"
Pietro murmured.
"Or at least not well enough to speak it."
"Who is she?" Cody wanted to know.
"She looks Zessan." "That was my thought as well,"
Pietro said. "She was with 2 women this morning, but they said they barely knew her. They'd started caring for her when the woman she was traveling with died," Jayla explained.
"So she's all alone?"
Cody said. Pietro held up a piece of bread.
"Have you eaten? Are you hungry?"
She came deeper into the firelight, her eyes still on Pietro. She didn't answer, but when he leaned closer to offer her the bread, she took it from his hands and quickly stuffed it in her mouth. "Hungry," Jayla said. "Probably thirsty. Where are the women looking out for her?" Pietro was busy making up a plate of food for Aussen and pouring water into a cracked mug. The girl sat beside him and immediately began eating.
"They might not even have noticed that she's wandered off,"
he said. "They might be glad she did," Jayla said darkly.
"You don't know how heavy their other responsibilities are,"
Pietro replied.
"She might be one more burden than they can bear."
She spared a moment to wonder what kind of life led a man to develop that level of compassion, then pushed herself to a standing position. "I could go look for them."
"You could,"
he said.
"Or you could see what the morning brings."
"I don't think that—" The earth shook beneath her feet, and Jayla tumbled down with a cry. The ground bucked again, and she flattened herself against it, arms outstretched and fingers digging into the dirt, trying to anchor herself in place. Pietro grabbed Aussen and cradled her against his chest, as if to shield her body from falling boulders. Cody had come to his hands and knees, looking like he was ready to jump up and run, or plaster himself to the ground, whenever he could figure out which option was safest. All around them, they could hear the shouts of their fellow travelers trying to ride out the newest tremor. The shaking lasted less than a minute, but Jayla stayed where she was in case it started up again. Cody had tilted his head as if he was listening to the heartbeat of the world itself.
"Didn't seem as bad as the one this morning,"
he said. "Do you think it's over?" Jayla asked.
"Hard to say," Cody replied. "Usually they come in bunches, but each new one is a little weaker than the last one."
Jayla came cautiously to her knees. "Usually," she repeated. Cody nodded.
"They've been hitting more often, and I've heard that Darish Mountain has been spitting out ash for the past few months."
Pietro had released Aussen and settled her next to him on the ground.
"That's grim news,"
he observed. Jayla looked at him. "Why?" She thought he chose his answer with care.
"It's always unnerving when the continent seems to be tearing itself apart."
Cody rearranged himself into a cross-legged sitting position.
"There have been a lot of little tremors lately," he said, "but it's been a long time since we had really dangerous quakes in the city."
Pietro nodded.
10 years,
he said. Cody grinned.
"And nothing bad happened."
This time it was even longer before Pietro answered.
"Exactly. Nothing bad.
You think it's worse now? Jayla asked. Why?
I think.
He paused to refill Aussen's cup of water.
Our whole continent is a precarious construct, held together by a power none of us understand. I wonder, sometimes, how long its contours will hold.
The ground felt solid enough now that Jayla felt safe dropping down and copying Cody's cross-legged pose. But Corcannon put the continent together, she said. That's what they taught us when I was growing up. Pietro shrugged.
Oh yes, that's the theology, he said. The goddesses Dar and Zesiah spent centuries feuding with each other across seas and inlets, but their little fiefdoms were separated by enough open ocean that it didn't really matter. Everyone in Chibane and Murata worshipped Dar, and everyone from the outer islands was devoted to Zesiah. Then Corcannon arrived and raised his hands and declared that he would bind many disparate lands together. And he sewed the mountains to the flatlands and the islands to the coastlines, and he set Corcannon in the curve of this new continent. And the rivers from Chibane flowed onto the plains of Murata and created lush farmland that burst with new crops. And the minerals from the islands suddenly became available throughout the land, and everyone thrived in this world reshaped by Corcannon's hands.
He lifted his eyebrows at her, and there was a note of polite disbelief in his voice as he said,
"And is that what you believe?"
Jayla shrugged. In Oraki, we put more stock in small household gods who can make the way smooth or offer a night's protection. It's not that we don't honor Corcannon, it's just that he doesn't seem very present in daily life. Pietro nodded and glanced over at Cody with his eyebrows still raised.
Do I believe?
Cody asked. He spread his hands.
I don't think about it much, but I always assumed it was all true. Isn't it?
Pietro made a soft scoffing noise.
Our learned scientists have studied the composition of the various provinces of the continent, and they have concluded that, indeed, at some point in the distant past, they were separate bodies of land. They say that something knitted them together nearly 1,000 years ago to create the world as we know it now. Perhaps it was Corcannon. Perhaps it was a natural drift of land masses that caused these bodies to collide. Perhaps Corcannon was an opportunistic schemer who took credit for something he had no hand in at all.
Cody's eyes grew wide.
That's blasphemy, isn't it?
Pietro grinned.
It's a topic that is debated with great energy at all our institutions of learning. Since you cannot prove deity, I suppose it will continue to be debated for decades to come. But the point is not really how the continent was created. The point is that it is an assemblage of somewhat incompatible fragments that seem, from time to time, bent on repudiation.
When the other two stared at him blankly, Pietro sighed.
We don't know what power holds the separate parts of the continent together. But what if that power is failing? And what if the quakes are warning us that the land is about to split apart?
Cody dropped his elbows to the ground and leaned back, supremely unconcerned.
There have always been quakes, and everything is held together so far.
So far, Pietro echoed. Jayla's mind always focused on practical matters. Well, if you don't know how the power is supplied, what can you do to fix it, even if it is going bad? She asked. Pietro gave her a long, serious look and said,
That is exactly the question.
Aussen, who had sat there silently this whole time, set her plate on the ground and stood up.
Are you going back to your friends?
Pietro asked.
You can stay here if you like.
Jayla came to her feet, ready to escort Aussen through the camp. I'll help her find them, if she...
Another rumble shook the ground, and she dropped hurriedly back to her knees. But Cody had been right. This episode seemed less intense than the last two, almost half-hearted, as if the land was a snarling dog that had snapped at an unwelcome stranger, then continued to growl for the next few minutes just to show it wasn't tame. "Well, that wasn't so bad," she said cautiously. Halfway across the camp, there was a sizzle and an explosion, followed by a hysterical scream. Jayla leaped up, peering in that direction, hands on her weapons belt. A few feet away, another ominous hiss and the cracking sound of something erupting into flames. Then another, farther away. Another. All over the camp, people were shouting, pointing, and crying out in fear. Pietro and Cody were on their feet. "What's happening?" Cody demanded. "I don't know," Jayla answered. "I think—" Their own small fire gurgled and spit, and suddenly bloomed outward in a terrifying flare. Pietro snatched Aussen and stumbled backward, as Cody and Jayla scrambled away. Jayla caught a whiff of a marshy, rotting odor. "The fires! Put out the fires!" someone shouted from 10 or 20 yards away. "There's gas rising up from underground! Put out the fires!" The cry was taken up across the camp, and suddenly there was a frenzy all around them as travelers hurried to douse their flames. Cody cursed and leaped forward, kicking apart the sticks of their own campfire, then stubbing out the flames with the heavy end of an unlit branch. Jayla joined him, rolling the burning logs until they extinguished themselves in the dirt, stomping on the embers that glowed treacherously in the grass. After a few moments, she heard Cody draw a long breath, and she lifted her eyes to gaze around. The whole plateau was completely dark. Nothing but shadows filled with shadows. A low rumble of conversation spilled out in all directions, filled half with excitement and half with discontent. "Can you believe that? The air itself just caught on fire. What else is going to go wrong for us?" "Well, that was something I wasn't expecting," Cody said, and even his cheerful voice seemed strained. "Yes, we do seem to have collected more than our fair share of adventures," Pietro said. "I could wish for a bigger moon tonight, because I can't even see my hand in front of my face." "I don't think you're going to be looking for Aussen's friends tonight," Cody said. "I suppose not," Jayla answered. "I suppose none of us will have a choice but to stay right where we are till dawn." There was a rustling sound, and she guessed that Pietro had dropped to the ground, Aussen probably still in his arms. Another thump that she assumed was Cody. Jayla resettled herself into a seated pose. Then a flicker at the corner of her eye caught her attention, and she turned her head sharply in that direction. "Someone's lit a match," she said. "Who would be so stupid?" She thought she could sense Cody craning his neck. "It's probably a chemlight." "A what?" "It's sort of like a torch. A wooden stick treated with dried paste on one end. You scrape it on a hard surface and some chemicals combine and give off light for a couple of hours. No heat, no fire. Chemlights have become pretty popular." "I can see why," said Pietro. "I wish we had one." "As for tonight, nothing left to do but bed down, I suppose," Jayla said. "Aussen can sleep next to me. Aussen, can you find me in the dark?" A muffled sound of rustling was followed in a few moments by Aussen's small shape crawling up next to her and squirming in place. Jayla spared a moment to hope the little girl wasn't a restless sleeper. It was all she could do to keep from saying, "Sit quietly," as the child reached out once, twice, dragging her hand through the thin dirt as if combing it with her fingernails. "I'm wondering how quickly they might start working on the secondary bridge," Pietro said. "If they build that fast enough." His voice abruptly cut off. Aussen had stretched her hands out in front of her, and light streamed from her closed fists. It was a pale phosphorescent color, blue-white, making Aussen's face look like a spirit from the realm of the dead. In the ghostly glow, her face showed a small smile of satisfaction, as if she had been pleased to be able to summon the light. "How did she do that?" Cody demanded, his expression both astonished and delighted. "Does she have one of those chem lights?" "I don't think so," Jayla answered. "I think she just picked up some rocks or something. She was digging in the dirt a minute ago." "So maybe there's some kind of stone lying around that you can spark a light from," Cody speculated. "Pietro, did you ever hear of such a thing?" But Pietro didn't answer. Jayla lifted her eyes to study him across the dead campfire. In the cool, wavering light, his expression was clearly visible and infinitely surprising. He didn't look amazed or impressed or even intrigued. His gaze was fixed on Aussen's face, and he was horrified. Chapter 4. Jayla. The second day of being trapped on the plateau was less busy, but even more irritating than the first, and Jayla spent hours drifting through camp, looking for occupation. Hardly any patients had sought out the makeshift infirmary, so she wasn't needed there. The crowds lined up to receive fresh supplies from the city were docile and well-behaved, so she wasn't required to keep order. She spent about an hour observing the activity along the southern border of the camp, where workers were building a temporary bridge across the fissure. But the long, slow construction process was maddening to watch, and she couldn't bear to stay for long. More than once, she checked in on Aussen, whose haphazard guardians had come searching for her as soon as the sun made an appearance. Jayla had found herself curiously reluctant to turn the little girl over to their clearly inadequate care. So she detoured past their campsite several times, just to reassure herself that Aussen was still alive. The women appeared to be traveling with a group of about 15 people, more children than adults. Too many to keep track of, Jayla thought. I wonder how many others they've lost along the way. Uncharitable. And none of her business. On another circuit through the camp, she came across Cody sitting by himself on the table that had served as their distribution point the day before. He was in his usual relaxed slouch, idly watching workers gathered at the foot of the broken bridge that led into the city. "All done for the day?" she asked. "The people of Corcannon have decided we don't need any more supplies?" He gave her his easy smile. "The cable snapped about half an hour ago, sending a cask all the way down the canyon," he said. "So now everyone is trying to decide if the pulley is worth repairing, or if we might get out of here soon enough that we don't need to fix it. How's the temporary bridge coming?" "Looks like they're making progress." She surveyed him a moment. "If the cable snapped, you really are trapped here with the rest of us." "I'd rather be trapped here than walking the wire when it broke in two." She was surprised into a laugh. "I hadn't thought about that." "Anyway, we'll only be here a few more days. One way or the other, I'll eventually get back home." "You must not have anybody on the other side who'll be concerned about you." Now his grin was wider. "Is that your way of asking me if there's a girl waiting for me in the city?" She shoved him none too gently in the shoulder. "No. You could have a mother or a sister who worries about you, an employer even, someone you answer to." "Well, there isn't." She waited a beat. "Isn't what? A mother? A boss?" "A girl." "I don't care." Still smiling. "Oh, well, if you did." She shook her head and changed the subject. "Where's Pietro?" "He hopped up and left the minute the cable broke." "What do you make of him?" "I like him. He's smart, he's thoughtful, and he knows a lot more than he lets on." She glanced over at him in surprise. "About what?" "About everything, I imagine." He gave her an appraising look. "Why? Don't you like him?" "I don't like anybody until I know them really well. I don't trust anybody until I know them really well."
His eyes widened in exaggerated hurt. "What? Not even me? Ha! I don't know anything about you. Why would I trust you?" He held his arms straight out in front of him so his bracelets caught the watery sunlight. The gems in the red one practically threw off sparks. "You know everything about me. That you have a job, a dangerous one, and that you like women," she said dryly. "I think there's a whole lot more to know. Ask me anything." She tried without complete success to hold back a smile. "Nothing I'm dying to know." He tilted his head to one side and grinned at her again. "So when we're in the city," he said, "you'll have to let me know where you land. I mean, I'll give you my address too, so you can always find me. But I don't want to lose track of you." Her expression was not encouraging. "And why is that?" "Well, partly because I like to keep track of everybody. That's what a courier does. Knows where anybody can be found at a moment's notice." The grin deepened. "But partly because I think you're pretty interesting. I'd like to see what you get up to next." She gave him a long, cool, assessing look. "You know, I could do some serious damage to you without even trying very hard." His smile was gone. He met her eyes unflinchingly. "And why would you want to do that?" "If you did something careless. If you did something cruel." "And why would I want to do that?" "Some people do." "I've been careless sometimes, I guess," he said slowly. "But I don't think I've ever been cruel. You'll need a better reason than that to avoid me." "I didn't say I wanted to avoid you." His grin was back. "Well then. But I have no idea where I'll find work." "Can't wait to see what you figure out." Jayla was too restless to stick beside Cody much longer, though he seemed prepared to loll on the abandoned table till the world itself came to an end. Pretty soon she pushed herself away and began another circuit of the camp. She was heartily sick of this confined space and this edgy group of people and this sense of absolutely wasted time. She wanted something else to see and something else to do. She was never at her best unless she was in motion. This time, when she made another pass around the Maraudin camp, she was surprised to see Pietro was visiting. He was seated on a folded tarp, and Aussen sat right across from him, her knees practically touching his, her eyes fixed on his face. Jayla wasn't close enough to hear, but he seemed to be talking, and Aussen seemed to be listening, even though it wasn't clear that she could truly understand the Cordish language. As Jayla watched, Pietro reached under the collar of his shirt and pulled out something hanging around his neck. An amulet, or a religious pendant, maybe, dangling from a simple leather cord. Pietro tugged it off over his head and held it out so Aussen could examine it, and he continued to talk while she appeared to listen. Then he leaned over and slipped the cord around Aussen's neck, tucking the pendant under her clothing so it lay hidden against her skin. Jayla took a sharp breath and narrowed her eyes in speculation. No one in the Maraudin camp seemed to notice or care that an old man was bestowing gifts on a young girl who had no protectors. Jayla felt her hands clench and her lips tighten. She watched another minute, and then she turned away. By late afternoon, the temporary bridge was in place, and a few fearless souls had eased themselves across to make sure it was safe. When it was clear the planks and boards were holding, there was a massive bustle across the entire camp as people began packing their belongings and lining up to make the crossing. Jayla glanced at the horizon and estimated that they didn't have more than a couple hours of daylight left. She doubted that even half the travelers could make it across the new bridge before sundown, and no one would risk the attempt in the dark. It would be tomorrow before she was on the other side of the divide. Restless, she broke free of the crowd and circled the plateau again. At every campsite she passed, she overheard excited groups of travelers speculating about the safety of the temporary bridge and talking about what they'd do when they finally reached the city. But she didn't see the one person she was actually looking for. She kept moving. Sunset had just begun uncoiling on the horizon when Jayla found him at the edge of the canyon, staring across the divide into the heart of the city. She glanced briefly at the view, which was admittedly impressive. Every building in Corcannon seemed to be outlined with tiny lights, making a gaudy display against the serrated skyline. The mountain bulked up behind the last row of houses, an impenetrable and looming presence. Against its density, the light sparkled with an extra giddiness. Her quarry stood at the foot of the ruined bridge, resting a hand on a twisted curl of metal. Jayla moved up behind him so quietly that he couldn't hear her footfalls or her breathing, not even when she was inches away. Shaking a knife into her hand, she stepped close enough to slip the blade against his ribs through the soft folds of his clothing. She felt him stiffen with shock as the metal touched his skin and held steady. He didn't even try to look over his shoulder. "I don't have any money," he said, his voice admirably calm. "But you're welcome to my bracelets or anything else you want." "I think you've given away enough jewelry for the day." Pietro jerked with surprise as he recognized her voice. "Jayla?" "That's right." "What do you... Can I turn around?" She pulled the knife away and said, "Slowly." He obeyed, turning to face her. His hands held out to show they were empty. In the fading light, she could clearly make out the bewilderment on his face. "What's wrong?" he said quietly. "Why are you angry at me?" She held the knife so close to his body, he would have to realize she could gouge out his heart with a few quick strokes. "I want you to tell me," she said in a low, angry voice, "why a lonely old man like you would be giving presents to a little girl who's all by herself in the world. The only reasons I can think of make me want to run you right through and kick your body into the canyon." His face instantly showed comprehension and dismay, but not, she thought, guilt or shame. "I swear on my life, I mean no harm to Aussen. I am trying to protect her." She pressed the tip of her knife against his chest, just until she could feel the hard resistance of bone beneath his clothing. "That's not an explanation." He nodded. "No, but what I tell you, you're going to have to take on faith." "I don't take anything on faith." He surprised her by suddenly bringing both his hands to either side of hers, not trying to knock the dagger away, but almost as if begging her to listen to him as he made a plea. "Jayla, you saw what she did last night. She scooped up a handful of dirt and she turned it into a diamond of light. You saw that." She jerked her hand away from his, and when he dropped his arms, she aimed the dagger back at his ribcage. But this time she didn't touch him. "I did? So?" "So that's an ability very few individuals in Corcannon possess. And there are people in the city who would pay any amount of money to get their hands on someone with that talent. They would kidnap. They would kill. Jayla, if these people knew that Aussen existed, they would stop at nothing to get her in their power. Nothing. Do you understand me? Do you believe me?" She didn't understand him, but she believed him. His passion was entirely convincing. Who are these people? And why would they want Aussen? What would they do with her? "I can't tell you. I can't explain. I'm just telling you it would be dire. You have to keep Aussen away from them at all costs." "Me? But I'm not her keeper." Pietro stepped closer and took her hands again, heedless of her knife.
You have to assume that role, he said urgently. Those Maratan women, they can't protect her. You can.
She wrenched away. I don't even have a place for myself in the city. I can't be responsible for a child.
Then she'll die, he said flatly.
Why don't you watch out for her if it's so important? She demanded, conveniently overlooking the fact that her entire impulse had been to keep Aussen away from Pietro. He was shaking his head.
Not me. I am the last man she should be entrusted to. You need to lose yourself in the city and take Aussen with you. And don't give me a clue where you might be found. If you see me on the streets, you should hide from me. If I come across you somewhere and try to say hello, you should run away. And you should never, never, never tell me where Aussen could be found.
She was beyond baffled. I don't understand. First you say you want to keep her safe, and now you say you can't be trusted? His voice was low, almost hopeless.
I know these people, Jayla. These people who would harm her. They have been... In the past, I believed in them with all my heart. I don't like to think it's true. But could they convince me that it would be right for them to take her? I don't trust myself. I trust you.
You don't even know me. You can't trust anyone on a few days' acquaintance. His laugh was hollow.
And sometimes you can't trust them after a lifetime of intimacy. So I will just say, I trust you more than I trust myself. Right now, you're the only person I can think of who can keep Aussen safe.
She ground her free hand into her forehead, as if the pressure could help her think. She couldn't possibly take Aussen with her as she tried to build a new life in Corcannon. Her hope was to hire on with the city soldiers or a merchant's private guard. What would she do with a child? She couldn't possibly abandon the girl to mysterious and nefarious forces. If what Pietro said was true. If he wasn't a complete lunatic. What did you give her? She asked. I saw you this afternoon. You handed her a pendant or something. Why? He nodded.
Yes, a charm made of a particular type of stone. She's safe as long as she wears it, because it will interfere with her ability to call her power. But she can't take it off. Do you understand? Its inhibitory properties will protect her.
Jayla rubbed her forehead and squeezed her eyes shut. Pietro was straying farther and farther into the realm of madness, or farther and farther into the province of evil. For all she knew, this magical medallion was, in fact, a tracking device that would actually tell Pietro and any of his maniacal friends exactly where Aussen was at all times. Not an amulet at all. A beacon. Where did you get this special stone? She asked faintly, opening her eyes again so she could level an accusing stare in his direction. She could barely see his face in the gathering dark, but she hoped he could see the scowl on hers. And why did you have it to begin with?
I have been wearing it for the past 10 years as a sort of penance, he said. I don't possess this particular ability, so it does nothing for me except remind me how dismally I failed when I could have done so much better.
She dropped her hand and sighed. You have to stop talking in riddles like that, she said. Just tell me the things I have to know. Does Aussen understand that she's supposed to wear the pendant at all times? I thought she couldn't speak Cordish.
I have a few words of Zessan. I think she understood. At any rate, she let me put it on her, and she nodded when I told her she couldn't take it off, when I told her it would keep her safe.
His voice roughened with urgency again.
But it can't truly keep her safe. Nothing can. except maybe you."
Maybe me. Clearly, he doesn't think even I will be enough if these mad killers come after us. "It's a heavy commission," she said.
"But you'll take it."
She wanted to refuse. She wanted to explain that she had come this far, managed this long, by caring only for herself, by not taking on burdens that she knew she could not handle. But she couldn't speak the words, and had already squared her shoulders to accept the weight. She said, "I don't see that I have a choice." Chapter 5. Madeleine. Madeleine eyed herself in the full-length mirror and wished gray was not the color of the season. She needed brighter shades for her chestnut hair and olive skin. This particular shade of iced silver was currently the height of fashion. At least the simple silken sheath draped perfectly over her body and felt as cool as the color itself against her skin. Her best hope was to accessorize. A filmy scarf of ochre and cinnamon reflected rich tones onto her face, and small bronze clips created curls and coils in her heavy hair. On her bare arms, she added wide gold cuffs above her elbows. Silver cuffs would have been a more perfect match for the dress, but she craved the heat of gold. Anyway, she had enough silver around her wrists. Around her left was a wide filigreed band studded with dozens of tiny diamonds, proclaiming to anyone who cared to look that she was a member of a privileged elite. She found the bracelet embarrassingly ostentatious, but her father had given it to her on her 16th birthday, so she always wore it. Like all his gifts, it had been bestowed on her in an impersonal and unemotional manner. But that didn't mean it was unimportant to him. On her right arm, she wore bracelets of her own choosing. Her favorite was the smooth silver band inset with rows of tiny gold flowers along both edges, identifying her as a woman who preferred men. But she was also fiercely attached to the two very thin, very plain circlets, one gold, one silver, that marked the memories of her brother and her mother. Adults commonly wore wider funeral bracelets to memorialize dead spouses or children. But it was only in recent years that it had become common for people to don slimmer bands to mark losses of siblings or close friends. Madeleine knew her father wished she did not carry her grief so openly, but he hadn't forbidden her to wear the jewelry. He was adorned with two very similar pieces himself. Her newest bracelet was one she wasn't officially permitted to wear yet, though she kept it in her jewelry case in her bedroom and admired it every day. It had been a gift from Tivol on the occasion of their betrothal. Once they were married, it would be welded around her right wrist with her other personal accoutrements. It was as wide as the filigreed band, made of a loop of silver and a loop of gold soldered together, with a line of diamonds dancing along the center line. It would mark her as a married woman. A rich married woman, she couldn't help thinking. An adult with responsibilities, social standing, a household of her own. She could scarcely remember a time in her life that she hadn't known she would marry Tivol. She couldn't recall the first time someone had said to her, "Of course, that may change when you are Tivol's wife." He had always been there, as solid and as certain as her father, but so much brighter and kinder and dearer. He was a little too sure of himself sometimes, occasionally wrong about what Madeleine was thinking, and a tiny bit overbearing. But still, the person in her life she was most likely to turn to, no matter what the situation. There was no one she knew half so well. She had been a bit surprised when her father had decreed that the wedding wouldn't go forward for another 2 years, and even more surprised when Tivol agreed to the delay. "But I've always known I want to marry you," she exclaimed. "I don't see the value of waiting." "There is still a great deal of planning to do," he pointed out. "I'm still learning about my mother's business, and we haven't even thought about where to buy a house. And frankly,
I'm enjoying all the privileges of a bachelor life. I am loath to give those up before I must."
That had distracted her. "What privileges? You'd better not be consorting with immoral women, or we won't be waiting 2 years to get married. We'll be waiting forever." That had caused him to drop a quick, affectionate kiss on her cheek.
"Well, if I was consorting, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not," he assured her. "But I like being able to dash off with my friends at a moment's notice and stay up drinking later than I should, and not have to worry about maintaining a household and all those other boring things that only old men do."
"Very well," she'd said. "I shall enjoy my own 2 years of freedom just as heartily. But I'm looking forward to living somewhere other than my father's house." He'd kissed her again.
"I'm looking forward to living with you," he said.
There was a knock on her bedroom door before the newest housemaid poked her head in. Her name was Ella, and although she was very sweet, she looked perpetually anxious, even though Madeleine always tried to greet her with an encouraging smile. "Someone's arrived to see you, Donna," the girl said. "He's in the guilt room." Madeleine resisted the urge to correct her. "You should tell me the name of my visitor when you announce him." She didn't want Ella to become even more uneasy. "Thank you, I'll be right down." She took a last look in the mirror. The scarf helped a great deal, but the gray was still a terrible choice. Then headed out. She paused a moment on the balcony just outside her bedroom door. The central atrium of the house was flooded with light from the glass panels that formed a circle in the center of the roof. The wash of sun picked out all the colors in the mosaic tiles that covered the floors and the walls here on the second story. On sunny days, Madeleine sometimes felt she was inside a jewel box, or maybe a fabric merchant's shop, a mad swirl of hue and texture. 3 mosaicked pillars stretched all the way from the tiled floor of the lower level to the supporting beams of the ceiling, adding their own patterns and colors to the general mix. Madeleine's brother had spent one whole summer figuring out how to rig a rope that would let him leap from the balcony to one of the pillars and slide all the way down. He'd been rewarded with a broken leg and their father's fury. But he had assured her that all the trauma had been worth it. He'd only been 10 at the time. He was dead 2 years later. Or who knew what other kinds of trouble he might have gotten into. Madeleine pushed back the memories and hurried to the stairwell that descended majestically from the second floor to the ground level of the atrium. Here, all the tiles on the floor and the walls were muted, mostly browns and tans, with the occasional square of gold or sage. The bottom level of the home was considered the more public space, where strangers might be welcomed or business might be done, so it had to present a more formal air than the upper stories where the families lived. Passing the tall potted plants that formed rows of greenery along the atrium, she headed for the cozy sitting room where favored guests were always shown. "Tivol, you're early," she said as she burst inside. "I can hardly believe it." But the man standing just inside the door wasn't Tivol.
"Madeleine,"
he said, coming close enough to grasp both of her hands.
"I heard what happened."
For a moment, she was so surprised that she didn't react, not even to yank her hands away. She just stared into his handsome face and felt a blush rising to her own. "Reese," she finally said in a blank voice. "What are you doing here?" His grip tightened.
"I've been in the city a week or 2. I had business for my father. I was going to come by one day, but He shrugged and left the rest of the words unspoken. She could fill them in for herself. "But I thought you would refuse to see me." She pulled her hands free and stepped away from him, deeper into the room, hoping the color had started to fade from her cheeks. "Yes, of course. I hope your father is well?" "He is."
"And your mother? And your sisters?"
"Everyone's fine," he said impatiently. "But Madeleine, I heard what happened to you 2 days ago. Are you all right?"
She managed a light laugh. How did that silly bit of news travel all the way across Corcannon to reach your ears? It was nothing. He frowned. He had the typical Chobani coloring, fair skin, blue eyes, dark hair, but a frown could make him look thunderous. It didn't sound like nothing. A man comes in off the street and attacks you.
He didn't attack me. There were 5 of us sitting at a table, and he just ran in our direction. I think he planned to grab as many jewels as he could manage in a few quick swipes and then run out the door. I just happened to be the first one he reached for.
He tried to strangle you.
She laughed nervously. It did feel like that, she admitted. But the guards were on him almost instantly. I wasn't harmed at all.
Except for the bruises on your throat that you're trying to conceal with a scarf.
She made a small indignant sound and touched the twisted folds of colorful cloth. This is a fashionable accent, I will have you know. He made an imperious motion.
Show me your neck.
No, don't be ridiculous. A madman tried to rob a table full of rich women, but he didn't succeed, and none of us are the worse for the adventure. There is nothing in that story to get you all worked up. He glared at her.
This isn't the first time you've been in danger,
he said. She stiffened. What do you mean?
2 months ago, in the Catterfoil, someone pushed you in front of a grid car.
Someone tripped, and we both fell down, and the car didn't hit us.
You could have died.
He would have died right alongside me. I hardly think anyone would do that on purpose.
And there was that physician.
Reese, you're being ridiculous. My father called him to the house because I was already ill. He didn't poison me, even though the medicine made me sicker. His fierce gaze was fixed upon her face.
Well, that's 3 times in the past 6 months that someone has almost killed you. And in that same period of time, no one has almost killed me once. And I find that very peculiar.
I find it peculiar, too, she said sharply, since I want to kill you every time I see you. Abruptly, his frown lifted, and he smiled.
So, how are you, Madeleine?
He said simply.
I've missed you.
Her flush reappeared, hotter this time. I'm well, busy. I'm just the same as always.
I suppose you've been planning the wedding.
I suppose I have.
And have you decided yet where you'll live? In the city or on the Willenden estates in Murata?
This was excruciating. We'll split our time, I imagine. I think Tivol's mother would like him to spend more time in Murata as it is, but he is not as fond of country living as she is, so he's rarely there. Reese's expression was sardonic.
How surprising.
She felt defensive. He's quite busy.
He's a young hedonist who doesn't care about anything except his own pleasure.
That's not true. Heloise trusts him to conduct all her city business for her, and he works very hard. Reese made a scoffing sound.
He works very hard 4 or 5 hours a week, I suppose. The rest of the time, I think he merely enjoys himself.
Well, since I don't suppose he invites you along on his pursuits, I can't think that you know what you're talking about.
That's true. Tivol has no use for me.
If you... She stopped abruptly, putting her hands up. This is ridiculous. We don't need to quarrel, and we certainly don't need to quarrel about Tivol. So, how long will you be in the city?
Only another day or so, but I'll be coming back fairly often, because my father wants me to take his place on the council.
He smiled briefly.
And if you think I dislike Corcannon, you should hear my father's rants about the place. He's decided never to set foot off the property again, so I'll be his agent for any business that requires travel.
Perhaps you'll enjoy that more than you expect.
Perhaps,
he agreed.
I went out to the islands a couple of months ago, and that was quite an experience. Only a handful of people could speak Cordish, but they tended not to be the people who could make decisions, so all negotiations took twice as long as expected.
But the place was...
He couldn't seem to find an adequate word, so he settled on
amazing.
"I've seen sketches," she said in an encouraging voice. She liked travel much better than Tivol as a topic of conversation. "Those cliffs and the ocean, they seem wild and desolate."
"Even more so when you're actually there,"
he said.
"The colors are... everything is this slate gray. The cliffs, the beach, the houses and fences quarried from the mountains. The sea is a darker shade of the same gray, and more often than not, the sky is filled with piles of clouds that are almost the same color. And then there will be this burst of greenery, or a bush as tall as my head covered with red flowers. And the bright colors are such a contrast to the dark ones that they can take your breath away. And then the sun comes out, and if it hits the water just right, it can blind you. The sky is so vivid you feel like you could dip your hand in it, and it would come out stained blue."
"How poetic. Will you be going back?"
"I think so, yes. I think I will be traveling a great deal over the next 2 to 3 years."
"Will you go beyond Aussen? Out to the ruined lands?" He smiled.
"The ruined lands are off the eastern coast," he reminded her. "What's beyond the western coast are all these tiny little islands, one right after the other, so small you can hardly believe people live there. My father does run vessels out there to do a little trading, but there's not much commerce out that way. I don't think I'll be doing much sailing. Anyway, I have plenty to do just traveling around the continent."
"Then I hope you travel safely." A memory widened her eyes. "But Reese, were you on the road when the quakes hit 2 weeks ago?"
"I was, but we could hardly feel them in Chibane. They were strongest right here at the city border, from what I understand. I should be asking where you were."
"Here, still asleep in my bed. I felt the house sway, and a crystal vase on my nightstand fell to the floor. But it was no worse than that." He was frowning.
"Still, unnerving. I've heard that there have been more rumbles than usual over the past few months."
"Maybe. There are always rumbles, so it's hard to tell."
"I don't like to think of you here in the city if the whole place starts shaking apart. You should come out to Chibane and take shelter on my father's estates. We've barely felt the tremors."
Although he was smiling, she couldn't shake the feeling he was serious. But she adopted a bantering tone. "Well, I heard that Darish Mountain is spewing ash, and you can practically see it from your front lawns. I would hardly be any safer there if the mountain suddenly erupted."
"Yes, but it lies south of us, and all the land slopes southward," he pointed out. "Any destruction would flow in that direction."
"Toward Murata."
"Indeed."
He appeared to be struck by a sudden realization.
"Toward Tivol's land. Promise me you won't go visiting his mother any time soon."
She tried to frown at him, but it was all too absurd. As if anyone could truly predict where ash and molten rock would flow. "I'll have to go to Murata sometime. The estates will eventually be ours after I marry Tivol and he inherits the land." Reese offered her a lopsided, unhappy grin.
"Maybe you shouldn't marry him,"
he suggested.
"It's too dangerous."
Her breath caught. "Don't be ridiculous."
"Don't marry him,"
he said.
"It will break my heart."
She wanted to reply with another brisk, "Don't be ridiculous." She wanted to respond with a furious scold. "You promised you would stay away. You promised you would stop saying such things. You know you only confuse me and hurt me and make me hurt you in return." But instead, she just stared at him and couldn't summon a word.
"I know your father always favored Tivol, but I'm from a council family too,"
he went on.
"I think your father would get over his disappointment soon enough."
She shook her head. "Reese."
"You don't have to marry him, Maddie," he said. "Not if you don't love him."
"Of course I love him." Reese just looked at her. "I do," she insisted. "And we're friends, Reese, if you can understand that." We laugh together and talk together and understand each other, and I'm comfortable with him.
Oh, and I make you uncomfortable?
He shot at her. Yes, just having this conversation makes me uncomfortable. Knowing you want something from me makes me uncomfortable. I can't give you that, Reese. I can feel you pleading with me even when you don't say a word, and it weighs on me. I'm going to marry Tivol, and that's not going to change just because you... She tightened her lips over the next impossible words, but he spoke them anyway.
Because I love you?
She turned her eyes away. Because you think you do.
Because you love me?
He said softly. She shook her head, still not looking at him. I don't, she wanted to tell him. I don't. Instead, she said, I'm going to marry Tivol. There was a moment of silence.
But not yet.
Now she sighed and looked back at him. Reese.
Not for another 2 years, is that right?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
It means you're not sure.
It means I have a lot of planning to do, and Tivol is in no particular hurry.
It means anything can happen,
Reese said.
2 years is practically a lifetime.
It may feel that way sometimes, she retorted. Certainly, this conversation seems to have lasted for hours. He surprised her by laughing.
Only because you're savoring every word.
She made a sound of choked fury, and Reese laughed even harder. I think your arrogance is even worse than your importunities, she exclaimed. But at least it helps me to stop feeling sorry for you.
Well, I don't want your pity, so I suppose I'll have to flaunt my arrogance more often, he said cheerfully.
Certainly. That will make you welcome at even more households than mine. A light voice at the door caused them both to spin in that direction.
What? Reese Curval in town and winning friends everywhere with his mockery and arrogance? I am shocked at such an unlikely occurrence.
Tivol, Madeleine exclaimed, hurrying over with outstretched hands. How good of you to arrive just in time to keep me from quarreling with Reese. He enveloped her hands in his and smiled at her with his usual lazy charm.
The only way to keep from quarreling with Reese is to deny him entrance to the house, he said. I thought you knew that by now.
And yet, somehow I forget until he shows up again. Reese strolled toward the door, his face showing no discomfiture at the interruption. Not anger, not remorse, not thwarted passion. For her part, Madeleine was struggling to contain her own emotions. Embarrassment, dismay at what Tivol might have overheard, guilt that she had allowed Reese to say such things at all, and the tiniest bit of disappointment that the conversation with Reese had been terminated so abruptly. Of course, there was nothing else he could possibly have to say to her, no other answer she could have given him. She should be glad he was leaving without a chance to renew his appeals.
I enjoyed the chance to catch up this afternoon, Maddie,
he said as he reached the door. Ever so slightly, he emphasized the pet name that no one else used anymore, now that her brother and mother were dead.
I hope we run into each other again soon.
Tivol's voice was casual, but he still kept Madeleine's hands in his, which she couldn't help thinking was a deliberate show of possessiveness.
How long are you planning to stay in town?
Reese's voice was pleasant as well.
Only another day or two, but, as I was telling Madeleine, I'll be back soon on business for my father. Well then, we'll look forward to seeing you next time you're here,
Tivol said in his usual blithe way.
Unless, do you have time now? We're off to have lunch. If you're free, you could join us.
For one horrified moment, Madeleine thought Reese was actually considering it, but he finally shook his head.
Not today, thank you, he said. Too many other demands on my time.
Tivol gently pulled Madeleine toward the door, and the three of them finally left the room. The warm brown tiles of the atrium were turned to gold by the afternoon sun, pouring down from the skylights overhead. Outside, it was even brighter and warmer, but Madeleine was so glad to get out of the charged atmosphere of the house that she didn't even care. Tivol's small, sporty grid car was pulled up outside in the semicircular drive that accommodated visitors. Tivol owned a larger and more formal vehicle that he used when he was entertaining business contacts or escorting Madeleine to fancy events. But this model was his favorite. It was lightweight enough that Madeleine sometimes felt she could bend the edges of the doors with her bare hands. But Tivol explained that this feature made it twice as fast as any ordinary car. Of course, the main thoroughfares of the city were so clogged with traffic that it scarcely mattered how fast a vehicle could go. But she had heard tales of less crowded, less savory neighborhoods where young men raced their cars down adjacent alleys so fast that sparks flew from the frayed wires overhead. She couldn't imagine why anyone would think such an activity was entertaining. It took her a moment to realize that there was no second car in the drive. Reese must have walked over, or hopped on one of the big public transports that everyone referred to as chuggers. Tivol seemed to reach the same conclusion because he said, "Do you need a ride? We're heading toward the Catterfoil, but I wouldn't mind taking a detour." "Thanks, but I'm going north," he said. "Enjoy your lunch." And he marched off without another word. Tivol didn't even bother to watch him walk away. "I'm starving," he said, helping Madeleine into the car and climbing in beside her. "Let's go." Madeleine dropped to the padded bench, braced her feet, and took a tight hold on the slim metal bar that curved out from the panel in front of her. Tivol was in motion almost before she was settled, pulling out from the drive onto the main road, which was unexpectedly clear of traffic. "Ha!" he said, and accelerated with alarming speed. On this balmy day, the entire upper half of the carriage was open to the air, and the wind of passage instantly whipped Madeleine's hair into knots. The light car jounced so feverishly over the road that it seemed about to rip itself from the overhead cable and go tumbling down an alley or crashing into one of the manors that lined the boulevard. A particularly hard bounce caused her to slide into the door so forcefully she thought she bruised her hip.
"Tivol, could you please slow down?" she exclaimed. "You're terrifying me."
He laughed, but instantly slackened his pace. She straightened on her seat and tried to pat her hair back into place, but she was pretty sure she'd need a mirror and a comb to repair the damage. Sorry, he said. "It's just so rare that you even have 3 or 4 blocks where you can travel above a slow crawl."
"I prefer a slow crawl," she said tartly. "I'm less likely to die."
He laughed again and slowed even more. 3 cars had pulled into the lane ahead of them and were clicking along at a sedate pace that he had no choice but to adopt. To their left, a large chugger passed, going in the other direction. It was connected to the overhead cables by 2 thick rods and jammed so full of people that some of them were sticking their heads out of the open windows just to breathe the fresher air. "I should take you racing with me some night," Tivol said. "Then you'd see how fast some cars can go, the real sprinters. Derek Bendalo has this little beauty, even smaller than this one, and you'd think it was flying down the road."
"I hate to disappoint you, but that's not a sight that's ever going to interest me."
He glanced over at her with a quick grin. "You can't be certain of that until you see it at least once," he said in a teasing voice. "I'm having a model built that I think will be even faster than Derek's. Only holds 1 person, which keeps the weight down, and uses the lightest thickness of metal that will still stand up to the stress of friction. He knows I'm working on it, and he knows I'm going to beat him, too."
"So, I finally understand," she said.
"Understand what?"
"Why you don't want to get married for 2 years. How could you give up such a diverting pastime for the sober life of the married man?"
He grinned at her again. "What makes you think I'm going to give up racing once I'm married? I'm counting on turning you into a convert." She thought he was joking, so she laughed. And then she wondered if he wasn't, and she had to hide a frown. She had the sudden, brief, treacherous thought that she didn't want to marry Tivol, that she didn't want to marry anyone. She wasn't even sure she wanted to go to lunch. She turned her head to watch the great houses come into view and then drop out of sight as they continued down the wide avenue, and she had to keep working at it to smooth away her scowl. Madeleine was surprised that night when her father sent word that he wanted her to join him for dinner. She and her father could spend days without encountering each other over a meal or in the hallways. On the rare occasions that he expected her to eat with him, he usually let her know several days in advance and listed the various guests that would be in attendance. She always dressed for the occasion and gladly played her part. Eventually, she would be hostess for the dinner parties Tivol held for business acquaintances and council families. She welcomed the chance to acquire experience beforehand. Ella had told her that she was expected in the smaller dining room, which pleased her. The casual space with its red and ochre mosaics was much more welcoming than the formal room, which was large, drafty, and oddly austere. She always felt as if she was presiding over some legal proceedings whenever she welcomed guests to the table. The fact that he had chosen the smaller room made her think her father must be alone, but as soon as she walked in, she realized her error. Harlow turned toward the door as she entered, smiling sweetly and extending his arms. "My dear," he said, and she crossed the room to place her hands in his. "Harlow, what a treat! It's been ages since I've seen you," she exclaimed, leaning in so he could kiss her cheek. His lips brushed her skin with the weightlessness of dried rose petals. She pulled back to smile at him, but she was concealing a pulse of alarm. He looked old, she thought. The thin white hair thinner and whiter, the bony face bonier, the dark skin lightening to a faded brown. The hands clasping hers seemed strong as ever, but under the folds of his ivory robe, she thought his body seemed more fragile, more bent. It had never occurred to her that Harlow might be mortal. He was known as the High Divine because he headed the order of priests that served Corcannon, the most powerful man in the city, and she had just assumed he would live forever. "Madeleine, how are you?" he asked, releasing her hands. "Although I don't have to ask, you look radiant as always." She laughed and patted her hair. "I think I look unkempt and disarranged," she said. "Tivol took me out for a drive this afternoon, and I feel like I have been buffeted by a windstorm. Had I known you would be here, I would have put much more effort into my appearance." "Nonsense," Harlow said in his gentle way. "I prefer the authentic heart." Her father had looked over at the mention of Tivol's name. In contrast to the old priest, Alistair Elaine looked to be bursting with health and vigor. He was a big man anyway, with the stocky build of a Marattan blended with the dark hair and deep mahogany skin of a typical Cortellano. He was not above using his size and the latent ferocity of his natural expression to intimidate opponents, supplicants, and rivals, and children and spouses. "And how did you find Tivol?" he asked. "As always, excellent company." "He's a good boy," Harlow said. Her father laughed sharply. "Hardly a boy. He's a man grown. 1 death away from inheriting the richest property in Murata, 2 years from being a husband, and maybe 3 years from being a father." Madeleine laughed lightly. "Well, if I have anything to say about it, and I think I do, it might be more than 3 years before Tivol has children." Harlow's face crinkled into a grin, and he patted Madeleine on the shoulder. "Oh, your father has wanted grandchildren ever since I've known him," he said. Madeleine absolutely could not voice her immediate reaction. "I can't think why. He was never interested in his own son and daughter." Out loud, she said,
Yes, he has made it quite clear that he expects me to produce an entire brood. The sooner the better. I think he wants to found a dynasty. She couldn't quite read the expression on her father's face. Then again, she rarely could. He said,
"Exactly right. I've amassed a fortune, and I need many heirs to spend it after I'm gone. And unfortunately, there is no one but you to present him with those heirs," said Harlow.
Madeleine felt a sudden stab of grief, an emotion that visited her at the most unexpected moments. Logan had been gone nearly 11 years. She would have thought the ache would have worn down to a manageable dullness by now, but it was still a silver knife point in her ribs. "Well, I will do my best," she said, speaking around a tightness in her throat. "But I am not going to start breeding the instant I get married." It was clear that Harlow heard her buried pain. His eyes dropped to the slim gold band on her right wrist, and he patted her shoulder again.
"You'll carry that forever,"
he said, so softly her father might not even have heard.
"But carry it as a blessing inside your heart."
She was so grateful for the kindness that she felt her eyes burn with tears. But she blinked them away and managed a smile. "I always do." Her father seemed oblivious.
"Let's take our seats," he said. "Dinner is on the way."
Normally, a meal with her father left Madeleine tense and on edge. But Harlow's presence softened everything, even her father's sharp tongue. The old priest had such a soothing presence and gentle humor that people couldn't help but relax around him. When Madeleine was a child, Harlow had been her favorite confidant, and he had been the only person who could comfort her after Logan's death. These days, she was much less likely to confide in anyone, and rarely in need of comfort. But Harlow could still make her feel protected and loved. The conversation revolved mostly around issues that didn't engage her much, business and politics, since Harlow and her father were both prominent members of the Corcannon council that ran the city. Not until they were finishing up the meal with some sweet lemon delicacy did the conversation turn to topics that more closely involved Madeleine, and then she wished it hadn't.
"But I forgot to ask," Harlow said. "Are you fully recovered from your terrible adventure? I heard you were attacked in a busy restaurant."
Apparently, everyone in the entire city had been regaled with the tale. "There was a loud man brandishing a weapon, but he didn't actually attack me," she said. "We were all frightened, but none of us were harmed." Her father glanced at her before turning his eyes toward Harlow.
"That is the way she tells the story, but others tell it differently," he said. "She seems to have been the target of this man's rage."
Harlow held her father's gaze for a moment, his expression severe.
"And can you think of any reason someone would have singled out your daughter?" he asked. "Have you engaged in any business dealings that might have left a rival with a grudge?"
Her father didn't seem discomposed by the harsh implications.
"No, nothing. Perhaps this is purely random aggression from someone who doesn't even know who Madeleine is."
"Which is what I've been saying," Madeleine put in. Harlow looked concerned.
"And yet, Alistair, I do not like this. Have you thought about taking steps to have Madeleine more closely guarded?" "I've thought about it," her father said, which was news to Madeleine. "But it complicates her life to a cumbersome degree. Better encumbered and alive than untrammeled and dead," Harlow said. His gentle voice made the words even more chilling. "So you think I would not be out of line to have her watched around the clock?"
"What? Father, no! Harlow, what have you got him started on?"
"One of the temple guards, maybe?"
her father asked. Harlow shook his head.
"Think of what kind of gossip that would give rise to," he said. "All over the city, they would say I prefer your daughter to all the other lovely young women of the council families."
He smiled at Madeleine.
It is true, of course, but I don't want everyone to know it.
But I don't want a full-time guard, from the temple or from anywhere, Madeleine said.
It would have to be a woman, her father said, so she could follow Madeleine anywhere. I don't have any female soldiers in my employ at the moment. Easily remedied, Harlow said.
Her father nodded.
Well, I'll make that a priority, tomorrow or the next day.
You aren't seriously saying that you're going to hire someone to follow me around everywhere I go for the rest of my life? Madeleine exclaimed. Both the men looked at her. Her father's face was its usual impenetrable mask, but Harlow's expression showed genuine concern.
My dear, he said, you are so precious. If simple measures could suffice to keep you safe, why would we not take them? Why would you not agree?
Because it's ridiculous, she said. Because I don't feel like anyone is trying to harm me. Because it would feel odd to be followed around all the time by somebody watching my every move.
None of those seem like good enough reasons,
Harlow said. Her father nodded.
All right, I'll arrange it.
Madeleine felt alarm. Wait, do I at least get some say in choosing the person who is to be my inescapable companion? Her father merely looked at her.
What do you know about hiring a soldier?
Well, nothing. But do I at least get the right of refusal if it's someone I don't like?
No. It's a reasonable request, Alistair,
Harlow interjected.
Surely she should have the ability to say no.
Her father shrugged.
Fine, but don't think to use multiple refusals to draw out the process so long I abandon it.
It had been exactly what she was thinking, but she assumed an expression of innocence. Of course not.
Now that we have settled this most important matter, would it be possible for me to request more wine?
Harlow asked almost plaintively.
Madeleine, could you hand me the decanter?
I'll pour for you, she said, jumping up and retrieving the bottle from the sideboard. He half turned in his chair to lift his glass in her direction, and she somehow misjudged the height of his arm. The lip of the decanter came down hard on the rim of his goblet, and the glass shattered in his hand. She gasped and made an instinctive grab at the falling fragments, and somehow his fingers were wrapped around her hand, and large, sharp pieces were digging into her palm. Ow! Ow! Oh, Harlow, I'm so sorry, she cried, while he was exclaiming,
Madeleine, my dear.
It was a moment before they disentangled and she could set down the decanter. He grasped her hand and appeared distraught over the 3 deep cuts oozing with blood.
What have I done? Madeleine, you are hurt.
He snatched up his linen napkin and began winding it tenderly around her hand.
Oh, I'm so clumsy. You poor girl.
I'm fine, but look at you. Wine all over your robe. And blood. You look like you've gotten into a street altercation. Harlow, I apologize with all my heart. Her father was already at the door, calling for Ella to come clean up the mess.
Are you seriously injured?
He asked her, turning to face her. Let me see, she said, and Harlow reluctantly removed the napkin. The blood was still welling up, but not very fast, and there didn't appear to be any fragments stuck in the wounds. I think I'll live.
You need to get that tended to,
Harlow said in a scolding voice.
Can someone on the staff be trusted to dress it, or shall we call for a physician?
The housekeeper plays nurse for all the servants, she said.
Then go, seek her out.
But I can't leave you in all this mess,
I insist,
Harlow said.
And if there is a scar on your hand the next time I see you, I shall never forgive myself.
She hesitated, but truth to tell, the cuts were throbbing a little, and she wanted to finally change out of the gray gown she had worn all day. And she wanted to think over everything that had happened since she left her bedroom this morning, from unexpectedly seeing Reese again to learning she was about to acquire a permanent guard. There will be no scar, she promised, leaning over to kiss his cheek. "But if there were, it would just remind me how much I love you. I'm glad we got to visit tonight."
"So am I,"
said Harlow as she headed out the door.
"Let's hope our next encounter is much less dramatic."
Chapter 6. Madeleine. Madeleine discovered it was a bit of a challenge to dress for the day when she had to wear a gauze bandage wrapped around her palm. The housekeeper hadn't been too impressed by the wounds, but she'd applied a smelly antiseptic that hurt far more than the original cuts and advised keeping the whole mess covered for 2 or 3 days. Gray dress, bandaged hand, and circles under your eyes because you couldn't fall asleep, Madeleine told her reflection. Good thing you have nothing planned for the day, because you do not look like an attractive young lady of fashion. Almost on the words, Ella knocked on the door. "A visitor to see you," she said. "Of course," Madeleine groaned under her breath. She took a final look in the mirror, shrugged fatalistically, and headed downstairs. She was expecting to see one of her friends who happened to be bored this morning, or even one of her father's business contacts. But it had not occurred to her that Reese Curval would be the one waiting. She stopped just over the threshold and stared at him. He stayed where he was, all the way across the room, and offered her a painful smile.
"I came to apologize,"
he said. She merely lifted her eyebrows and said nothing.
"I had no right to say any of the things I said. When I stopped by, my intention was to merely visit for a few moments, maybe make you laugh, then leave. I'm sorry that that's not what happened."
"I'm sorry, too."
"I hate that we can't be friends," he went on. "I hate that every time I see you, I just cause you to dislike me more."
She was trying to maintain an aloof expression, but that made her face crease in protest. "I don't dislike you, Reese. I never have."
"You just don't."
He caught himself before he could say more.
"Anyway, I couldn't leave the city again, knowing that I had upset you."
He was so sincere and so wretched that she felt some of her anger melt away. She stepped a little farther into the room. "Thank you. It was good of you to make the effort to mend the damage."
"I would ask for forgiveness, but maybe I first need to ask for tolerance and work my way up."
She smiled. "Is tolerance the lowest rung? What's the highest?" He just looked at her, and she felt herself blushing. To cover her embarrassment, she said, "Well, I think I can manage that much, at least as long as you don't say anything else stupid."
"I'm trying not to,"
he said. He gestured at her.
"Is it stupid if I ask what happened to your hand?"
She surveyed the bandage with distaste. "I cut it on a broken wine glass last night. It's most annoying and inconvenient."
"Injuries generally are."
"Oh, but not nearly as annoying and inconvenient as something my father has just decided."
"What's that?"
"He wants to employ a guard to follow me around. Like you, he's decided that there are too many dangers in the city streets, and I must be protected at all costs."
"I'm glad to hear it,"
Reese said. "I made him promise that I would be able to approve or disapprove of his choice, but I'm not sure he'll honor the promise. I'm very glum about the whole thing."
"Pick your own candidate,"
Reese suggested.
"Preempt him."
She laughed. "As my father pointed out, I don't know the first thing about hiring a soldier."
"I could help you with that. I've hired the last 2 captains of my father's guard, and half a dozen of the soldiers who protect our shipments. So far, they've all proved to be solid choices."
She was intrigued. "Really? But where would I even go to find someone?"
"There are training yards in the southeastern section of town," he said. "Facilities where mercenaries fight and train. You go down there, you watch them work out, and you see if anyone catches your fancy."
She stared at him helplessly. "And then what?" He grinned.
"You interview them. See if they seem like sound candidates. See what they're asking for in terms of pay. See if you can agree on terms.
And you can do all that?
Sure, now if you like.
He glanced around, as if looking for clues that she might be in the middle of some other occupation.
Unless you're busy.
No, indeed. This is the most interesting activity I can imagine pursuing for the rest of the day. Just let me get a scarf, and I'll be right back.
Reese had brought his own grid car this morning, a sober contrast to Tivol's. It was sturdy and unadorned, though the interior benches were so heavily padded they were actually comfortable to sit on. It was also twice the size of Tivol's, big enough to hold 6 passengers. It's my mother's, Reese said apologetically. My own is being repaired.
Madeleine squirmed happily on the seat. I like it. I don't feel like my bones will break as we go bouncing down the streets.
Reese laughed and skillfully guided them out of the drive and onto the gridway. The sun was warm enough that Madeleine caught the faint metallic smell of the overhead wires. Today, traffic was heavy in all directions. They clicked along behind a large chugger and 4 private vehicles of varying sizes. Their pace so sedate it might almost be called agonizing. On the other side of the road, a similar parade of vehicles slowly cruised in the opposite direction. The noise made conversation difficult, so Madeleine relaxed on the bench and idly watched the scenery go by. They started out in the northwestern district of the city, nicknamed Council Row, because it was where the prominent politicians and wealthy families had their homes. Most of them were shaped much like Madeleine's own. 3- or 4-story block-like structures of white or gray or honey-tinted stones set on expansive lawns. They were generally plain on the outside, with occasional fountains or decorative ironwork fencing to soften their severe edges. It was only once visitors stepped past the imposing front doors that they would get any sense of the colors and styles inside. A great number of the houses were built around central atriums and featured giant supporting pillars that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. In most, the bottom stories would consist of public rooms in prim colors, while the upper stories, where family members lived, would be decked out in flagrantly joyous hues. But within those restrictions, Madeleine had always found the variety from house to house could be quite amazing. Some manors would be decorated with mosaic tiles in intricate patterns. Others would feature swaths of fabric. Still others were painted with landscapes of astonishing detail. But the view of the grand houses only lasted so long. Once Reese turned onto the main road that headed toward the Catterfoil, the character of the buildings began to subtly change. For a while, they remained in residential districts, but the houses were smaller, a little closer together, and it was still impossible to tell from the outside what the personality might be on the inside. But it was clear the level of wealth was not as high. A bit farther east, and the buildings became long rows of connected lodgings. Some were quite fashionable and tended to be rented out to wealthy young socialites who were living on their own. Some were a bit more run down and seemed to be occupied by families that couldn't afford nicer accommodations. As soon as they crossed a double row of north-south boulevards, the main road bowed out to curve around the Catterfoil. Here could be found virtually any destination worth seeking out: parks, theaters, restaurants, museums, and of course the vast complex of the Corcannon Temple. It sat at the very heart of the plaza, the heart of the city itself, a sprawling cluster of buildings, all constructed of a dense white stone freckled with icy crystals. In the sunlight, even in the moonlight, the walls seemed to glitter with flecks of holy fire. The main feature was the temple itself, a large circular building topped with a stained glass cupola. Around it were gathered buildings where the priests lived and worked and stored their centuries of records. Harlow kept an expansive suite in the largest of these structures, and Madeleine had been there dozens of times for lavish dinner parties where most of the wealthiest families were in attendance.
She had once heard Harlow laughingly apologize for not being the sort of priest who followed an abstemious path. Her father had replied, "It is not aesthetics we need in the priesthood, but men of conviction." It had seemed like an odd thing to say, which was why, she supposed, she remembered it all these years later. Once they passed the temple, 3 parks, and a line of exclusive shops, they began to edge out of the central district. The minute they crossed another double boulevard, they were in the professional quarter, where forbidding rows of tall, narrow buildings held the offices of lawyers and businessmen. A few miles later, they were passing through a monotonous landscape of warehouses and factories, trying not to breathe in the fumes of oil, exhaust, and smoke. A few minutes later, Reese turned the car to the right, and they were soon in another part of town altogether. Here, buildings were all low to the ground, built of brick or wood instead of stone, and clustered together like neighbors gathering to gossip. Interspersed with what might be houses and might be taverns were fruit stands and small vendors selling goods out of carts. Grid cars were scarcer and pedestrians more plentiful. Even the air felt warmer than it had in the northern districts. Madeleine looked around with interest. "I'm not sure I've ever been to this corner of the city," she said. "It seems friendly somehow." The noise level had dropped so much she didn't even have to shout. "Homes and businesses of the working men," Reese said. "I won't say it's as safe as your street, but there's a strong sense of community." "All kinds of people, too," she said. The council families almost all had at least some Cortellano blood, although their dark coloring was sometimes diluted by the lighter skin tones of Chobani and Marathon ancestors. Anyone in that part of town who looked to be purebred Chobani or Marathon was usually a servant or a merchant making deliveries. But in just a few blocks, she'd seen people of every kind of heritage, including Zessan and even Oraki. It was so unfamiliar. Reese pulled into a small lot where about a dozen other vehicles were already parked. "Closest place to leave the car," he explained as they climbed out. "It's just a short walk." The intensifying heat made it a little unpleasant to stroll down the crowded street, past curious loiterers and an untidy parade of buildings. But they hadn't gone far before they reached their destination. A large, well-kept wooden building sat well back from the road, its open doors inviting passers-by to enter. But its real attraction was out front. A rope and pole fence enclosed 2 acres of land trampled down to hard earth. Within that makeshift arena, about 30 fighters faced off against each other in various types of combat. Some handled swords or knives, others went at their opponents with their bare hands. All of them were on foot, though Madeleine saw a couple of horses tied up near the side of the building. "Oh!" she exclaimed, because she had never seen anything like this. So much violent, physical, personal action at such close quarters. "It can be overwhelming at first," Reese said. "But stand here and watch for a few moments, and you'll start to make sense of the contests." They moved closer to the flimsy fence, where 10 or 12 other onlookers were already gathered. 1 or 2 of the spectators cast Madeleine an appraising glance, but none of the fighters even appeared to notice they had an audience. Madeleine took a deep breath, curled the fingers of her right hand around the highest strand of rope, and settled in to observe. It was soon clear that the pairs of fighters all had different styles and motivations. 2 men in the farthest corner were wielding swords with frightening energy, shouting and grunting and landing blows that were so hard she could hear them even above the other noise. Other sets of combatants appeared to be working together, showing off various moves, going through the same set of motions over and over. Knives flashed, mud flew, curses rang out, and fairly often someone started laughing. It was a tangled and chaotic and glorious and terrifying scene. Madeleine had been watching, dumbstruck, for about 15 minutes before she remembered that she was here for a purpose, and she began to scan the crowd for candidates who might be suitable. At first, she didn't see any women among the fighters, but as she looked more closely, she began to pick them out. In the middle of the arena was a tall, muscular woman of Chobani heritage, dueling with a man who was shorter but bulkier than she was. Madeleine knew nothing about sword fighting, but they appeared fairly well matched to her. At any rate, neither of them took what seemed like a killing blow during the time she watched. 2 other women were engaged in a kind of wrestling match, where one would grab the other and try to fling her to the ground. Their expressions were focused and serious, and they paused with some regularity to rehearse their motions again. So Madeleine guessed that one might be teaching the other some maneuver. They were both smaller than the sword fighter, but bigger than Madeleine, and all 3 of them looked powerful enough to crush a skull between their hands. "I'm sure that's a valuable trait in a guard," she thought. It was still an unnerving notion. Reese nudged her with his elbow. "See anyone who interests you?" he asked. "I don't know. It's so hard to judge." He nodded toward the right-hand side of the yard, the corner that was closest to the building. "She's the one who caught my eye," he said. Madeleine couldn't see around the heaving, shifting mass of fighters. "Let's get closer," she said, and they circled around the rope fence to get a better look. The fighter that Reese had picked out was smaller and leaner than the others, about Madeleine's size. What was even more surprising was that she appeared to be a purebred Oraki, her pale skin streaked with mud, her blonde hair braided and coiled on top of her head. She was dressed in worn leather and faded cotton, and was slim enough and young enough to pass for a boy. Her opponent was a Zessan man significantly bigger and heavier than she was, and they were engaged in a knife fight at close quarters. At first glance, it seemed impossible that the woman could have any chance of winning. The man lunged at her with his blade held high. He would only need to fall on her to crush her under the weight of his body, his knife already buried in her heart. Madeleine gasped in terror. But the woman spun effortlessly away, catching his ankle with her foot and tripping him with her own momentum. He fell heavily, but rolled quickly to his knees, scrambling to face her as she circled him tightly. She thrust at the back of his neck, but he grabbed her wrist and hauled her over his shoulder, and Madeleine gasped again. But the woman seemed to do a somersault in midair, landing on her feet in front of him, facing him, her knife still in her hand. Another thrust, and this time she connected with his collarbone. He grunted in pain and clambered to his feet. Madeleine saw a line of red collect on the front of his dirty shirt and clenched her fingers over her own much smaller wound. "Sorry," the woman called. "We weren't supposed to draw blood." Her partner pressed his hand briefly over the injury and shook his head. "A scratch," he said. "That was a good trick. I'm too heavy for that kind of role." "Sometimes it's easier to fight a big man than a small one," the woman said. "Small one is just as fast as I am." "Try it again," he said. She nodded and dove at him without another word. Reese glanced over at Madeleine with his eyebrows raised. "I like her," he said. Madeleine nodded. "So do I." They watched for another 10 minutes as the woman and her large partner practiced a few more heart-stopping maneuvers, but neither combatant sustained another injury. After one particularly physical exchange, the man paused with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. He caught sight of Madeleine and Reese and nodded to acknowledge them. "Looking to hire?" he asked. Reese nodded back. "Interested in the female guard for a female client." "Jayla," the man called over his shoulder. "They want to talk to you." A few minutes later, the 3 of them were inside, sitting around a small bare table in a small bare room. It was the most impersonal setting Madeleine had ever seen. No niceties at all, not even the offer of a cup of water. Just the minimum necessary space to conclude a transaction. Madeleine and Reese sat on one side of the table, facing the woman called Jayla. She divided her attention evenly between them, which Madeleine liked. This was not someone who made assumptions about where the power lay. "You want to hire a fighter?" she asked. Her voice was cool and brisk, with an accent Madeleine supposed was Oraki. "I do," said Madeleine. "My father has recently become worried about my safety and would like me to have a guard with me at all times." Jayla focused on Madeleine. "What's caused him to worry?" A reasonable question. Madeleine found herself wanting to assure the woman that there was no danger, really. It would all be for show. But that seemed like a stupid thing to say. "A few days ago, a madman came at a table of women in a public place. He had a knife. He didn't hurt anyone, but it seemed like he could have. And I was the one he attacked first." She felt Reese glance over at her, so she reluctantly added, "And there have been a couple of other incidents that might have been accidents, but might not have been. For instance, someone pushed me in front of a grid car." Jayla nodded. "Would there be any reason for someone to want to harm you?" Madeleine turned to Reese. "That's exactly what Harlow asked my father last night." She turned back to Jayla. "I don't think so, unless my father is involved in some dangerous business deal with unsavory people. But that doesn't seem like my father." "And all of these attacks have taken place outside of your home." Madeleine was silent a moment. "Maybe." Jayla just waited for her to go on. Madeleine made a gesture of frustration. "I was sick, and the physician brought me a medicine that actually made me sicker. But that could just have been a mistake on his part." "And it's not the kind of assault a guard could protect you from," Jayla commented. "Where's that physician now?" It had never occurred to Madeleine to ask. "I don't know," she said. Jayla seemed to think it over. "So you might have been targeted 3 different times, in 3 different ways. But none of the events was lethal. It's possible there's no connection between them, that things just went wrong on those 3 days." "Which is what I've been saying," Madeleine interjected. "But assuming someone really is trying to harm you, 2 things seem clear." "Really? Nothing seems clear to me." Jayla held up one finger. "They're using a variety of different methods because they don't want you to think you're in danger, because they're trying to make the attacks look random and coincidental." "Which argues a certain degree of planning and malice," Reese said. Jayla nodded. "It also argues that they will keep trying." She held up a second finger. "Murder is not their primary occupation, or you would be dead already. So either they don't really want you dead, or they just don't have much experience killing people." "Either the poison or the gridway incident could have been fatal," Reese said. "The knife attack could have been too." "So they're inexperienced," Jayla said. A slight frown crossed her face. "But if someone who's not very good at killing keeps attempting to murder a woman, it means that person has a strong motivation to keep trying. That person has a grudge. Or a cause." Madeleine looked at her blankly. "But I can't think of any reason either of those things would be true." Jayla shrugged. "Sometimes people get notions in their head, and those notions don't make sense to anyone else. But those crazy ideas can drive them to do some powerful things." "Except," Reese said, "all 3 of these attacks came from different people." He appealed to Madeleine. "Isn't that right? The man who pushed you into the gridway, the man who assaulted you at the restaurant. Not the same person, right? And the physician was someone else altogether." Madeleine felt troubled. "I didn't get a good look at the man who pushed me in the street," she said. "I couldn't tell you what he looked like, but the doctor and the man with the knife were 2 different people." "Here's another factor to consider," Jayla said. "In at least 2 of those situations, someone knew the details of your life, knew you were sick, knew you would be at a certain restaurant at a certain time. If someone is targeting you, it's a person who knows you fairly well. Madeleine stared at the stranger's calm, pale face and felt her whole body prickle with chill. She didn't believe it, still. Not really. This far-fetched notion that someone was out to harm her. Mishaps blundered into everyone's life. Who hadn't fallen down the stairs or accidentally swallowed something toxic? Just yesterday, she'd been convinced she and Tivol would die in a fiery gridway crash as they careened down the main boulevard. Would Reese and her father have claimed that was the work of an assassin? Although she supposed someone could have tampered with the bar that clipped the car to the cable, weakened it in some fashion so that the stress of one hard turn would snap the metal in half and send them spinning into oncoming traffic. Someone who knew Madeleine very well would have known that Tivol was expected at her house that day, would have known that Tivol loved to drive too fast and take ridiculous risks. "So, you're suggesting one of my friends," Madeleine said in a choked voice. "Or one of the servants." "Could be one of your friends," Jayla agreed. "Probably not one of the servants, because they've got pretty unrestricted access to you. A lot of chances to kill you. Although," she added, "if you're thinking about hiring one in the near future, you might want to be careful." Madeleine couldn't restrain a shiver. Reese reached over to give her shoulder a comforting squeeze, but he dropped his arm when she gave him a warning look. "I hate the way this is making me think," she complained. "Like I can't trust anyone in the whole world." "I apologize," Jayla said. "I'm so used to thinking this way that it seems natural to me. And yet it's just this kind of thinking that could save your life," Reese said. "If someone is trying to harm me, if we're not just overreacting to a few unconnected random events." "Well, look at it this way," said Reese. "Say we're wrong. Say we hire a guard anyway. What's the worst thing that happens? Your father adds the price of one salary to his household budget, which he can very well afford. But say we're right. But we think we're wrong, and we don't hire a guard, and someone kills you next week. Which outcome would you prefer?" "I know which one I would choose." "Well, it doesn't matter what either one of us prefers because my father wants to hire the guard, so I will have one no matter what," Madeleine snapped. Reese smiled at her flash of ill temper. "Then let's make sure he hires one that you can tolerate." Madeleine sighed, then looked over at Jayla, who was watching them both. "This is the situation," she said. "My father will make the selection, but I believe he will take my opinion into account. I don't know the salary he has in mind, but he's a rich man, so I'm sure it would be fair. Would you take the job if it was offered? I mean, would you be willing to guard me? After meeting me and learning what the job would entail?" Jayla nodded, her face grave, as if to show them that she understood the seriousness of the position. "I would be glad to take the job, but I have to tell you my own situation." Madeleine felt her eyebrows rise. "You're not really a soldier?" For the first time, her eyes went to Jayla's wrists. "You certainly looked like a fighter out there in the yard." Jayla smiled and extended her left hand so Reese and Madeleine could see her bracelet. "No, I am. Guild certified." Reese leaned forward to examine the band more closely, then looked over at Jayla in admiration. "Not just certified, but at the highest level," he said. "I'm impressed." Jayla's smile went slightly awry. "The rank was hard-won." "Then I'm impressed too," Madeleine said. "But wait, if I'm supposed to distrust everyone in the world, shouldn't I question you more closely? Shouldn't I wonder if you earned these glyphs honestly, or if you had them made by a counterfeiter?" "It's a good question," Jayla said. "And you'll find the occasional charlatan pretending to be a soldier when he's not." "But we saw her fight," Reese said. "You saw me fight," she echoed. "And anyone who gets caught in such a deception generally regrets it." "What do you mean?" Madeleine asked. They get their sword hand cut off, Jayla said dryly. The practice isn't officially sanctioned by the guild, but it happens often enough that most people won't risk it. Then what's irregular about your situation? Because the way you spoke, there must be something. Jayla nodded, and her face became even more serious. I've become responsible for the welfare of a young girl. She's maybe 7 or 8 years old. I met her as we tried to cross into Corcannon on the day the northern bridge fell down. Oh, were you one of those poor stranded travelers at the Jabani crossing? Reese asked. That sounded miserable. It wasn't so bad. But during that time, Aussen came into my care. The woman she was traveling with died on the road, and there was no one else to watch her. My hope is to eventually find her family, but it's tricky. She's Zessen, and she only knows a few words of Cordish. I haven't been able to learn enough about her to know where to place her safely. But I can't abandon her, so any job I take has to allow me to bring her with me. Of all the things Jayla had done and said since Madeleine laid eyes on her, from vanquishing her oversized opponent to coolly assessing the risks that her potential client might face, this was the thing that made Madeleine like her the best. She matter-of-factly explained her situation, didn't try to glamorize it, didn't complain about it, didn't promise to get it resolved as quickly as possible so her new employer wouldn't be inconvenienced. She just said, "This is who I am, and this is what I bring with me," and waited to see what would happen next. I can't think that would be a problem, Madeleine said. The girl could sleep in your room. If she can understand directions, maybe she could work in the kitchen. That would keep her out of trouble anyway. If your father won't allow her to stay, I could find a place for her, Reese said. No, said Jayla. She's been through too much, and I don't want her to be separated from me. If she can't come, I can't come. And my father isn't the one who oversees the servants. I do, Madeleine said. He won't even notice that she's been added to the household. She took a deep breath and addressed Jayla. So let me go home and tell my father I have found the person I would like to engage to be my guard. I hope very much that you will have found a place for yourself in my house. Chapter 7. Pietro. Pietro stood with the other volunteers behind the long wooden table and handed out loaves of bread and wrapped rounds of cheese. At nearby tables, other workers were distributing jars of milk, containers of honey, and bags of fruit. There were strict rules about how much food to give to any one petitioner. A solitary man got a single loaf, a small jar, but a woman with 3 children clinging to her arms would receive as much as she could carry. Pietro didn't always follow the protocols. If he was approached by a hollow-cheeked teen, he bundled up extra portions and whispered, "Go outside and eat what you want, then come back through the line, and I'll give you more." This distribution center was operated by the temple, and Pietro knew Corcannon could afford to give away twice this much food and never notice the cost. It was the kind of occupation that was virtuous enough to be rewarding, but endless enough to be wearying. There was so much need. There were so many hungry mouths. How could everyone be fed? How could everyone be cared for? When he had lived in the city 10 years ago, he had rarely done a stint at the distribution centers. He had preferred the more intimate ministries, the one-on-one sessions with those who were sick in spirit, gravely ill, or broken-hearted. "It is with people that I feel my calling," he had explained to Harlow once, "and not with Corcannon himself." Of course, people had been his downfall. Well, Harlow had been his downfall. He could not resume his priestly duties, but he still felt impelled toward service, so he had settled on handing out food. It didn't satisfy him, but it did quiet that restless, questioning voice in his head that kept asking, "What are you doing here? Why did you come back?" He honestly had no idea. "It's not so bad in the mornings," said the woman who had been working on his right-hand side since they both arrived 3 hours ago. "But it gets so hot in the afternoon, and there are so many people, all needing so much. It gets harder to stand here and feel like you're doing any good." Pietro glanced up at the high ceiling, where thin lines of sunlight showed through the imperfect join of broad wooden slats. They were in an old storeroom on the border between the Catterfoil and the warehouse district. The building was completely empty except for the tables, the supplies, and the people, so it should have felt roomy and comfortable. But instead it felt cramped and dreary.
"I imagine there's the opposite problem in the winter," he said. "It's drafty and cold."
"It's worse," she agreed. "But fewer people venture out, so it's not as crowded." He glanced surreptitiously at the bracelets on her bare arms. On her left wrist, she wore a band that proclaimed her a teacher. On her right, circlets that marked her as a woman married to a woman, the mother of 2 daughters and a son.
"Do you come every week?"
he asked. "I try to. Usually my oldest daughter accompanies me, but she had other plans today." She shrugged, but her face showed disappointment.
"She might be at an age where she finds it tedious to tend to others. She wants to laugh with her friends and not think about all the sadness in the world,"
Pietro said in his most soothing voice.
"But if she has been coming here with you for any length of time, she'll remember the lesson. She'll feel it continue to pull at her. That desire to make life better for those whose need is so much greater than her own."
The woman's face relaxed into a tired smile. "I hope that's true. We try so hard to set good examples for the children, and then one of them does something cruel and shallow, and we wonder, how can we have failed so miserably?" Pietro handed 2 loaves of bread to a petitioner who couldn't have been more than 20, who carried a baby in a sling over her shoulder and held a toddler by the hand. The woman next to him carefully wrapped 2 rounds of cheese and tucked them into the mother's bag.
"You provide the foundation,"
he said, still in that gentle voice.
"You show them how to build their houses, but they forage for the material themselves, and they build their dwellings out of plaster or wood or wild, variegated stone. And you cannot stop them, and you cannot change them, and you can only help them if they ask for your assistance."
She sighed, and then she laughed. "You speak as if you have some experience, but—" She gestured at his hands, the right wrist bare of any family affiliations, the left wrist with its single twisted band. "I'm guessing you don't have children of your own?"
"No. I have spent some time working as a counselor. That is all. Though for the past 10 years, I have been a professional wanderer."
"And did you find what you were looking for in your travels?" Pietro glanced again around the large, depressing room. He had been here almost every day for the past 2 weeks, and it still didn't feel welcoming or familiar.
"I don't think so," he said. "But I'm not sure what I'm looking for."
"Do you think you'll find it in the city?"
"I hope so," he said. "It's the only place I haven't tried."
The woman left about an hour later, but Pietro stayed until the last battered supplies had been handed out. The loaves of bread flattened in the bottoms of the baskets, the clusters of grapes so crushed they were one good squeeze away from being wine. The big building was truly a furnace by now, so the last visitors moved lethargically through the lines, and the few remaining workers served them in dazed silence. It was a relief when the priest who had been overseeing operations all day finally called a halt to the proceedings.
"Thank you for your service,"
he said to the volunteers drooping at their posts.
"If you ever feel called upon to join us again, we'll welcome you."
The volunteers responded with a few unintelligible murmurs and drifted toward the exit. Pietro gathered up all the baskets he could find and carried them to the door to be collected and refilled overnight by another army of workers.
"Thank you. Most appreciated,"
said the priest as Pietro added to the growing piles.
"It's the kind of work that's never done. There's always one more task."
"Ah, well, that's the nature of life," Pietro said.
"We come to resting points, but very few true endings."
The priest laughed. His round, cheerful face made him look youthful, but Pietro guessed him to be in his 40s. His ruddy complexion and dark hair defied easy categorization, so Pietro supposed him to be some complex mixed heritage. The bracelet on his right wrist was hidden by the long sleeves of his tan robe. The band on his left wrist showed him to be a mid-ranked priest with perhaps 5 or 8 years of experience. Exactly what Pietro would expect from someone performing this particular function, since few senior priests were willing to put in the long, grueling hours supervising the distribution center. It was what Pietro had counted on when he began volunteering a week after he arrived in the city. Because, of course, any priest with 10 or more years of experience instantly would have recognized him.
"Well, I suppose there's one ending point we all reach, but we shouldn't be in a hurry to get there,"
the other man replied in a genial voice.
"I'm Stolo, by the way."
"Pietro."
"You've been here 3 days this week, at least that I've noticed,"
Stolo said, spreading his hands.
"The temple thanks you for your service. And if you're hungry, I would thank you for service by treating you to dinner."
The casual gesture had lifted his trailing sleeves and revealed the single band on his right hand. Gold, fluted with alternating swatches of gold and silver. A man who was attracted to both men and women. Not that it mattered to Pietro, who was not looking for a romantic partner, especially one so young, and who was not stupid enough to ever get involved with another priest, even if he was. Still, he tugged on his own bracelets, just in case Stolo wanted to see them, just in case the other man wanted to assimilate a few bare facts about Pietro's life before they sat down to a meal.
"I'm hungry enough to take you up on the offer," he said. "Do you know some place good to eat?"
They stayed near the warehouse district, ending up at a snug little alehouse only a few blocks away. The ceiling was low, the lighting was patchy, and the smells of meat and onions were delicious. Most of the other patrons appeared to be working men and women, who didn't care who else was there as long as no one bothered them. It seemed like the ideal spot. While they waited for their food, Stolo and Pietro talked idly and sipped mugs of beer. Pietro hadn't exactly sworn off of alcohol, but he'd indulged in it only rarely in the past few years. He had forgotten how good the rich, bitter brew could taste.
"So, your bracelet,"
Stolo said as they dug into their main course.
"You're a sojourner, on any specific kind of pilgrimage, or simply wandering?"
"Wandering, it seems."
"Where have you been?"
"Almost everywhere, I think.
Chibane to the islands, and even as far as Oraki." "And what did you discover?"
Pietro thought about that while he finished a bite of food and chased it with another swallow of beer.
"Both that people are very similar and very different," he said. "Their customs vary, their rituals. Marriage ceremonies differ from place to place, for instance. Yet people always join up in some kind of unit for the joys and rewards of companionship. Attitudes about death change from group to group, and yet everyone mourns a personal loss. I think those were the two things I saw everywhere I went. The capacity to feel love, and the capacity to feel pain."
He gestured.
"And I also witnessed the extremes of kindness and cruelty, which seem to attend love and pain wherever they can be found." "You are a philosopher,"
Stolo observed.
Not so much. A student of humanity.
Stolo grinned.
It's the same thing. What about you?
Pietro asked.
What brought you to the priesthood?
Now Stolo was the one who took time to think over his answer.
I came to it late in life,
he said at last.
In my 20s, I was a banker. I was married to a good woman. I was a dutiful son. Eventually, none of those roles satisfied me. Was it one thing that made you turn your back on all the parts of your life, or many unconnected events? It seemed like many unconnected events, but I suppose they all sprang from the same sense of dissatisfaction,
said Stolo.
My father had been a banker, and both of us had always expected that I would join him in the business. It's a good life, if you only care about powerful people. But I was more interested in the powerless, those who rarely had access to money. I advocated a new type of credit with a new type of lender.
He shrugged.
The bank wouldn't support my plan, and my father was embarrassed that I had even proposed it. We quarreled about it so often that our relationship has been deeply damaged.
I'm sorry to hear that, Pietro said.
Was your wife also uninterested in your radical notions? No, in fact, she was my strongest supporter,
Stolo answered.
But eventually it was the only thing we had in common. Anytime the conversation did not revolve around reinventing finance, we had very little to say to each other. When she confessed she had been seeing another man, my first reaction was relief. So everything came to an end for you,
Pietro said.
And then what? I obviously needed a new career, but what? I didn't have the patience to study medicine, and I didn't have the heart to study law. My cousin Danner runs a few small cargo ships out of the Corcannon harbor, and I crewed with him one summer, but I'm not cut out for a life at sea. I decided I wanted to pursue something that had meaning.
He sipped his beer.
While I thought it over, I began volunteering, and the more I worked with temple philanthropies, the more I found that my soul was soothed, that I was content.
Pietro toyed with his fork.
That does not sound, he said carefully, as if you heard a calling from Corcannon himself.
Stolo shook his head.
I had a calling to do good, and I thought I could accomplish that in the temple,
he said.
I assure you, I am not the only man who has joined the order because he thought he could achieve some goal other than serving the god.
When Pietro looked inquiring, Stolo went on.
Some are like me. They are looking for ways to give their lives meaning. Some are schemers who see that sacred power and secular power go hand in hand, and they want more of that power for themselves.
Pietro leaned back in his chair and regarded Stolo with a smile. Maybe alcohol had loosened the younger man's tongue, or maybe he felt it was safe to share his unguarded thoughts with someone outside the holy orders. Then again, Pietro had spent a lifetime inducing people to confide in him. He had heard more than his fair share of secrets over the years.
I take it you have little liking for that latter group.
None, said Stolo.
But, I suppose, like any profession, the priesthood needs those with a talent for organization, for managing wealth, training the next generation, and running the city. So while I might feel disdain for those who crave power and prestige, those are the very men who will lead the priesthood in a decade or two. Or sooner,
Pietro said.
I understand the current High Divine is very old. 80 or thereabouts,
Stolo confirmed.
But I hear no rumors of his ill health. Do you like him? Very much. Harlow is a consummate politician, no doubt about it. Yet there is never any suggestion that he wants power for its own sake. Now, the secretary of the sanctuary, he's the kind of man who enjoys controlling other people, all while pretending like he's just acting in their best interests. But Harlow is genuine. He really does care about the good of the city. He works tirelessly on its behalf.
Pietro waited until the pain around his heart subsided.
He sounds admirable. Not that I have many direct dealings with him, of course. I have met him maybe a dozen times, and I would be very surprised if he remembered me.
Pietro would be more surprised if Harlow didn't remember him. Harlow remembered everyone and everything. It was his great strength as a leader, that ability to keep track of people and incidents that others might consider inconsequential. Anyway, Harlow had always had an eye for a handsome man, or a charismatic one. The High Divine definitely would have noted Stolo's fresh face and general exuberance.
Maybe next time you see him, you should do something memorable,
Pietro suggested.
Then he might elevate you to his inner circle. Oh, he has plenty of others in that circle already.
Pietro raised his eyebrows as if intrigued by a little light gossip.
A lover or two? One. At least that's what everybody says.
And that remark caused its own pain, though the news was hardly a surprise.
Not one of those power-hungry priests, I hope. He doesn't seem to be. Quiet, a little intense, very handsome.
Stolo grinned.
I mean, I can certainly see why Harlow would favor him.
Pietro simply couldn't bear talking any longer about Harlow's possible lovers. So he changed the topic with no attempt at subtlety.
So I understand there are ranks within the priesthood, he said. Which one have you achieved so far? The third rank,
Stolo said proudly,
which included, just the other day, a tour of every level of the temple. There are levels in the temple?
Pietro repeated, as if he didn't know.
I've only seen the sanctuary on the ground floor, where the public rituals are held. There are several levels below it,
Stolo confirmed.
One is divided into small cells where priests can go to retreat for days at a time, though I would feel like I was suffocating if I was underground for that long. Another one is mainly used for storage, and you can find the most amazing things down there.
Stolo drew a deep breath.
But below that, there is this cavern that seems to have been carved out of the bedrock of the city, and the only thing in it is this strange metal device. Leno, who gave me the tour, said it was the holiest artifact in the city. He said it was the instrument that Corcannon used to bind the scattered lands together. I never heard of such a thing,
Pietro said, which was another lie.
I'd like to see it someday. I was supposed to receive my own key as part of my investiture, so I can go down to the lower level and meditate whenever I want,
said Stolo.
But Leno told me they'd stop making new keys, so I'll only get my own when someone dies. Well, I can hardly root for that, can I? But if I ever earn my own key, I'll take you to see the god's device.
That invitation was what Pietro had been angling for during this whole conversation. But by the time Stolo was in a position to follow through, Pietro was pretty sure it would be too late. Nonetheless, he smiled and held out his hand.
It's a deal.
Stolo's clasp was firm.
And until that day, you'll still keep volunteering at the food bank?
I will.
Then I'll see you the next time I pull that duty.
Pietro nodded.
I'll look forward to it.
Stolo was not at the distribution center when Pietro returned the next day, so Pietro didn't linger after the food was handed out. But he found equally interesting company awaiting him when he made it back to his rented rooms that evening.
Cody!
He exclaimed when he spotted the courier lounging outside his door.
I wondered if you would go to the trouble of tracking me down.
Cody grinned and pushed himself away from the wall where he was leaning.
I found you a day after you moved in,
he said matter-of-factly.
I've been by a couple of times, but you weren't home. Come on in. I think I can scrape together a meal if you're hungry.
I'm always hungry, The rooms were low-ceilinged and cramped, but since Pietro had no furniture except for the few pieces that came with the rent, the space wasn't unbearably crowded. Rather, it was shadowy and hot, though candles took care of the first problem. An open window didn't do much to help the second one. Pietro rummaged in the small kitchen while Cody looked around with a critical eye. "Do you need me to find you a table? And some chairs? I know shops where you could get them cheap." "Maybe, if I stay here long enough," Pietro said, cutting up fruit and unwrapping a portion of cooked meat. "I keep thinking I'll find better quarters someday. I just haven't figured out where." "If you tell me how much you can afford, I can tell you the best places in the city." Pietro grinned at him over his shoulder. "You are an invaluable source of information." Cody grinned back. "That's my job." In a few minutes, Pietro had assembled a couple of plates of food and brought them out to the main room. There was nowhere to sit except the rug, but Cody sank to the floor without even bothering to grimace. Pietro had the feeling that all experiences were roughly equal to Cody. What he cared about was having those experiences, no matter how uncomfortable or unconventional. "So, you came looking for me a while back?" Pietro asked. "Did you need something?" Cody shook his head and talked around a mouthful of food. "Nope, I just like knowing where people are." "Do you know where Jayla is?" "Sure, she found a job right away." "And Aussen is with her?" "She is." He did not, Pietro noted with some relief, volunteer any information about where, exactly, Jayla might be employed. He wondered what Cody would say if Pietro asked for the details. "I'd like to look them up and see how they're doing." But surely Jayla would have warned Cody not to share that information with Pietro. There was a closed, cautious expression on Cody's open face. He knew he was supposed to keep this secret. "It occurs to me I don't know where you live," Pietro said. He munched on a piece of fruit and surveyed his visitor, trying to guess. "Not with your parents. Not by yourself in some tiny place like this one." Cody grinned again. "Nope. Big old converted warehouse on the edge of the Catterfoil. About 10 couriers live there at any one time, so it's a lively place." "Ah, I can instantly picture you there in a building teeming with life. You do not seem like a man who is drawn to solitude or peace." Cody shook his head. "I like it when stuff is going on." "Do you come from a large family? Is that why you like all the noise and chaos?" "Yes, 8 brothers and sisters in a very small house. Everyone else liked it better when the older ones started clearing out, but I thought it was lonelier." "Are you still on good terms with your family?" He nodded. "All of them. I have a sister and brother who are couriers too. My sister lives in the warehouse with me." "Sounds like a good life." Cody shrugged. "It is, but running the cables is a young man's job. My brother and I have been talking about starting a business, a formal service that contracts with a few big firms to carry all their messages. We could build a dorm to house the workers, earn money on rent as well as on the commissions." He shrugged again. "Maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't, but we talk about it." "It sounds very enterprising," said Pietro, "and very smart. So what are you planning to do?" Pietro sighed. "Still working that out." Cody watched him with unabashed curiosity, but didn't ask any more pointed questions. "You've been keeping busy, though. At least you've been gone a lot." Pietro nodded. "Volunteering at a food distribution center." He smiled. "A bit more formal and organized, but essentially the same work you and I did when we were trapped on the other side of the canyon." "Working at a center that the temple runs, or one of the other ones?" "I didn't even know there were other ones." Cody nodded. "Sure. There are a couple on the eastern edges of the city. They're a little rougher, and they run out of food quicker. But people go there who'd never walk into the temple." I'll have to check them out, Pietro said. He gave Cody a closer inspection. Is there anywhere in the city you haven't been, or couldn't get to? Cody laughed. I'd be surprised. Pietro leaned his back against the rough wall. There's a place someone mentioned the other day, a room, 3 levels beneath the main temple where there's some holy relic left by Corcannon. There is, Cody said. I've only seen it once. But you've been there, and seen it with your own eyes. When Cody nodded, Pietro added, Now I am impressed. Cody grinned. Well, I wasn't supposed to be there, and I only went because I was told I couldn't. I'd been out drinking with a few other guys, and there were runners from another part of town, and we got into a pissing match about who'd done what and gone where. And someone said no one could get into that room, and I said I could, and my brother said he could, and then after that we sort of had to do it. Of course you did, Pietro murmured. Overconfident and reckless. What an inconvenient kind of male pride. It was fun. But I was under the impression that you need a key to get into the bottom levels. You do. And you have one? Cody's whole face was alight with laughter. Pietro supposed this was his favorite sort of conversation. I have a copy of the key, but it works. So, what would induce you? If I said I wanted to see this room for myself, would you? Sure. Take me to see it? You would? Sure, Cody said again. What would you charge me? Cody considered. I might do it for free. I'd like to see it again. But if you get caught, well, I don't think they'd do anything except throw me out of the temple. What if you get caught? He said it so lightly, so casually. It was possible to think he didn't realize what a heavy question it was. But Pietro thought Cody had a pretty good idea that the stakes were high, though he didn't know why. I imagine I would have a lot of questions to answer, Pietro replied. Might be worth it, though. Might be. Pietro thought it over. Yes, definitely worth it. If you'll take me, I want to go. Sure. When? I don't suppose you have the key with you tonight, so we can go before I lose my nerve. For an answer, Cody reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring hung with a truly remarkable collection of keys. He flipped through them rapidly, frowned over one especially ornate example, but then shook his head. I'm afraid not, but I could bring it tomorrow. Pietro was momentarily distracted from his main purpose. What, he said, are you doing with all of those? I feel certain they were not obtained legally. Cody was laughing again. Well, some of them were. Clients who hire me to make regular deliveries often give me keys to their homes or offices. But in other cases, he shrugged. It happens all the time. People flag me down and give me a package and say, the gate is unlocked, or someone will be at home to let you in. And the gate isn't unlocked, and no one is at home. And I can either waste half a day going back to the client for new instructions, or I simply take care of the situation with the tools I have. No harm done. Do you make a replica of every key you've ever had in your possession? Well, I do, but I probably don't have to. There are 4 pretty basic skeleton keys, and if you have them, you can get in most everywhere you need to. 4 quarters, 4 bridges, 4 keys, 4 hearts, Pietro recited. Cody just looked at him. What? Pietro sighed and cast his eyes toward the ceiling. No one reads the classics anymore, he said plaintively. Then, more briskly, it's a line from Aliceta Kisadel's masterpiece about the city of Corcannon. He could see Cody trying to figure it out. I get the 4 bridges. I guess the 4 quarters are the loops of the caterfoil,
Yes, or the 4 quadrants of the city. The author wasn't specific. What are the keys supposed to be? Love of people, love of knowledge, love of nature, and love of God. Cody looked unconvinced. Well, maybe. And the hearts? The 4 main characters of the book. Huh. But we stray from our primary topic, Pietro said, which is what kind of key a person might need to get inside the temple. A skeleton won't do it, Cody answered. For that, you need the real thing, or a really good copy. Which you have. Which I have. Pietro took a deep breath. Well, I'm free tomorrow if you are, but I'm new at criminal activity, he said. Is it better to go in boldly during the day when anyone might see us, or try to sneak in at night? Daytime, I think, Cody said. There are a lot more people around, but no one's paying attention. At night, you just look guilty, even if you're not. All right, then. Should we meet at the temple tomorrow, say around 3? Sounds good. Pietro put his hand to his heart. I'm actually terrified. It'll be fun.
Chapter 8. Pietro. Fun wasn't the word at the top of Pietro's mind the following day as he waited for Cody at the temple. It was an unexpectedly gloomy afternoon, the sun taking cover behind a towering bank of clouds, so the white walls did not glitter with their usual blinding shine. Still, the tall, graceful building was soaked with such accumulated light that it seemed to gleam beneath the pewter skies. Pietro had arrived an hour early because he could not stay away. Since he had arrived in the city, he had felt the pull of this building, this entire complex. It had exerted a pressure on his body so strong that any time he walked within a half-mile of its boundaries, he could feel his bones bending in that direction. He had, until today, managed to fight that urgent longing. He had traveled miles out of his way to avoid any route that would take him past this spot. He had eschewed the Catterfoil altogether, forfeiting any chance to frequent its shops and restaurants. But now, here he was, just outside those familiar walls, and the insistent drag of desire had almost lifted him off his feet to carry him inside without his physical volition. To distract himself, he made a game of studying the dozens of people who came and went through the temple doors. Those 2 men looked to be lovers, who might be reserving a date for their marriage. That solitary woman, stooped and shuffling, could be coming to pray for her husband's recovery from illness. The couple with the 3 children were clearly tourists, taking in the grandest sight the city had to offer. It was easy to spot the priests, garbed in their robes of ivory and tan, with Catterfoil patterns embroidered along their collars and sleeves. Their heads were bare, their faces serene. Pietro stayed some distance from the entrance, deep in the shadow of a nearby building, so that no one entering or leaving the temple was likely to notice him. But this meant he was too far away to see faces clearly. From this distance, he thought there were 1 or 2 priests he could identify by their silhouettes. By the features, he could almost make out. Anyone he recognized would surely recognize him. He had taken some pains to appear anonymous. He had donned the trousers and rough cotton shirt that a working man would wear, and he'd put on a soft cap to cover his hair and shadow his face. Still, anyone who took a close look at him, anyone who knew him, would not find this much of a disguise. But no one would be expecting to see him today, in the temple, in the city. And wasn't expectation half the requirement for recognition? One day in the islands, Pietro had come across a merchant he'd known well back when he lived in the city. They'd stared at each other a good 3 minutes before either of them could recall the other's name. And Pietro didn't plan to stare at anyone for even half that long.
If he could manage it, he wouldn't make eye contact with anyone. "Here you are," said Cody, stepping up beside him. "I thought maybe you'd changed your mind." "No," Pietro said. "This is something I need to see." "Then let's go in." They crossed the wide flat apron of stone that fanned out from the open doors, passed under the tall lintel, and stepped inside. It was like color suddenly developed a voice and burst into song inside Pietro's head. Every surface of the interior was alive with vibrant hues, worked into stone mosaics, crafted from heavy fabrics, painted on walls and screens and furniture and doors. It should have seemed like a wild cacophony, but instead it felt like a joyous symphony, with many disparate parts melded into a glorious, harmonic whole. Pietro had always thought the colors were shouting, "See how amazing the world can be?" He had felt an instant uplift every time he walked into this whirling, chaotic, gorgeous place. Cody was looking around with a more critical eye. "I always think I'd get a headache if I were here too long," he remarked. "You don't like all the color?" "I do, but there's a lot of it." "You get used to it." Pietro paused long enough to glance around, simply enjoying the pleasing proportions of this grand space. Topping that distant ceiling was a cupola constructed almost entirely of stained glass, which admitted enough jeweled sunlight to paint gaudy patterns on the tiled floor. The roof was supported by a ring of grooved columns that formed a huge circle in the center of the round temple. Each column was so thick it would take 2 or 3 people to put their arms around it, and each one was adorned with streamers of gold or crimson. Most of the activity of the temple occurred within that ring of columns, directly under that flamboyant glass. In one quadrant were rows of heavy wooden pews facing a central dais. No officiant was leading a service right now, but plenty of visitors were sitting on the benches, or talking to priests, or visiting with each other, or merely looking around. In another quadrant was a small fountain enclosed by a circular bench. As usual, 6 people bent over the low lip of the basin, scooping up water to sip from their hands or splash on their faces. The rest of the central space was mostly open, except for the occasional slim statue or ornate candelabra, and the constant parade of people crossing it to peer at treasures scattered throughout the temple. Many of those could be found in the shadowed perimeter of the building that lay between the curved outer walls and the inset circle of pillars. They included more fountains, paintings on easels, carved and gold-leafed wooden cabinets, statuary of all sizes and materials, chairs so elaborate that no one had the nerve to sit on them, and 10-foot-high ornamental shrubs planted in pots the size of wine barrels. A visitor could spend a whole day here and not have time to examine each item in detail. "That's always been my favorite thing in the temple," Cody said. He was pointing toward the far wall, marked as off-limits by a discreet rope fence and a stern temple guard. The entire surface, floor to ceiling, consisted of some reflective metal incised with a complex landscape of ocean, mountain, forest, and sunset. None of the city's learned scientists had ever been able to identify the metal used for the base. None of the contemporary artists understood the method that had been used to transfer the materials to the substrate. The temple records showed that the artwork had been in place since the building had been constructed 1,000 years ago. "Yes, that's an impressive piece," Pietro said. "The story goes that it was created by Corcannon himself. He mined the ore and smelted it by hand, and spread the molten material over the wall and traced the designs with his fingertips. No one has been able to replicate any part of the installation, from the metal to the dyes." Cody eyed the huge mural with more respect and a bit of speculation. "How can that be?" Pietro smiled.
He's a god. He can do whatever he likes.
Cody resettled his weight and did a slow, casual pivot.
The door we want, he said in an undervoice, is over there, behind the pillar that's closest to the statue of the kneeling woman. I'd say we should stroll around the whole place, pausing to look at paintings and sculptures, then spend a little time looking at the kneeling woman. When it seems like no one is watching, we'll just step behind the pillar and open the door.
Pietro nodded, as if his heart wasn't beating too fast for him to take a breath.
Let's do it, he said.
Accordingly, they began a slow pilgrimage around the interior of the building. Pietro had to admit he didn't look too closely at the objects he was supposed to be admiring. He was always half-turned toward that central dais, keeping an eye on the crowd, trying to keep track of how many priests were mingling with the parishioners, and how many might be taking note of them. But he only spotted 5 priests, all of them deep in conversation with very somber-looking visitors, and none of them seemed to have any attention left for sightseers bent on mischief. Even the temple guard appeared to ignore anyone who didn't draw too close to Corcanon's masterpiece. Cody and Pietro spent what seemed like an hour memorizing the features of the kneeling woman.
No one's looking this way,
Cody breathed.
I'm just going to slide into the shadow of the pillar and unlock the door. You stay where you are until I wave you over.
Pietro nodded because he couldn't speak. As naturally as fog lifting, Cody eased away and drifted out of sight. Pietro shifted his body so he could simultaneously watch the door and observe the broad open spaces of the temple. The guard was frowning at a small boy who clutched the rope barrier and stared with longing at the god's landscape. 2 of the priests were conferring with a concerned-looking man. Another comforted a sobbing woman. 2 others sat with their backs to Pietro, holding intense conversations with petitioners. A flutter caught his eye, and he looked over to see Cody waving from the half-open door. Keeping all his attention on the interior of the temple, Pietro sidled backward blindly until he felt Cody grab his arm. They hurriedly ducked through the door and shut it behind them.
I can't believe that worked,
Pietro whispered. His heart was hammering so hard that he could feel his heavy pulse at his throat, at his elbows, in his palms.
I can't even believe your key worked.
The door had led them to a dark hallway that appeared as if it might circle the entire perimeter of the temple. The only light came from widely spaced opalescent discs set in the walls at irregular intervals. More of God's handiwork, or at least Pietro had never learned what material was used to keep the sconces perpetually lit. They could be found in every tunnel and chamber of the entire complex.
We still have a lot of turns to take,
Cody said, his voice just as quiet.
And anybody we run into will know we don't belong. Do you know the rest of the way?
Cody nodded.
Pretty sure. After I've been somewhere once, I can always find my way back. Then let's go.
The route was straightforward enough, if nerve-wracking to navigate. The hallway curved invitingly ahead of them, but Cody only followed it for a few feet before he used the same key to unlock another door. It led to a steep stairwell lit by only a single glowing disc. They followed it down and exited into another hallway. The minute they emerged, they could hear the low buzz of voices, and they both froze. This corridor ran perpendicular to the upper one, seeming to lead right back under the temple itself. It was much wider and more welcoming than the hallway above, with more lights and a few decorative touches to soften the bleak stone walls. It was lined with closed doors along either side, and the voices were coming from behind some of the nearest ones.
I was told that this level was where priests would go for retreat and meditation,
Pietro murmured in Cody's ear.
While they're at their prayers, it should be safe for us to slip by.
They glided down the hall, scarcely daring to breathe. Pietro cursed his heavy, sensible boots, but he managed to set each foot down with a minimum of noise. Cody made no sound at all. It seemed like they had traversed the entire width of the temple 3 times over by the time they finally made it to the end of the hallway. Cody's invaluable key unlocked that door, too, and they both sagged with relief when they ducked into another shadowy stairwell. "It was nighttime last time I did this," Cody said, "and no one was awake singing." "And you were drunk, so you weren't too nervous," Pietro retorted. Cody grinned. "I was drunk the night I said I'd do it, dead sober when I was walking these halls." Pietro took a deep breath. "Shall we go on?" Cody nodded, and down they went again. This time, the door opened onto one huge round space as big as the entire temple, but much less appealing. The ceiling was barely a foot above Pietro's head, and the supporting pillars were squat and unadorned. The area was crammed with piles of cloth, stacks of furniture, wooden crates, and unidentifiable shapes that loomed menacingly in the cool light of the phosphorescent discs. "Storage," Pietro said. "Wouldn't think anyone would be down here unless he was looking for something specific." Cody snorted. "Wouldn't think he could find it, even if he was. Look at this mess." "I don't care about the mess. Where's the door?" Again, they had to cross the entire space to find the exit at the other end of the room. Pietro had completely lost track of where they might be in relation to the first door they'd entered a couple of levels up. Cody's key made a metallic scraping sound, but the door didn't open. "Stuck," Cody grunted, and began gently rocking the key in the lock. Pietro felt his heart seize up again. To have made it this far undetected, only to meet some impassable barrier. "Can you pick it?" "No, can you?" Cody retorted, still teasing the key back and forth. "Shouldn't have to. It worked last time." "Maybe someone changed the locks. Maybe that's how they keep the place secure. Or maybe no one comes down here very often and it's rusty. Ah!" Pietro felt a rush of excitement as he heard the tumblers falling, and the door made a low, groaning protest as Cody swung it open. They cautiously stepped through, entering a stairway that was barely more than a jagged fault in the stone of the mountain. The narrow, unnerving downward spiral was more of a ramp than a series of steps. The discs of light emitted such weak illumination that Pietro couldn't tell the color of the rock that made up this sloping tunnel. He was immeasurably grateful when, after rummaging in his pocket, Cody produced a flash of light that modulated into a steady glow. "You brought a chem light," Pietro said. "I remembered this part from my last trip," Cody said. "This time I wanted to be able to see." They carefully felt their way down the curving path. The air felt thin and dusty, as if very little of it filtered down through the layers of heavy stone. Maybe that was why Pietro was having trouble breathing. Maybe there was another reason. The tunnel abruptly ended in a cramped well of space guarded by a heavy wooden door. "If I remember right, it's not even locked," Cody murmured and pushed on the handle. The door creaked open, swinging inward. Cody hesitated for a second before stepping through, Pietro at his heels. Just across the threshold, they stopped and looked around. They were in a dim chamber faintly lit by 3 more of those iridescent discs. It was approximately rectangular in shape, maybe 8 feet high, 12 feet lengthwise, 8 feet across. But the walls were so rough that outcroppings and protrusions destroyed any sense of symmetry. Pietro could almost imagine that the chisel and hammer marks were still visible in the stone, that the work of hacking out this small cell was still in progress. It would be a relief if it was wider, taller, more open. It felt too narrow, too confined. In the middle of the room, skulking under the unnatural light, squatted a stone structure a little more than knee-high, a solid base topped with a wide, shallow bowl. The basin was largely obscured by a spoked metal wheel that lay flat across it, as if it had fallen from a passing carriage. An ancient pitcher sat on the floor in front of the base, completely black from tarnish. "So here we are," said Cody. "What's so important about this place?" Pietro stepped close enough to touch the wheel, though he didn't. A plain metal handle had been welded to one spot on the rim, clearly inviting someone to wrap his hand around it and tug the circle into motion. "That's the question, of course," Pietro said. The thin air or the close walls robbed his voice of any resonance. He sounded strange to himself. "What exactly is this shrine used for?" "Don't you know?" Cody asked. "You seem to know a lot of other things." "This is still mysterious to me." Which was true. To some extent. Mostly because what he thought to be true was unbelievable. Cody crowded up next to him. "I wonder what would happen if I spun the wheel." "My guess is you would find it impossible to budge." Cody curled his fingers around the welded metal handle. When Pietro didn't protest, Cody pulled gently, and when that had no effect, pulled harder. In a few moments, Cody had wrapped both hands around the handle, braced his feet against the uneven floor, and was straining with all his weight to force the wheel to turn. But it didn't shift by a fraction of an inch. "Might be soldered in place," Cody panted. "It doesn't give it all." "That's what I expected." Cody gave up and began wandering around the small space, inspecting each of the discs of light and running his fingers down a few of the raw scrapes visible in the stone. "Hey, look at this," he said, fitting his palm to a spot on one of the shorter walls. "This looks like a handprint. See this? Like someone put his hand to the stone and pushed, and it left a mark." Pietro came over to see for himself. His own hand was too large to fit inside the mold, his fingers too long and his palm too broad. "The story I heard was that Corcannon and Dar were arguing. She was so angry that she slammed her hand against the mountainside, and she left behind a perfect imprint." "Well, I suppose a goddess can do anything." "Except stop a god," Pietro said. "Dar ruled Chibane and Murata until Corcannon showed up." "But then she married him," Cody said. "So it worked out all right for her in the end." "I suppose." Cody was looking around again. "There's nothing else to see. How long do you want to stay down here? I'm starting to feel like the place is haunted or something." "I agree," Pietro said. "I've observed enough. Let's see if we can get out of here with as much stealth as we employed to get in." The journey upward seemed both faster and less perilous, though they faced the same hazards and checkpoints. No one challenged them at any turn. Cody meticulously locked every door behind them, and they stepped with relief back into the gaudy confines of the temple. "It seems easier to breathe up here," Cody said. "Probably just my imagination." "Maybe," Pietro said, "but I'm imagining the same thing." "Not even the guards seem to have noticed where we went," Cody said with satisfaction. "I told you we could pull this off." "I will feel more like a success once we've left the temple and no one has come after us to arrest us," Pietro said. Cody laughed, but they wasted no time crossing to the main door and exiting. After the time spent in the dark underground and the vivid sanctuary, the overcast skies outside seemed both dull and soothing. Once they were a block away from the temple and no one had challenged them, Cody and Pietro paused to suck in several deep breaths. Pietro still felt like his heart was racing, and he wasn't sure it would ever again resume its accustomed pace.
but he smiled as if everything was fine.
"Thank you so much for taking me on this adventure," he exclaimed. "I know you said you would do it just for fun, but I still feel like I owe you something. A meal, if nothing else."
"I'd take a meal," Cody said. "But not tonight. I've got a job to get to in about an hour."
"Some other time, then."
"And I was glad to go," Cody added. "Glad to see it again. Though, it's funny."
"What is?"
"I thought it would be bigger. I thought it was bigger last time I was there." Pietro felt his heart stop, simply pause in its accelerated rhythm and crouch there, quivering in horror.
"Really? How much bigger?"
Cody spread his arms in an inadequate attempt to convey a sense of space.
"I thought it was more like a square last time. It's like some of the walls are closing in."
He dropped his hands.
"But that's ridiculous, isn't it?"
So it hadn't been Pietro's imagination. It hadn't been his faulty memory. The chamber really had shrunk in size. The walls really had moved closer. Over what period of time? Was it years, or was it months? Were they still moving? What would happen when they finally ground together, crushing the tool of the god between them? How much time was left? Chapter 9. Brandon. Brandon stood for a long time outside the mansion, just staring. It looked much like every other house on Council Row, with its clean lines, its gracious proportions, its self-contained secretiveness. There was no way to know from the outside what it might hide on the inside. Not that he had entered any of the other houses along this street, in this part of town. He'd just heard stories the other guards had told about the times they had accompanied one of the priests on their visits to wealthy parishioners. Nothing much to look at on the outside, but inside it was like a flower market had exploded. Cordelon strike me dead if there weren't plants growing on the ceiling.
Gold leaf on every wall and every pillar and every banister. So bright in there, I thought I might go blind.
Stark, nothing but black and white tile anywhere you looked. He had not, until he pulled this assignment, strayed too often into this part of town during his 2 years in Corcannon. He had been hired on by the Temple Guard within a week of arriving, a stroke of great fortune that had colored all his days. Good pay, good accommodations, and a ready-made cadre of companions. They teased him for being a country boy, but at least half of the other soldiers came from the more rural parts of Chibane and Maratta. City men didn't often sign up to be fighters. They wanted to better themselves in other ways. Brandon had had plenty of interesting tasks since he'd been hired, providing an honor guard for the High Divine when he made public appearances, patrolling the temple complex at night to keep looters at bay, accompanying the purser when he visited the bank to withdraw funds to cover another week's worth of operating expenses. But this job would be like none of those. For one thing, it was a semi-permanent posting. He would be living here, in this house, for the next 6 months, along with 2 other temple guards who would be sharing the duty with him. For another, he would be guarding a woman who rarely had visitors and never left the premises and could not be left unattended for a single minute. The sergeant who made the assignment hadn't been forthcoming with details, merely telling Brandon when and where to report. Brandon had ventured to ask a single question.
Am I keeping this woman safe, or am I keeping her a prisoner?
And the sergeant had simply answered,
Both.
Brandon had packed his gear and taken one of the chuggers to the northwestern edge of town, trying not to gawk at all the big houses as they went by. How much money would a man need to have in order to own a place like this? 1 year of upkeep would probably cost more than Brandon would make in a lifetime.
6 months of living in such a house would make a memory that could also be measured by a lifetime, Brandon thought. Now that he had arrived at his destination, he took a long time just to get his bearings. The house sat on spacious grounds, maybe twice as big as the properties of most of the nearby houses. The lawn was not particularly well tended, being largely given over to shrubs and vines that were a few half-hearted pruning attempts from taking over. Like many of the other rich estates, it was enclosed by an ornamental iron fence. Unlike the other borders, this one looked like it would actually keep an intruder out. The thick bars were too slick to easily grasp, too high to easily climb, too close together to permit even a child to squeeze through. They were also topped with sharp finials that could probably slice a man's hand right open. Even so, Brandon thought, the fence wouldn't be impossible to breach with the right tools. He was pretty sure he could make it over if he wanted to badly enough. But a pampered rich woman without proper training would probably find it an insurmountable barrier. The tall gate was locked, as he had been warned, so he pulled on the rope that should set off a bell in the interior. A moment later, the heavily carved front door swung open to admit a stocky young woman dressed, like Brandon, in the dark blue livery of a temple guard. She was of average height and athletic build, and she moved with the lithe assurance of a dancer or a fighter. Her hair was a muddy brown, and her skin the indeterminate color he had come to associate with someone of mixed heritage. "You're the new guard?" she said as she approached the gate. He showed her the gold bracelet on his left wrist. It was stamped with the temple's caterfoil pattern, interrupted in 4 spots by the crossed swords that denoted his status as a soldier. Next to it, he still wore his guild bracelet, incised with another series of crossed blades. The woman flashed her own jewelry, a matching temple cuff and a guild bracelet showing a higher rank. "I'm Finley," she said. "Brandon." She nodded. "That's the name they told us." She unlocked the gate to let him in, then locked it behind him. "You'll have your own key so you can come and go," she said as they strolled up the walk. "Only when you're due for a day off, of course." "What's the schedule then? Sergeant didn't say." "There's 3 of us here. 2 have to be on the premises at all times. We generally pull 12-hour shifts. 1 on guard, 1 as backup, though he can be sleeping. The 3rd one can be gone when he's not guard or backup, but he still has to be ready to take his turn on the next shift." They had arrived at the front door, which had swung shut upon her exit. She did not immediately reach to open it again. "Mostly we stick around 3 or 4 days in a row, but then one of us will get restless and take the night off, leaving the other 2 behind." Brandon nodded. He was sure there was a constant trade-off between staying sharp, which meant not wandering away during those off-duty stretches, and not going mad from boredom. "How often do the guards change over? I was told it was a 6-month posting." "That's about average. There have been a couple who only stayed a month." She made a face. "Or a week." Brandon raised his eyebrows. "She's that bad then? The woman we're watching." Finley rested her hip against the door and settled in for a little gossip. "Her name's Villette Rowan, though we only ever address her as Dona." It was the common honorific for wealthy women, though Brandon had never had cause to address anyone by the respectful term. "Oh, she's all right. Keeps to herself mostly, but she's always courteous when she speaks to any of us, and I've never lived in a place so grand." Her hand made a sweeping gesture toward the walls. "But?" Finley grinned. "I don't see the attraction myself, but apparently the lady is so appealing that half the soldiers fall in love with her and want to set her free. That's why the postings are always temporary, so she won't have time to win over some fresh new farm boy who's so dazzled by her smile he'll do anything she asks." "Maybe they should stop hiring men to watch her." Finley laughed. Oh, they tried that. Brought in a set of female guards with gold all over their bracelets, who swore they'd never in their lives lusted after a woman. But Villette won them over in a matter of weeks. The story goes that they were going to help her escape until the High Divine got wind of their plot. She grinned at him. So you just be careful any time you're alone with her. Brandon couldn't tell how much of this story was true, and how much was Finley just spinning wild tales to see if he'd fall for them. All he said was, "Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. How long have you been here?" Finley finally tugged the door open. "About 2 months. I think Natter's been here almost 4 months. They like to rotate the guards a lot, to make sure none of us get too friendly, to make sure 2 of us don't start an alliance against the 3rd. Brandon felt his eyebrows rise again, but all he said was, "Lot of precautions." "Yeah," said Finley. "It makes you wonder why she's so special." "You don't know?" Finley shook her head. "All I know is that she's not supposed to leave, and no one's supposed to see her without the temple's consent." "Hard way for her to live," Brandon commented as he followed her inside. "Then she shouldn't have done whatever she's done." Brandon had no answer for that, because he was too busy looking around. The atrium that opened off the doorway was the most elegant place he'd ever seen. There was none of the garish brightness he'd heard about, just stone walls in a shade of aged ivory, banners and floral arrangements of a soothing dusty blue, floor tiles picked out in patterns of cerulean and bronze. A thin floral scent drifted through the air. The skylights overhead admitted shafts of filtered gold. Tall archways heightened the impression of airiness. A spiraling staircase added to the elegance. It might have been the most restful architectural spot Brandon had ever seen. "It's pretty, isn't it?" Finley said. "The garden's just as nice." She gestured toward one of the archways. "It's out through there. Villette spends all her time in the garden when the weather's nice. Even when it's cold, she's out there. That's what the winter guards told me." "I guess she feels less like she's in a prison if she's outside." Finley shrugged. "I guess. Come on, I'll show you your room." She headed toward an archway directly across the atrium from the garden, speaking over her shoulder. "Most houses like this, the guards and the servants sleep on the upper floors, and the lower level is full of parlors and dining halls and public rooms. But Villette doesn't do any entertaining, and the guards always have to be at the ready, so the downstairs rooms have been converted to bedrooms." She stopped in front of a polished wooden door and pushed it open to reveal a large chamber, flooded with light from a window that stretched from the ceiling to the floor. The narrow bed and wide chest of drawers were so incidental to the space that they looked like furniture someone had accidentally left behind. "You could house a battalion in here," Brandon remarked. "You could, but you have it all to yourself. Better enjoy it, 'cause you'll never bunk so solitary again as long as you're with the temple." "And your room is just as big?" "And just as empty. Here, drop your gear and I'll show you around." The rest of the ground level held more bedrooms, a kitchen, a laundry, and a parlor where the lady could meet with a few approved temple visitors who might arrive. The second story consisted of a series of bedrooms, all of them furnished, though only one was occupied. "And you aren't permitted to enter Villette's," Finley said, though she showed him the other rooms. All of them were busily furnished with generous beds and upholstered chairs and tables and bookcases and armoires. Each room had a silent, haunted air that Brandon found increasingly unnerving as they continued their tour. "How long has she lived here all alone?" he asked. "Did other people used to live here with her?" "I don't know. I never asked." "It just seems... I've never seen such a lonely place." Finley shrugged.
I guess. Do you want to walk around the third floor? That's where the cook and the maid and the gardener have their rooms.
Might as well. I need to know the layout of the whole house, in case there's ever trouble.
Finley nodded approvingly. I usually make at least one pass a day upstairs, just because. The upper story was utilitarian and spare, though the harmonious blue and cream colors continued even on this level. Brandon noted the placement of the windows, gauged whether it would be possible to leap from the skylights to the third-floor balcony if someone happened to breach the roof, and leaned over the banister to assess how hard the drop would be from this level to the ground.
Might not kill yourself, but you'd break something,
he decided. Finley nodded. To do it safely, you'd need to slide down a rope. She pointed to one of the closed doors. There's one in that room. No one sleeps there, so we've stashed a few supplies.
That was smart.
Wish I could say it was my idea. The tour completed, they headed back to the kitchen, where the household staff members were sitting around a scarred wooden table, finishing up a noon meal. Finley made brisk introductions in a tone that made it clear the guards and the servants had only the most cursory dealings with each other. The housekeeper and gardener both appeared to be in their 60s, sturdily built, but hardly physical threats, which Brandon supposed was why they'd been hired. The maid might have been in her 20s and looked thin as a newel post, so she presented no menace either. Eat something, get settled in your room. Then maybe you should nap if you feel like it, Finley instructed him. New man always takes the 9 to 9 shift for the first week, so you need to be wide awake by sundown.
All right,
said Brandon. He was hungry, so a meal sounded good, but he'd never been less sleepy in his life. He settled at the table, and Finley sat across from him. The cook silently brought him a plate of food, and he tucked in.
Any protocols for how to spend the night watch?
He asked.
Any particular patrol pattern? Inside and outside?
Finley shook her head. Natter usually prowls around. I mostly sit in the atrium. You can see, and hear, most points in the house from there. I get up every hour or so and walk the perimeter. Sometimes I go upstairs. Sometimes I go outside. Sometimes I don't bother. She filched a crust of bread from his plate. I'm back up tonight, so if there's any trouble, you wake me up first.
Is there ever any trouble?
Finley shook her head again. Not since I've been here. Not that I've ever heard of. No one's ever tried to break in. Which meant there was only a guard on Villette Rowan because she wanted to leave. Which meant this lovely mansion wasn't a vault to be protected, but a prison to be secured. Brandon ate the last of his meal and felt more curious than ever about the woman he would be guarding for the next 6 months. To his surprise, Brandon did manage to catch about an hour's worth of sleep before emerging from his room around 8 that night. Through the glass panes overhead, the sky looked dark already, but through the doorway that led to the garden, sunset was just beginning to paint the horizon in melodramatic hues. Nightfall soon. He had another quick meal in the kitchen, then loitered in the atrium waiting for his shift to begin. It wasn't long before the third guard made his way in from the garden. He was a good-looking, dark-skinned man who might be in his mid-30s. His sleeveless vest showed off his muscular arms, so bulky that his bracelets appeared to be almost uncomfortably tight. On the left wrist, the expected temple circlet. On the right, a solid gold band. Brandon wondered if the temple officials might someday decide to have Villette Rowan watched solely by men who preferred men. Surely such a cohort was less likely to succumb to her charms.
"You're the new guard?"
The other man greeted him.
"Brandon."
"Natter. Finley show you around?"
"She did. Anything I need to know about our charge tonight?"
"Quiet as always. Hasn't said a word to me."
"How long will she stay out there?"
"Could be 5 more minutes. Could be another 3 hours.
Long as she doesn't try to leave the house, it doesn't matter to you. All right, guess I'll see you in the morning.
Natter nodded and headed toward the kitchen. Brandon stepped through the archway and down a short hallway. An open door admitted the heavy, dreamy scent of summer blossoms and the pattering melody of a small fountain. The transition from the brightness of the interior to the dark of the exterior was stark and sudden, and Brandon paused just outside the spill of light to let his senses adjust. He appeared to be standing in a square, walled enclosure that might have been 50 feet in each dimension. The tiled patio just beyond the door was connected to a couple of brick paths that curved through a half-hearted array of bushes, flower beds, and stunted trees. To his right was a small pavilion that seemed to hold tables and chairs and a few potted plants. It was covered with a heavy linen canopy, but was otherwise open to the night air. The tinkling of the fountain seemed to come from under its protection. The walls were high enough to be difficult to scale, and Brandon guessed they were slick as marble, though he couldn't tell in this light. They were innocent of any vine that might offer a handhold to a desperate climber. There was no gate to admit visitors directly to or from the yard. Anyone who wished to take refuge in the garden would have to access it through the house. It was hard to tell if anyone actually was out here enjoying the night. Brandon stood there for 5 minutes, then 10, trying to probe the shadows, but he saw no one moving, heard no one breathing, could not locate any shape that he could definitely identify as a woman. It would be funny, and horrible and disastrous, if on Brandon's very first night on this assignment, Natter had arranged for the prisoner's escape, and Brandon spent his entire watch guarding over empty air. Then there was a sound from under the canopy, the slightest scrape of metal against stone, and Brandon peered more intently through the darkness. Yes, that looked to be a seated figure, barely distinguishable from the feathery mass of the potted plant behind her. The sound came again as the woman rearranged her chair. Those sinuous shapes must be her arms, uncrossing and recrossing as she rested her wrists on the table before her. That slight bobbing motion was her head as she glanced around. Brandon waited, wondering if she would speak to him, but she was silent. So he was silent as well. It was not up to him to introduce himself as her latest jailer. She might not even notice, or care, that someone new had joined her household. He was obscurely disappointed. He realized he had been bracing himself to resist her advances, to remain impenetrable to her guile. But she was not bent on winning him over. She didn't even realize he was there. Brandon's next 2 shifts at his new job were equally uneventful. Both nights, when he stepped out into the garden, Villette Rowan was so still that he had to strain his senses to make sure she was actually present. She never bothered to speak to him, not even when, after an hour or 2 of silent contemplation, she came to her feet and swept into the house. He bowed as she passed, but he got very little more than an impression of her size and a glimpse of her features. He could tell she was delicate and slim, with light bones and small hands. Her hair was dark, and her skin was a deep brown. When she passed him, the floral scent of summer intensified, sweeter than honeysuckle, and faded once she entered the house. He always waited a moment or 2, then followed her inside to watch as she made a slow, graceful climb to her room. He spent the remainder of those nights patrolling the interior of the house, making at least 1 pass around the exterior grounds, and trying not to yawn. It was always a relief when the servants began stirring shortly after first light. Even though he was still on duty until 9 o'clock, at least he was no longer the only one awake. And breakfast helped him keep his eyes open until his shift ended and he could seek his bed. "How do you like the job so far?" Finley asked at the end of the third day. She was on duty, though she was pretty relaxed about it, lounging on one of the wrought iron chairs set before a matching table in a corner of the atrium. He had dropped into the chair across from her, making sure not to obstruct her view of the garden. He was backup for these 12 hours until his own shift began.
"So far, there's not much to it," he said.
"Has she talked to you yet?"
"Not a word."
"Maybe she's given up. Natter says she ignores him like he's not even there, and she's always treated me like I'm invisible. Maybe she's decided it doesn't do any good to try to seduce the guards."
"Just as well."
Finley yawned. "I agree." At 9, Finley headed down the hall to her room, and Brandon walked the short route out to the garden. As always, he stood still a moment just to get his bearings, to make sure nothing and no one had breached the small space, to locate the shadowy figure sitting under the linen canopy. Then he took his customary stance, legs spread wide to keep him steady, hands crossed behind his back, ready to sweep down and grab weapons from his belt, and settled in for a long, uneventful wait. The next hour passed in silence, except for the rasping of insects, the scurrying of night creatures, and the rustling of shrubs and flower stalks. Then, from under the awning came the faint screech of metal against stone. Another slight sound heralded a small burst of light, and Brandon realized Villette had struck a match and lit a candle. 2, 3, before blowing out the match. "So you're the new guard," she said. As soon as she'd moved, he'd swung around to face her, and now he bowed in her direction, in case she could see him. Her own face was tantalizingly illuminated by the flickering candlelight. A swatch of cheek, a crown of hair, a single oval eye, each feature briefly appearing, then quickly fading into darkness.
"I am,"
he said. "What's your name?"
"They call me Brandon."
She considered him. "You have an unusual accent. Where are you from?"
"The islands."
"Ah, then your name isn't Brandon after all, is it?" He was so surprised he almost didn't respond.
"I'm sorry,"
he said at last. "The Zessan people have their own language, don't they? Full of lots of S's and L's and hissing sounds. What's your real name?"
"No one in the city has ever been able to say it,"
he told her before pronouncing it. "You're right. I can't say that. So I suppose Brandon will have to do. How long have you been in Corcannon, Brandon?"
"About 2 years."
"Do you like it?"
"I do."
"What do you like about it?" All the other questions had been simply worded, simply answered. But this one required more thought and a longer reply.
"I like the possibilities,"
he said.
"I like the thought that any day I might learn something that I didn't know before. Something that matters."
"So it's not the crowds and the fancy restaurants and the cultural delights that appeal to you. It's not the place. It's how the place might help you define yourself."
Yes, I suppose so,"
he said, unnerved again. Never would it have occurred to him to describe his reaction that way, but she was absolutely right. "Have you seen many of the attractions?" she asked. Her voice was warm and interested, with the barest edge of laughter. It didn't feel like mockery, but Brandon could hardly tell. "Or have you spent all your time in soldierly pursuits?" He could feel a grin shape his mouth.
"Mostly the soldierly pursuits."
"And now you're stuck here for the next 6 months. Not much chance of visiting the sights while you're guarding me."
"I have a night off now and then. I can head down to the Catterfoil."
As soon as he said it, he wished he hadn't, since she wasn't allowed any such privileges. I recommend the museums of art and history. You learn so much in a short period of time.
Maybe,
he said doubtfully. Now she laughed softly, but the tone still didn't sound unkind. You're not much of one for artistic or intellectual amusements? You prefer physical action and tangible gains?
Rather build something than look at something someone else built, he explained.
Now that's very interesting, she said. What have you built?
I helped 2 of my brothers build their houses, worked on boats my whole life with my father and my uncles, gathered the stones and built a water garden for my mother. Things like that.
A water garden, she exclaimed. I wonder if you could create such a thing here. What are the requirements?
Well, water, of course.
She laughed again. Yes, of course. Would it use the same kind of pumping system as my fountains?
Probably.
Then that's easily taken care of. What else?
And then you'd need to decide how big you want it to be, and what kinds of flowers you want, and whether you want to keep fish in it.
Fish? Of course. I must have fish.
I built a little bridge for my mother's. It doesn't go anywhere. It just crosses over the water. But she can stand on it and look down and see the fish swimming by.
I am entranced. I must have such a treat. When can you start construction? Brandon pulled himself up short.
How did she do that?
He wondered, ever so slightly dizzy.
How did she that quickly get me to talk about something I love? How did she get me to forget who I was even talking to? I don't think I would be permitted to build such a thing for you, he said stiffly. That's not how my time is supposed to be spent.
Well, I don't see why not, she said. If all you're supposed to be doing is keeping me from running away, and I'm not trying to run away, you may as well work on some projects. Otherwise you might die of boredom.
So far, I haven't been bored, he said.
He heard the scraping sound again, and her face moved out of the candlelight. He thought she had probably leaned back in her chair and was surveying him. So, what terrible things have they told you about me? She asked abruptly. He was taken by surprise.
Nothing terrible, at any rate.
Surely they've warned you that I am always trying to befriend the guards, and that you should never show me a single kindness.
Well, he said cautiously. Something like that.
She didn't reply, and a long silence stretched between them. Brandon didn't know why it made him so uncomfortable, but he was convinced she was waiting for him to speak again, and after a while he couldn't bear the waiting.
Is it true?
He asked. That you should never show me a kindness?
That you always befriend the guards.
The ones who seem willing to be befriended, she said. But since I have no other friends and very little other company, don't you think my life would be woefully sad if I couldn't have an agreeable conversation with 1 or 2 other human beings? Ever? Over the past 3 days, he had just about come to that conclusion on his own.
It would, he said. Very lonely, too, but...
But what?
They told me that you try to make friends so they'll help you escape.
Her laugh was so low, it might not even be a laugh. Certainly, it wasn't mirthful. Oh, I'll never escape this house. Another long silence fell between them. He was burning to ask more questions, starting with the biggest, most obvious one.
What have you done to cause you to be locked up here for the rest of your life?
Finley would tell him it didn't matter. It was his job to carry out the assignment he had been given and not ask for the reasons behind it. The prisoner, he thought, could not be counted on to tell him the truth. but he really wanted to know. The chair moved more decisively across the tile, and he could see Villette's silhouette stand up. "Well, it's late, and I'm sleepy," she said. She bent over to blow out the candles before stepping out from under the canopy and toward the door. But this time, unlike the other 3 nights, she moved at a measured pace, her head lifted, her attention fixed on Brandon where he stood near the door. He watched her slow journey from the complete darkness of the pavilion to the moon-streaked shadows of the open patio to the almost light thrown by the interior sconces. With each step, her shape became more distinct, her features more discernible. He couldn't help staring intently at her face, which so far he had seen only in glimpses, and which even now was not wholly visible in the dimness. The high cheekbones, the rich skin, the dark hair coiled at the nape of her neck. Yes, those were exactly the way he had envisioned them after those few brief impressions. Her eyes were a velvet brown under elegantly arched brows. Her mouth and nose were daintily shaped. He wouldn't have called her beautiful, exactly, but there was something winsome about the arrangement of her features. It was hard to read her expression, yet he couldn't shake the thought that her face was shuttered with sadness, as if no other emotion would ever be able to break through. And then she smiled, and the expression was so inviting it almost chased away the sadness. Almost. "I wonder about you," she said softly. "Do you wonder about me?" Without waiting for an answer, she brushed past him and went into the house. This night, he didn't follow. He was too busy catching his breath. Chapter 10. Brandon. Brandon could hardly sleep the following day, for wishing the sun would race through its customary perambulations and plummet toward the hard line of the horizon. Finally, knowing he would have to be alert for all the long hours of his shift, he willed himself to doze in the early afternoon, only to wake up a few hours later. It would have to do. He rose and shaved and put on his Navy uniform with extra care. Then there was just an hour of desultory conversation with Finley to get through, and a solitary dinner to consume as slowly as possible, so the activity filled the last empty hour. Finally, the clocks showed 5 minutes to 9, and Brandon could march under the archway that led to the garden. "I'm here," he announced unnecessarily to Natter. The other man nodded and left. Brandon stood at stiff attention as he waited for the echoes of Natter's footfalls to fade. He was positioned so that, with one twist of his head, he could glance into the house or directly into the shadows under the pavilion. He could make out Villette's slim, seated shape, though she hadn't bothered lighting candles this night. He thought she, too, was waiting for Natter to be out of hearing before she resumed last night's conversation. But 5 minutes passed, and then 10, and then an hour, and Villette didn't speak at all. Brandon was dismayed at the strength of his disappointment, shocked, actually, to discover how much he had looked forward to hearing her voice again. His whole body had been strung with excitement when he first took up his waiting pose, but as the night wore on, he felt his hands unclench and his shoulders droop, and the corners of his mouth turned down. Stupid. What had he expected? What had he wanted, even? He couldn't even put it into words. He tensed up again when he caught the sound of her chair moving against the tile, but all it signaled was that she was rising to her feet. She stepped out from under the awning, but she didn't look his way as she passed by him so closely he was for a moment enveloped in her honeysuckle perfume. Then she was gone, and the scent was gone, and he was left with the whole night to get through before he could seek his bed and try to forget that he was an idiot. The next day passed in exactly the same manner, Except that Brandon was so tired he managed to sleep heavily for nearly 9 hours before emerging from his room. Again, he killed the time before his shift by chatting with Finley and slowly eating dinner. But when he stepped outside to relieve Natter, the other guard greeted him with a yawn.
"She's not out here,"
Natter said.
"She went in after lunch and hasn't left her room since. I stayed outside because it was too hot in the house."
"Oh, all right," Brandon said blankly.
"I guess I'll do a patrol or two outside, but mostly keep to the house."
"Sounds good," said Natter, yawning again.
"See you tomorrow."
It was the second longest night Brandon could ever remember. But he slept more reasonably the following day and felt more like himself when he woke up. Not hopeful, not disappointed, just ready to do his job, which did not require conversation with his charges. He and Natter did some training exercises together in one of the unused ground floor rooms, lifting weights and going through some basic fencing moves. When they emerged, they found Finley eating dinner in the atrium. A large tureen of food and extra plates had been laid out on the table beside her, so they pulled up chairs to join her. Brandon didn't recognize the spices or even the meat in the stew that he ladled out, but he had to say he liked it.
"This is good," he observed. "I don't think I've ever had it before." "Comes from southern Maratha,"
Natter said.
"Cook makes it specially for me."
"Gotta be as boring here for her as it is for the rest of us," Finley said. "So she doesn't mind if you ask her to make you something different once in a while."
"I'll remember that. There are a few dishes from the islands that I've been missing."
"Well, if they're too exotic, she won't have the ingredients," Finley warned. Brandon nodded enthusiastically.
"She could get them. In the southeast district, there's a whole Aussen neighborhood. You can get food, clothes, anything."
"Never been there," Natter said.
"I'll take you sometime if you want to go."
"You can't both be gone at the same time," Finley pointed out.
Natter shrugged his muscular shoulders. "We can go once I'm off the assignment. Couple more months."
"Not like you're counting every single day."
"I don't think it's so bad here,"
Brandon volunteered.
"I didn't either, my first week,"
Natter agreed.
"But day after day after day of nothing, it wears on you."
"Well, there'll be something tomorrow," Finley said.
"What's that?"
Brandon asked. "Visit from the temple. Someone comes every couple weeks to check on Villette, usually the High Divine. He's supposed to get here sometime in late afternoon."
"How long does he stay?"
Brandon asked. Finley shrugged. "Around an hour, unless Villette is being uncooperative, then maybe 10 minutes.
But it's not like she has a lot of other visitors, so even though she hates him, she usually lets him stay and talk a while,"
Natter added.
"Why does she hate him?"
Finley looked expressively around the atrium, all mellow gold and restful blue in the softening twilight. "Because he's the one who keeps her here?" Brandon took another bite of stew before casually asking,
"Does anyone know why?"
Finley shook her head. "And I don't care. I'm not even curious."
"I'm curious,"
Natter said.
"but I don't really care." "I'm curious," Brandon thought, "and I already might care too much."
About 30 minutes later, when Brandon stepped outside, he looked automatically for Villette's shadow under the pavilion. It took his eyes a few moments to adjust, but then he peered harder. He couldn't make out her solid shape against the ruffled darkness. Was she even there? Had she somehow slipped over the wall while the 3 guards were laughing over dinner? He took a step toward the awning, narrowing his eyes as if that would improve his vision. Her voice came from somewhere to his left. "I'm over here." He spun in that direction. The moon was about half full and not particularly helpful, but it gave off enough light to show her silhouetted against the high stone of the enclosing wall. He felt like he should answer her, but he didn't know what to say. so all he managed was,
"Oh."
"Sitting made me feel anxious," she explained, "so I've been pacing instead."
"Has it helped?" he asked.
That made her laugh. "A little." It seemed like she might be willing to engage in conversation again tonight, so he risked another question.
"Why are you anxious?"
She began a slow promenade along the edge of the garden. He heard a slight crunching sound with every footfall, and remembered that the perimeter near the wall was lined with gravel. "I shall be meeting with my enemy tomorrow. It always makes me fretful."
"The High Divine."
"So someone told you?"
"Just that he was coming, not why he's your enemy."
Her deliberate pace had led her far enough away that she now had her back to him. He saw her slice a hand through the air, as if to indicate the story was too complex to relate. "He wants things from me I cannot supply," she said, the words floating back to him. "Or refuse to supply, if you believe his version of events."
"And would he release you if you could, or would, supply them?"
Now she responded with a muffled laugh. "Oh, he would put me in a different sort of prison altogether. A worse one, if you can believe it. There is no advantage to me in acceding to his demands." It didn't make any sense, and Brandon figured it wouldn't unless she wanted to sit down and explain exactly what her situation was, which he was pretty sure she wasn't planning to do. He stopped asking questions. She reached the far wall of the garden, sighed, and turned back in his direction. "But let's not talk about the High Divine," she said. "Let's talk of more interesting topics. Tell me about yourself."
"I don't think I have a single story that you would call interesting,"
he replied. "Oh, that can't be true. Tell me about a time when you were growing up, some game you played with your brothers." He grinned.
"Mostly we didn't play games. We were fighting or wrestling. It was always, see who can punch the hardest."
"And who could?"
"My oldest brother, because he was the biggest, until I was about 12, and then I was the biggest, and the one who hit the hardest."
She was drawing nearer with every step. "And that's why you decided to be a soldier?" He shrugged.
"It seemed to be a road out."
She stopped when she was only about 5 feet away. This close, even in the thin moonlight, he could almost make out her features. Those slanted cheekbones. Those sad eyes. "Did you leave the islands and come straight to Corcannon? That must have been a shock." He shook his head.
"Spent a couple of years in southern Maratha working for different landowners. There's a lot of unrest in that part of the country. People poaching off each other's property, and brigands on the road. So there was plenty of work."
"But you got restless again, so you came here?"
"Not that exactly. I took a job with a merchant hauling cargo to Corcannon. After my 3rd trip across the canyon, I decided to stay."
"Do you miss the island life?" He hesitated.
"I want to say I don't," he answered honestly. "I couldn't wait to get away. The place where I grew up is so small. There's nothing to do but fish or work in the mines or spend all day trying to scratch a living from the land. But the city..."
He gestured uncertainly. He didn't have the words to explain.
"It has things I never knew I'd want to know about,"
he ended lamely. "And yet, sometimes you lie awake and miss that old life so much your ribs hurt," she said softly. "Is that it?"
"It's the small things I wouldn't even have said I'd noticed," he said. "The way the waves sound at night, when everything else is quiet, and you can hear them. The way the air feels so heavy against your skin. There's a koshichi bush outside my mother's house. It's the first thing to bloom every spring when everything else still looks lost and dead. Big purple flowers that smell, I am not lying, like vinegar. How could you miss something like that? But I don't have any koshichi bushes in Corcannon. Spring arrives here before I even remember it's coming.
Those details are very specific to the place, Villette said, nodding. Smells and sounds. You couldn't import them the way you could import a piece of clothing or a type of food.
So that's what I miss.
She tilted her head. What about the religious rituals? Don't they worship Zesaya on the islands? Don't you miss her? He grinned.
Well, I was never as observant about Zesaya as my mother wanted, he said. But I promised her that I'd at least wear my chaziza every day.
Villette looked intrigued. What's that? He slipped a finger under his collar and pulled out the short leather cord hung with a charm about half the size of his thumb.
It's a representation of the goddess in one of her poses, he explained. If you want protection, you pick a pose where she's holding a shield. If you want peace, you pick the one that shows her holding a sleeping baby. There are 12 of them.
And which pose do you favor?
The one for courage. She's holding a spear and looking fierce.
May I see it? Can I hold it?
Sure.
He slipped the cord over his head, untied the knot, and let the charm slide free onto her outstretched hand. She held it up to the pale moonlight, turning it this way and that. It seems like it's made of carved stone. Is that right?
Chirloche, he said. You can find it all over the islands, and only in the islands, or so I've heard. People say Chirloche rocks are the bones of the goddess.
It looks like there's a little loop at the top, carved from the stone itself, and that's what the cord goes through?
That's right. You never use even the smallest scrap of metal on a chaziza.
Really? Why? He laughed.
Because Zesaya hates Dar, of course, and Dar is the goddess of the mountains and the ore mines.
So I suppose the people who worship Dar never use Chirloche in any of their rituals.
I wouldn't know, he said. I've never been in a Darish temple.
Neither have I, she said. She was still holding his chaziza, turning it over in her fingers, as if trying to feel how the stone carver had rendered the serious features and flowing robes. He didn't know how to ask for it back. So you're a Zessan man working in Cordelon's temple, and you wear a chaziza. Does that bother your fellow guardsmen?
I thought it might, he answered honestly. But a lot of the guards are from Chibane and Maratha, and they carry Darish amulets, and nobody seems to care. It's like, as long as you're willing to say that Cordelon is the supreme being, you can worship any other god you like.
Oh, that is so very much in line with Cordelon's philosophy, she exclaimed. Bow down before him. Show reverence to the high divine and his favorite priests. Acknowledge them as your masters, and then all will be well. But just once, say you don't believe in them, and you don't consider their word to be law, well, then, you will be crushed into dust beneath their feet. Brandon stared at her.
Is that what you did? Defied them? He asked. Is that why you're here?
It's one of the reasons, she said. I refuse to give such a selfish, arrogant god complete power over my life.
What are you going to do?
For an answer, she popped the chaziza in her mouth and swallowed it. Brandon was so astonished he could only stare. Villette turned away from him, struggling for breath, possibly choking on the small figurine. He leaped to her side, prepared to pound on her back to make her spit up the charm, but she pulled away violently. "Water," she gasped. "On the table." He lunged over to the pavilion, felt around on the table for a pitcher and glass, and sprinted back to her so rapidly half the water spilled out over his hands. Villette gulped what was left in the glass and coughed a few times. then crossed her hands over her stomach and leaned over. After panting heavily for a few moments, she straightened up and took in one long breath of air. "Well," she said, "that wasn't as smooth as I'd hoped." He was still stunned. Why did you do that?" Her dark face seemed to have paled with exertion, but the expression in her eyes was as fierce as ever Zesiah's could be. "Defiance," she said. Brandon shook his head. "That doesn't make any sense." "Well, you know the stories," she said, lightly enough. When Corcannon decided to remake the continent, he also chose to make Dar his wife, and together they ruled the United Lands. And together they were so powerful that Zesiah had no choice but to cooperate with them. But Zesiah is an insolent, subversive goddess, and she refused to be completely controlled by her old enemy and this new god. So she made Tremors impervious to Corcannon's power, and anyone who wears Tremors is protected from Corcannon's vengeance. "But you aren't wearing it," Brandon pointed out. "You ate it." Now he saw a new look on her face, half anger, half fervor. "You want the truth? All right, I'll tell you. I have a condition. There's something in my blood, and the High Divine wants to exploit it. And I have spent all my adult life trying to make sure he doesn't. And the one thing in this world that can counter the condition in my blood is Tremors. Tremors nullifies it, or changes its composition, or something. I don't know. But it keeps me safe from the High Divine's machinations." Brandon didn't know what to think. It seemed like the most elaborate, most ridiculous of lies. What possible condition could she have? How could the priests exploit it? And how could an ounce of rock dissolve in her blood in a way that would protect her? "It sounds mad," he said. She actually laughed. "It does. I will grant you that. But it's the truth." "How long does it last? The effects of the Tremors you swallowed?" "Usually a month or two." "What happens once it wears off?" This laugh was a little wilder. "Oh, I've been wondering that for the past few weeks, ever since I lost my last source of supply. When the High Divine comes tomorrow, you see, he will test my blood. He will check to see if it is at the optimum condition for what he wants. It won't be because of your Chaziza, that miraculous bit of stone with powers you didn't even know it possessed. But if it was, she shook her head, my life would be over." He was shocked. "He would kill you?" "Oh, no. No. I am so much more valuable to him alive than dead. He would rather see half the city murdered than to see me harmed in the slightest way. But I would be unhappier than anyone in the course of human existence." Privately, Brandon thought that was another exaggeration. There were plenty of miserable people in the world, and, despite the fact that Villette was imprisoned, she didn't seem as bad off as some people he could think of. But he found that he did not want the High Divine to do anything that would make her unhappy. "How did you get the Tremors before?" he asked. "A friend of mine would bring some when she visited, but she was discovered and she has been banned from the house. So not only do I not have the Tremors, I don't have the pleasure of her company." "Would you like... I could get you some more, if you wanted." Her face softened, her lips parted. "Brandon," she said in a wondering voice, "if you would do that for me..." "It wouldn't be hard. I'll just buy another Chaziza or two from the island district. Then you'll have them on hand when you need them." "That would be... I can't even tell you how amazing that would be." She clasped her hands under her chin, and he couldn't tell if she was thanking him or praying to the goddess. Maybe both. "You're so kind." He was embarrassed and pleased.
"I'm happy to do it."
She took a deep breath. "Then, if you're willing, I would be so grateful. I would be so relieved. This will give me a kind of hope I haven't had in months."
"I'm happy to do it,"
he repeated. They stood there for a moment, smiling at each other in the dark. The honeysuckle smell of her perfume seemed stronger than any other scent in the garden, in the city. "Well," she said, "I have to go in and prepare myself for my dreadful day tomorrow. Thank you again. You have given me so much courage." And she bowed her head to him, as if he was a rich landowner and she was a servant girl, and hurried into the house. Brandon was left standing there, the leather cord curled in his hand, the night heavy around his shoulders, the ground shifting beneath his feet. The world completely remade. He could not explain it, but he knew that during one simple conversation, he had irreversibly shifted his allegiance. Perhaps Villette couldn't be trusted. Perhaps her every word was a lie. Perhaps the High Divine, whose role as head of the temple mandated that Brandon be loyal to him above all others. Perhaps the High Divine had a very good reason for keeping Villette locked away, separated from friends and family and any kind of reasonable life. But Brandon was on her side now. If she needed him and he could help her, he would contravene his professional oaths. He would risk his nascent career, and do so gladly. It seemed impossible that he would not come to regret it. It seemed impossible to make any other choice. Chapter 11. Jayla. Within her first week as Madeleine's personal guard, Jayla had drawn a host of conclusions. The woman lived an entirely frivolous life, filled with nothing but luncheons, dinners, shopping excursions, and outings with friends. Jayla had accompanied her to private houses, open-air markets, fine dining establishments, and one concert hall, and never did anyone do anything except eat, talk, buy, or dance. It was hard to have much respect for such a meaningless existence, though Jayla certainly respected the amount of money it represented. Someone, somewhere, must be dealing with merchants or meeting with bankers or overseeing profitable farmland, because otherwise this lifestyle could not be sustained. She had quickly learned that someone was Madeleine's father, Alistair Elaine, who it turned out enjoyed not only wealth but political power. He was a cold and taciturn man whose presence always set the tone, even the temperature, for the rest of the household. When he was home, even if he was locked in his office where no one saw him, every servant moved soundlessly through the halls, and Madeleine mostly confined herself to the colorful rooms on the second story. When he was gone, the sun shone more brightly through the skylights in the high ceiling. The servants called to each other across the atrium. Madeleine laughed. Jayla had had almost no dealings with the man. He had interviewed her for 15 minutes, inspected her bracelets for authenticity, and outlined the terms of the job before hiring her on the spot. Since then, she had passed him in the halls maybe 10 times and never exchanged a word with him, which suited Jayla just fine. Madeleine never said she was afraid of him, never acted nervous or cowed when he entered the house or called her in to dinner. But it was clear she wasn't close to her father. It was also clear that, despite the superficiality of her life, Madeleine was a kind soul with a sunny temperament. She greeted everyone with a cheerful word, maintained excellent relations with the entire staff, and had more friends than Jayla would have believed any one person could manage. Madeleine had been the one to welcome them when Jayla presented herself at the Elaine house, Aussen in tow. Jayla had been trying hard not to gawk at the graceful archways, the colorful columns, the sheer grand elegance of the place, when Madeleine stepped into the atrium. "Here you are. I'm so glad, because I've got an appointment in an hour, and I was hoping you could accompany me," Madeleine said. She bent down to look into the little girl's eyes. "And you must be Aussen." Aussen pressed up against Jayla and stared at Madeleine without making a sound. The child had been overwhelmed by the color, noise, size, and motion of the city. Ever since they had arrived, she had seemed to shrink in on herself, growing timid and silent. As they took the noisy chugger from their rented rooms to the Elaine property, Aussen had gripped Jayla's hand and stared around her apprehensively. Jayla had started to wonder if it had been a mistake, after all, to sign up for this job. "I think I mentioned that she doesn't speak many words of Cordish, though she seems to understand them," Jayla explained. "You did," Madeleine replied, still leaning over to watch Aussen. Then she produced a few slow, uncertain syllables that Jayla didn't recognize. Aussen's face lit with a smile, and she answered in a torrent of words. Madeleine laughed, threw her hands out, and straightened up, shaking her head. She said something else, and Aussen stopped talking, but the little girl was still smiling. "What did you say?" Jayla demanded. "Our cook speaks a little Zussan, so I asked her how to say, 'Welcome to your new home,'" Madeleine said. "I wasn't sure I got it exactly right, but Aussen seemed to understand me." "She definitely did. Your cook speaks Zussan? Maybe she can help me communicate with Aussen a little better." "I'm sure she'd be happy to. Now let me show you your quarters." They had been given a room on the 3rd floor, small but well kept, with 2 narrow beds, a single chest of drawers, and even a window. Jayla had held posts where 8 people might be crammed into a space this size, so she was pleased and grateful at the accommodations. "Aussen can be trusted to stay here by herself and not get in trouble when I'm busy with you," Jayla said. "Good, although she might go mad if she's cooped up here alone all day," Madeleine answered. "The cook said she'd be willing to train her if Aussen was willing to work. The housekeeper, too." "Then maybe I can take her down to meet with them when we get back from your outing," Jayla said, making it clear that she knew her foremost duty was to her employer. Madeleine answered, "This ought to work out splendidly." And it had, really. The cook was a brisk, friendly woman named Nora, who seemed ready to handle any crisis with ease. Her Zussan vocabulary was limited, but far better than Jayla's, and she immediately was able to find out a few critical details about Aussen's life. The woman she'd been traveling with, the one who died, was a neighbor. She doesn't know where they were supposed to go once they arrived in Corcannon, but she knows her mother is supposed to arrive in 2 or 3 months. She's 8 years old. Also, she thinks you're really nice. Jayla was surprised into a laugh. "I wouldn't have expected that. All she's seen me do is brawl and worry." "Well," said Nora, "I wouldn't be surprised if she's seen a lot of brawling and worrying in her time." The other servants were a little less friendly than Nora, but that didn't bother Jayla. Her goal was always to maintain cool, professional relations with the people around her. That made it easier to get along while she was there, made it easier to go when she wanted to leave. She'd had no occasion to interact with anyone else in Madeleine's life. A personal guard was as invisible as a servant, or should be. But she had drawn some conclusions about the ones she'd observed during small, intimate luncheons. The young women were mostly flighty and empty-headed, though 1 or 2 seemed as kind as Madeleine, which boosted them in Jayla's estimation. The young men were similarly unimpressive, appearing to waste their lives drinking, gambling, and engaging in sports. If any of them spent time working in their family businesses, they never mentioned it in conversation. Jayla had been surprised, 2 days after taking the job, to discover that Madeleine planned to marry Tivol. He had driven them to and from a large merry luncheon at an establishment deep in the Catterfoil, so Jayla had had a chance to observe him at close quarters. She liked his friendly, easy style and the affectionate way he treated Madeleine, but there was a carelessness about him that she found irksome, probably because she herself was never careless. Shortly after they'd returned to the house, as they'd climbed upstairs, Madeleine had said, "If I need to travel outside the city, you'll accompany me, won't you?" "Of course. Where are you going? And when?" Madeleine paused outside her door. "To Murata, but I'm not sure when. Tivol's mother keeps inviting me to visit." Up till this point, the two of them hadn't had much conversation that could pass for personal. Jayla preferred it that way. But she also didn't mind a chance to get to know a little more about a client's life. Sometimes the information came in handy. So she repeated, "Tivol's mother?" in an inquiring voice. "She wants me to understand all the intricacies of running the property, so that I know what I'm doing once I marry Tivol." "Tivol, not Reese?" Jayla said without thinking. Madeleine made a sound that could have been a laugh or a sigh. "No, although Reese would like to change my mind." Jayla's face burned. She had been unforgivably rude. "I'm sorry, Donna. I didn't mean—" "Actually, it's a relief to talk about it," Madeleine confessed. "All of my friends adore Tivol because he's so charming and cultured, and because he flirts with them, but that's harmless. Reese is not quite as refined as most of them like." "I only met him once," Jayla said, "the day you came to the training yard. He seemed very interested in your well-being, and—" how could she phrase this without risking offense? "He seemed sensible and solid. Maybe not the kind of person who is at ease in a ballroom." "Exactly. He'd rather be mucking around on his father's farm than accompanying me to a dance." "I don't know how the wealthy families of the city plan their marriages," Jayla said. "Do the parents arrange for their heirs to marry? Or do you get to choose who you fall in love with?" Madeleine leaned against the wall, looking like she was prepared to talk all night. "A little of both," she said. "Since I was quite young, it was clear my father wanted me to marry Tivol. I've known him my whole life, and he's always been my best friend. It seemed like the most natural thing in the world that he would propose to me, and I would accept." Jayla just raised her eyebrows and waited. Madeleine sighed. "And then Reese. I've known Reese my whole life too, of course. But he was hardly ever in Corcannon, and when he was, he didn't play around with the rest of us much. He was always so serious. But then last year, he was here all the time, and I would see him at a ball, or he would come to the house to visit, and we would go for walks." "You fell in love with him," Jayla said, because otherwise it seemed like Madeleine would never get to the point. "No, not exactly. I mean, well, he did kiss me." Jayla tried to hide her smile. "I suppose you can kiss a man you're not in love with." "Oh, I've kissed dozens, but this was different." There was a silence. "But you still want to marry Tivol," Jayla finally said. "I do, but Reese doesn't want me to." "What would your father say if you told him you were going to marry Reese?" Madeleine shivered. "He would be so angry. He and Heloise, Tivol's mother, have launched any number of business deals, partly because of the wedding. We're both the sole heirs of our families, so all the property we have will be combined." "I can understand your father's reasoning, then." "But Reese comes from a wealthy family, too, so he's certainly an eligible match." "I suppose it comes down to which one you would rather marry." "Tivol, of course," Madeleine said, a bit too quickly. "Well, then, everything seems to be taken care of." "It's just that Reese can be unsettling." You could refuse to see him the next time he comes to the house. That would be so rude, and he's been so kind lately. Madeleine fell into a brief and somewhat melancholy reverie. I've just never been one of those romantic girls, she said at last. I've always thought liking someone was more important than having a grand passion that would burn out in a couple of years. Running an estate and managing a business takes work, and that takes compatibility. I can picture living happily with Tivol for the next 60 years, whereas Reese and I argue all the time. Jayla felt like she needed to say something, so she commented, That's certainly a consideration. My parents married for love, but I don't know how happy they were together. This was so astonishing that Jayla couldn't let it pass. Your father married for love? It's not what I would have expected. No, he is so closed and cool-headed, you would hardly think he had any emotions at all. Do you know how the marriage came about? My mother was an orphan who was, the third cousin of one of the Kissadels, something like that. So the Kissadels took her in and raised her, though I never had the impression they were particularly generous to her. My father met her at some ball he hadn't even wanted to attend, and a few months later they were married. How long were they married? Almost 12 years. She died in childbirth. With your brother? No, actually, with her third child. She and the baby both. Apparently my father wanted a house full of children, though I don't know why, since he was never that interested in spending time with the children he did have. She'd had a difficult time with the other 2 births, and the doctor had told her not to get pregnant again, but she did. How old were you? 9. I remember her, but not as clearly as I wish I did. I don't have any memories of her laughing or singing. Mostly when I see her face in my mind, she looks sad. Maybe life as a rich man's wife wasn't much better than life as a poor relation. Madeleine sighed. Maybe life as my father's wife was too hard for anyone to bear. I never got a chance to ask her. Anyway, the point I was making was that my father's marriage was romantic, but maybe not successful. So I hope mine will be more successful, even if it's less romantic. I think you know Tivol well enough by now that there will be no surprises, Jayla said. That sounds like a good way to start a marriage. It does. You're right. Yes, Madeleine said. And I'm very much looking forward to my wedding day. She smiled, nodded a good night, and slipped inside her room. Jayla continued up the next flight of stairs to her own room, wondering if Madeleine really had convinced herself that she was marrying the right man. Jayla and Madeleine didn't have any more extended private conversations over the next few days, which were filled with excursions and parties. Tivol was present at most events, Reese at none of them. At one of the balls, where Jayla stood in the shadows watching the dancers, she amused herself trying to guess which of the other young men Madeleine had kissed. Frankly, she found it hard to tell them apart. Maybe Madeleine had kissed them all and not known the difference. Once Jayla had been working at the mansion for 2 weeks, she earned a day off. Nora agreed to watch Aussen, so Jayla made plans to explore the city. With Cody. She had thought about it a long time before she sent Cody the details of her new position. She had been on her own long enough, had been traveling long enough, to know that an acquaintance of the road should never be considered a true friend. Situations arose on a journey that made it advisable to work with others, and those encounters were often enjoyable. But the man who helped you free your wagon from a ditch might be a thief or a liar or tedious political fellow that you wouldn't want to welcome into your life. Friendships formed from expediency tended to fall apart under the stress and wear of ordinary life. Jayla was always ready to move on. But Cody had asked her to stay in touch, and she didn't know anyone else in Corcannon. And she might be a tiny bit lonely. So she'd sent him a note to tell him where she was, and he'd replied the very next morning, and they'd agreed to meet on the first day she had free. She stepped through the front door of the mansion to find Cody waiting for her in the circular drive. He wasn't wearing the red vest that marked couriers as they dashed through the city, but he might as well have been, since his bracelet full of gems flared with sunlight every time he moved his wrist. By contrast, Jayla was out of her Elaine livery, wearing her old, worn leather clothes. Any casual passerby would have a harder time assigning her an identity. "You found the place," she greeted him. He nodded. "Knew where it was. I've brought messages to Alistair Elaine plenty of times." She waited a beat. "Did you know I was here before I told you?" He narrowed his eyes, as if trying to determine whether his answer would anger her, then nodded. "Would you have come looking for me if I hadn't gotten in touch with you?" "Thought about it, but I didn't." "But if I hadn't?" "Maybe. Once." She was trying not to smile. "Just once?" "Well," he drawled, "you seem to know your own mind pretty well. I don't see you changing a no to a yes just because someone keeps asking you the same question." That made her laugh out loud. "That's the second best compliment you've paid me." "What was the first?" "Not trying to protect me when I was in a fight." He opened his eyes comically wide. "I'm no good in a fight." "So you've never thrown a punch?" Now he grinned. "Hardly ever. Anyway, you're a professional. I didn't figure you needed my assistance." "Well," she said, "if there were 5 people coming at me at once, then I might need some help." 5. "Good to know," he said. "I'll keep an eye out." And she laughed again. "So, where do you want to go?" he asked, turning toward the street. "What do you want to see?" "East Side," she said. "The Aussen district." He gestured for her to follow him to the side of the road, where one of the big public transports was racketing into view down the gridway. "You're trying to find out about Aussen," he guessed. "Seems like the place to start." The chugger stuttered to a stop barely long enough for them to swing on board before it lurched forward again. All the seats were filled, so Jayla grabbed a metal pole and braced herself against the uneven motion. Cody had also wrapped one hand around the support, and he swayed easily with every bump and jounce. "I know you can take care of yourself," he said over the noise of transit. "But there's a few things you ought to know when you start exploring the city. The northeastern district can be pretty rough, so be careful anytime you go there, and maybe don't go alone." "Do you go there alone?" "I have," he admitted, "but I don't like to." He grinned. "And I bet I'm faster than you. I can outrun most anybody." She tightened her grip on the rail and deliberately gave him a thorough inspection. Muscular and lithe, with a runner's trim build and loose physicality. "I bet I'm almost as fast," she said. He laughed out loud. "Maybe if there's time at the end of the day, we can have a race. Or maybe we can—" He paused, and now he was the one to look her over with a critical eye. "Or maybe not." She knew he was goading her, but she couldn't let it pass. "Maybe what?" "Back at the house, we have a training area set up where couriers can practice running the wires. If they're brave enough." Jayla pointed at the roof of the car. "Those wires? The power lines?" "That's right. Have you been here long enough to see a courier running along the cables?" She nodded. "I want to do it." He laughed again. "I knew you would." "Can you teach me? Really?" "I can try. Some people never get the knack." He appraised her again. "You've got the right build for it, and a good sense of balance would be my guess." "Usually." "And you're not afraid of anything." She felt her lips move in a wry twist. "Well, I'm not afraid of heights, if that's what you mean." Oh, so there are things that scare you. She had one free hand, so she poked him sharply in the ribs. Nothing I'd tell you about. He grinned. Not yet, he said. But maybe someday. Chapter 12. Jayla. The ride to the Island District took close to an hour, although Jayla and Cody were able to snag seats after the first 20 minutes. Unlike Tivol's little sprinter, the chugger pulled over every few minutes to allow more riders to board, and this slowed their progress considerably. Jayla didn't really mind. She was enjoying looking out the open windows at the changing architecture of the city. Since she'd arrived at the Elaine house, she hadn't strayed farther east than the Catterfoil, generally taking routes that led straight down the middle of the city. Cody had put them on a transport that appeared to be circling to the north and east before it carried them to their destination. She could feel the chugger strain as the road made a gradual ascent where the edge of the city met the mountain. This was as close as she'd gotten to the flinty black wall of stone, and she briefly stuck her face out the window so she could get a better look. As soon as they passed the center point of town, the road began descending, and now the squeal of brakes was added to the clacking of wheels, the rush of air, and the rumble of conversation. Around them, the city changed again, the buildings growing first larger and more impersonal, then smaller and dingier. The wealthier-looking riders had all disembarked before they crossed the center line, and most people who boarded now wore shabby clothes and expressions of exhaustion. Jayla noticed that while the more affluent passengers had mingled relatively freely, these riders tended to cluster by race. When a Zessan woman boarded, she would pass up 3 empty seats by Chobani women to sit by a Zessan man. No one seemed overtly hostile, but no one appeared particularly friendly either. They passed through a district that looked to be nothing but cramped, crumbling buildings and empty alleys for as far as Jayla could see. The transport had slowed to a crawl because it passed over pavement so cracked and buckled that to take it at any speed would probably cause the vehicle to overturn. People hopped off or jumped on without waiting for the chugger to come to a complete halt. As it creaked around a wide curve in the road, 2 young men swung on board. They were both Maratan, lean and feral, wearing long cloth coats, even in the summer heat. Moving casually, Jayla shifted her arms to check the placement of her hidden weapons. Everyone else watched the newcomers covertly, while pretending their attention was somewhere else. "This is the Northeast District, I take it?" Jayla breathed in Cody's ear. He nodded. "It gets better in a couple miles." Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, the pace of the transport picked up. The buildings, visible on either side of the road, seemed to shake off a creeping malaise and straighten to their full height. The dangerous young men exited without a backward glance, and the sense of relief among the other passengers was palpable. "Come on," Cody said, nudging Jayla to her feet. "Next stop is ours." The chugger came to a stop long enough for 8 or 10 passengers to hop off, and a handful to climb on. As the transport sparked away, Jayla stood on the side of the road and looked around. They were in a small, lively urban plaza that had a distinct and unfamiliar look to it. While the buildings were constructed with the same stone, plaster, and wood that made up the rest of the city, there was something markedly different about this section of town. Maybe it was the colors of the curtains in the windows or the flags over the doors. Maybe it was the exotic flowers growing in the pots and small plots of land. Maybe it was the heavy, spicy aromas that seeped out through open windows. Most everyone Jayla could see looked like Aussen, small-boned, freckle-faced, and auburn-haired, though there was much variation in height and weight and individual features. Jayla took a deep breath. These are Aussen's people, all right. Now, if only we can find the ones she belongs to. Jayla did a slow pivot, trying to determine the purpose of each different structure. Some were houses, she thought. A couple appeared to be storefronts. I'm supposed to be looking for a temple.
How do you know that?
Madeleine's cook speaks a little Zessan, and Aussen told her that's where her mother's going to look for her.
That's useful, Cody said. Let's see what we can find.
They tried the largest of the 3 shops, because Jayla reasoned anyone who planned to sell to the public could probably speak a couple of languages. The interior was overloaded with goods, swaths of fabric, shelves of books, stands of spices, counters full of jewelry. The scents of leather, paper, and food combined into a dizzying incense. Several people, all islanders, moved through the narrow aisles, casting suspicious looks at Jayla and Cody. But no one approached them. Jayla headed toward the center of the shop, where a heavy-set woman of late middle age appeared to be arranging necklaces in a display case. "Do you speak Cordish?" she asked. The woman gave Jayla a quick inspection before nodding.
"Well enough. What can I help you with?"
"I'm looking for a temple that I believe is in the area. I'm hoping to find someone there who could give me information I need." The woman pointed. "Go that way for a block, then turn right. 3 buildings down from that, on the left. Out front there will be a statue of the goddess, about so tall." She held her hand at waist height. "The guardian should be able to answer your questions." "Thank you," Jayla said. She was about to turn for the door when her attention was caught by the necklaces on display under the glass of the case. She bent closer to get a better look. They all appeared to be pendants, strung on simple leather cords. Each one was made from the same pitted white stone and featured a woman in various poses. Each one looked very similar to the necklace Pietro had given to Aussen. "Can you tell me, what are these?" she asked. The woman seemed surprised that anyone could be so ill-informed. "Chazisas, of course." "I'm sorry, I still don't understand." The clerk pulled a chazisa out of the case and let Jayla handle it. Yes, very similar to the necklace that Aussen always wore tucked under her clothes. "A representation of Zesaya in one of her poses. Most islanders own 1 or 2 and wear them every day." "And these are good things? Helpful things?" Jayla didn't know how to phrase the question. "Nothing in these chazisas could harm a lost little girl?" The woman looked at her as if Jayla might be crazy. "They are amulets of protection," she said. "The goddess watches over anyone who wears one." "That's all right, then," Jayla said. Cody had sidled up next to her. "What's wrong?" There was no reason to believe this woman could ever have desire to harm Aussen, but there was no reason to trust her either. "I'll tell you later," she said. The clerk put the chaziza away, since it was clear Jayla wasn't planning to buy it. "Is there anything else you wanted?" Jayla glanced around the shop, suddenly realizing she had been presented with an opportunity. "A young islander girl has come under my care. Is there something I could give her that would make her happy?" "I know just the thing," the clerk said, stepping out from behind the counter. She returned a moment later carrying a toy fish made of shiny gold fabric. It was about the length of Jayla's hand, stuffed with so much padding that it was half as fat as it was long. Its eyes were represented by wooden buttons painted emerald green. Its mouth was an embroidered red. Triangular patterns woven into the gold fabric looked as if they were meant to represent scales. "Keshalosha," the shopkeeper explained. "Zesaya's lucky fish. It swims in the waters just off the shoreline, and if you see it, you will have a blessed life." "And how often does anyone see it?" The woman laughed. "Never. It does not exist, though people often claim to have seen Keshalosha on the day before they marry or the morning before they start some new venture." "How much?" As soon as Jayla had handed over her coins, Cody took the toy from her and slipped it inside a flat leather bag buckled over his chest. "You don't have any way to carry it," he pointed out. "I always have my messenger pouch." "Thanks," Jayla said. The brief word directed at both Cody and the clerk, and then she led the way out of the shop. Cody fell in step beside her as she headed in the specified direction. "Why were you concerned about the Chizisa?" "Because Pietro gave one to Aussen and told her never to take it off. He told me it would keep her safe." Cody looked thoughtful. "Do you think he just meant that Josiah would watch over Aussen as long as she wore the amulet?" "No, he meant it literally," she added. "I don't trust him." They walked on 3 steps in silence. "I saw him the other day," Cody said. She came to an abrupt halt, causing 2 men walking behind them to almost run them over. "You did? Where?" "I went to his place to see how he was doing." She felt like her legs had become as heavy and unmovable as the stone beneath her boots. She would never be able to lift her feet again. She stared at him, wondering what he might be hiding behind his amiable face. "Why?" "Because I always like to keep track of people." "Did he ask about me? Or Aussen?" "Asked if I knew where you had landed, and I said yes. He didn't ask where you were, and I wouldn't have told him anyway. I told you I wouldn't." Indeed, he had agreed to keep that secret weeks ago, as the whole group of stranded travelers finally entered the city via the alternate bridge. She hadn't told Cody why he needed to conceal Aussen's whereabouts, and he hadn't inquired, but he had promised. Still, people broke promises all the time. She kept her troubled gaze on his face. "Maybe you're the one I shouldn't trust," she said. His own gaze was steady in return, his face unusually sober. "What have I done to make you say that? Why do you like to keep track of everyone?" He spread his fingers wide and touched them to either side of his head. "It's how I think," he said. "It's like my mind is one big map, and I have to know where to put people and things. Every time I go to a new building, every time I meet a new person, I fill in the map some more. I might have only met a man once when I delivered a message to him 10 years ago, but if you say his name, the map comes up in my head and I remember where I saw him. And I can take you right there. That's just how I see the world." "Maybe," she said doubtfully. "But Pietro?" "You don't trust him," Cody said. "Isn't that a good enough reason to know where he is, so we can find him if we need to?" "That's not why you went looking for him," she challenged. He grinned. "No, I like him. He's interesting. But I'm not going to tell him anything about you." "Then why?" She shook her head. "I don't understand you." He spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "If you don't want me to come to the temple with you, I won't. I think I should make sure you get safely back to the Elaine house, but after that, you don't have to see me again if you don't want to. Just tell me to go away." She had been about to say just that. "You may as well leave right now, and don't bother getting in touch with me again." But the minute he made the offer, she changed her mind. "No, I want you with me," she said. "It's just that you don't make sense to me." His grin was back. "Then I guess you need to spend more time with me until you figure me out." She snorted, but she almost smiled. Her feet had transmogrified back into flesh, so she was able to resume striding along the street. "The shopkeeper said we should take the next turning here. And look, I can see a building that must be the temple. There's a little statue out front, anyway." A few moments later, they were inside. They had entered a small, round space, dimly lit by a few pillar candles placed on low tables. Jayla looked around swiftly, taking in impressions. The walls were covered with a series of fabric wall hangings, featuring a handful of people in deliberate tableau. Each scene included a depiction of the same woman, small and graceful, with emerald eyes and ginger hair. In one image, she carried a spear, in another, a basket of bread, in another, an armful of long-stemmed purple flowers. The borders of each hanging were worked with repeating motifs of fish, stylized ocean waves, and 12-pointed stars. There was a plain fountain in the middle of the room, nothing more than a stone basin and a simple spray of water. 3 curved wooden benches were placed around the fountain, forming a circle with 3 wide gaps. 2 women sat together on one, quietly talking. They ignored the newcomers completely. A third woman stood at the fountain, her eyes closed, her hands stirring the water as she soundlessly moved her lips. She wore an unadorned black dress, sleeveless in the heat. Its collar and hem were embroidered with gold and green fish. Jayla's bet was that this was the woman the clerk had referred to as the guardian. She guessed it was rude to interrupt the cleric at her prayers, so she took a seat on a bench right in the woman's line of sight. Cody settled beside her. 15 minutes after they arrived, the other 2 visitors had left, and the guardian was still at her ritual. Jayla was silently debating the merits of knocking over a candle or dropping something loud and metallic on the floor. But Cody, usually so restless, seemed perfectly content to just sit there. So she tried to hold on to her patience. After another 5 minutes, the guardian pulled her hands from the fountain, flicked off the water, and opened her eyes. She was looking straight at Jayla, and her expression was unsurprised, so she had clearly heard them enter. She surveyed them for a moment. Then she smiled and asked a question in a language as soft and sibilant as ocean spray. "I'm sorry," Jayla said. "Do you speak Cordish?" "Yes, but not very well," the guardian answered. "You look like someone who has come here with a question." She misplaced the accents on a number of words, but her voice was low and lovely. "I have, if you can spare me a few moments." The woman nodded serenely and seated herself next to Jayla. "What is it you need to know?" "My name is Jayla. On my travels here, I took charge of a young islander girl whose companion had died on the way. I believe her mother is supposed to meet her at this temple, but I don't know when, and I don't know how to get in touch with her. I am hoping to leave a message that will find her when she arrives." "What are they called?" "The girl is Aussen, and her mother is Tivol." "Both common names among the islanders." The guardian shook her head. "But there have not been any recent inquiries about anyone with those names, and I would be certain to know of it if such a search was underway." "Then, with your permission, I will return every week or so until you have news." "Of course." The guardian took a moment to scan Jayla's face, and then went on. "But perhaps there is a better arrangement? You do not speak Zessin, and I would guess a young girl from the islands does not speak Cordish. You would be right. You have done this girl a kindness by escorting her to Corcannon, but perhaps it is time to turn her over to people who might understand her better." Beside her, Jayla felt Cody stiffen, though he still seemed to sprawl at ease on the bench. Her own face creased into a frown. She hoped it looked more like concern than suspicion. "Thank you. That is generous," she said. "And I admit that I am not used to caring for children. I know several young mothers who would be happy to take her in. But..." Jayla let worry seep into her voice. "There was a man who traveled in the same group. I thought he took an odd interest in Aussen. I thought he frightened her. He learned that she was supposed to meet her mother at the temple, and I'm afraid he might come looking for her. If I keep her with me, he won't be able to find her." That is indeed disturbing, the Guardian agreed. If you told us his name or described his appearance, we could be watching out for him. I'm sorry, Jayla said. I don't want to take the risk. The Guardian nodded, seeming to accept that far more easily than Jayla might have in her position. Zesaya put the girl in your hands, and you want to honor the goddess's will. Then you should do so. So if I come back every week, you could let me know where to send word if her mother arrives, the Guardian said. Jayla smiled apologetically. But then I have the same worry, she said. What if this man found out where Aussen was staying and came for her there? The Guardian widened her eyes at that. You seem to think this man is capable of an astonishing level of stealth and evil. I don't know what he's capable of, Jayla said, but he himself told me he has powerful friends. Then we will rely on your visits to reunite mother and child. Thank you, Jayla said. I will hope that day comes soon. They took a different route from the Zessa neighborhood to Cody's part of town, boarding a transport that followed a more central road. Jayla was getting a better sense of the city's layout, and she thought Cody lived in the warehouse district just east of the Catterfoil. At any rate, once they hopped off the chugger, they walked through row after row of big, boxy buildings and throngs of people dressed in the loose, rough clothes of physical laborers. Here we are, Cody said, guiding her to a building almost indistinguishable from all the others. It was 4 stories high, made of rough gray stone with absolutely no ornamentation. 2 or 3 windows on every level appeared to be original to the house, but intermixed with them at irregular intervals were another 10 or so that looked like they had been hacked out of the thick walls at a later date. Each window was open to the heavy summer air. When they stepped through the door, they were instantly in a big open chamber that contained the entire ground level. The high ceiling was supported by a series of columns made of stacked stones the same color as the exterior. There were no mosaics or paintings on the walls or pillars, nothing to brighten the unrelenting gray. But the floor was a mad jumble of dilapidated chairs, fat pillows, colorful rugs, tables, shelves, baskets, and the odd bit of broken statuary that looked like it had been appropriated from the garbage heap of a second-rate temple. 6 or 7 people lounged on the furniture in various spots, talking, arguing, or playing games. None of them seemed to notice when Cody walked in. Even in the low light, Jayla could see that they all wore bracelets set with the highly reflective gems of the professional courier. This is the common room, Cody explained, guiding her toward a corner where a sturdy metal stairwell made a switchbacked ascent. There's a kitchen against the back wall, and we take turns cooking, though none of us are very good at it. How many people live here? 10 right now. Sometimes there have been as many as 15, but that feels like a lot. At the base of the stairwell, Jayla glanced up, tracing the crisscrossing black struts up 3 more stories. Where does everyone sleep? We've put in walls on the 3rd floor to make 6 bedrooms. Some people have their own rooms. Some share. On the 4th floor, it's mostly just big empty space, like it is down here. But some people prefer to camp out up there. Rig up blankets for privacy if they feel like it. Those tend to be the people who don't stay too long. And what's on the 2nd floor? He lightly touched the small of her back, urging her upward. That's what we're here to see. The 2nd floor was a giant playroom, or training yard, or some combination of the two. Like the bottom level, it was one large open space filled with a collection of oddments. But here, Jayla was sure there was a purpose behind each accumulated piece. In one section were hand weights and pulley contraptions that couriers probably used to build up their strength. In another corner, a system of ladders and hanging nets seemed designed for runners to practice their climbing skills. Down the center of the room was a narrow lane, wide enough for 2 people to travel side by side. It was completely free of debris. Jayla suspected it was a short track designed for running abbreviated races. Around the perimeter was a longer track, similarly free of clutter, for practicing endurance runs. Fully half of the space was given over to a low web of cables and wires suspended about a foot off the floor between the supporting pillars. Jayla headed over to inspect it, and Cody came behind her to explain. "We tried to replicate the wires the way they hang over the city," he said. "Those heavy black cables, those are the power lines the cars run on. Most of them have a weave of smaller wire cables that run along them on either side, so there's a mesh a couple feet wide with a cable running down the middle. The weave is pretty open, though. If you're not careful, your foot will slip through, and then your whole leg will go through, and it's hard to pull yourself up and regain your balance. At that point, it's usually better to free your leg and drop to the street." "How often does that happen?" "When you first start doing it, all the time. After your first year or 2, hardly ever." "So you run along the mesh, not the cable?" "Mostly. But sometimes, especially on the narrower routes, there's no mesh, just the cable. That's a lot trickier because you have to go slower, and you have to be a lot more careful about your balance." She glanced over at him. "That's what you did when you crossed the canyon, when the bridge came down." He nodded. "I like walking the wire. I practice almost every day. But it's not really that useful. If you're carrying a message all the way across the city, it's usually just as fast to follow the streets or hop a transport. But if you're taking something from one edge of the Catterfoil to another, or out to Council Row, and traffic is heavy, overhead is the way to go." "How do you get up to the mesh?" He gestured toward the corner of the room with the ladders and netting. That was when Jayla spotted a sturdy pole with a T-shaped crossing at the top. All along the roads, there are poles that support the cables. You pull yourself up one of those, then swing onto the web. It's not easy, so it's better to practice here first." "I bet," she said. "I'm pretty coordinated, and I'm not sure I could do it." "Harder to walk the wires," he said. "If you can't master that, no point in climbing the pole." She nodded. "All right. What do I need to do?" "I'm going to start you on the cable, just because it will give you a sense of how good your balance is. If you can master the slow walk on the cable, you should find it easy to run the mesh." "All right. So I just climb up there?" "First, you need different shoes. Thin soles, so you can feel the wire, so you can grip it with your feet. We've got a box over here." In a few minutes, she had donned borrowed shoes with soft leather soles and tied her hair back to keep it out of the way. Cody held her wrist as she cautiously stepped up to the cable, placing one foot in front of the other and trying not to ignominiously tumble over into the webbing. "2 things to remember," he said. "You want your weight to be as low to the wire as it can be. So flex your knees a little to bring you down, but keep your back straight. Keep your weight dead center over the cable, or you'll overbalance and fall. Feel the wire through the soles of your shoes. It'll sway as you move. It might roll a little beneath your feet. You have to be aware of all those things, all the time." She stood there a moment, holding her pose, feeling the way her body adjusted to the slight movement in the wire. Cody still held her arm, and she didn't pull away, because she could tell she was leaning into and away from him to keep her balance. She slowly shifted her weight to her front foot, slowly lifted her back foot and brought it around. Too far, too fast. Her arms flailed and she crashed into the webbing. She felt the rough strands dig grooves into her ribs and thighs and cheek. "Damn it," she said, rolling to the edge and standing up. Cody was laughing. Everybody falls. A lot. I want to be better than everybody. Yeah, that's what I like about you. This time, she took hold of him so she could let go when she wanted. Again, she placed both feet and stood for a moment, getting her bearings. Again, she shifted her weight to her front leg, but brought her back foot around with more care. This time, she didn't fall, though her grip on Cody's forearm tightened to a clutch. Better, he said. Does it get easier when you have some forward momentum going? Yeah, but it still doesn't go fast. She took another step, feeling her feet curl around the edge of the cable, feeling the wire sharp beneath her soles, even through the leather. If she spent too long on this exercise, her feet would be bloody. She couldn't afford to lame herself just to prove she could acquire this spectacularly useless skill. But she could practice for a little while. Another step. Good, Cody said. And another one. She fell 3 more times before she managed to walk the length of the cable from one pillar to the other. And even at that, she never let go of Cody's hand. But she was developing the beginnings of a sense of balance, an understanding of how the cable swayed beneath her weight, a remote idea of how she might train her body to perform this trick. Excellent. You're a natural, Cody enthused as he helped her down. For a moment, her feet couldn't lie flat against the smooth surface of the floor. She flexed her toes and stretched her spine. That's hard, she said. But fun. I thought you'd like it. When's your next day off? You can come back and practice. Maybe 2 weeks from now? I'll let you know. He was smiling. She realized that she had just committed to another outing with him before she'd even had time to decide how she felt about this one. It wasn't just the heavy cable that was making her reassess her sense of balance. Unless something comes up, she added, for either one of us. Right, he said. I won't count on it. But he was still smiling, and even though it annoyed her, she could feel herself smiling back. Aussen loved the stuffed golden fish. Her face broke into a smile of delight when Jayla offered it to her, and she instantly cradled it against her cheek. Kesh-alosha? Jayla said hesitantly, and Aussen replied with a spate of happy words, none of which Jayla understood. She crouched down so she was at eye level with the little girl, and said in a slow voice, Do you still have your necklace that Pietro gave you? Aussen instantly pulled out the amulet from under her shirt. Jayla examined it briefly, but it was exactly as she remembered. A white stone figure that she now knew to be a representation of Zessiah. For the first time, she wondered if Aussen had been so willing to wear it because it was familiar to her, because most people she knew already owned something very like it. She might even have a pendant of her own back home. That still didn't explain why Pietro had given it to her, or why he wanted her to have it, or how, in fact, it could protect her. But at least it made Jayla feel a little better. It had to be a good thing to be watched over by a goddess, didn't it? Maybe she should buy a chaziza of her own next time she was in the Islander district. She wouldn't mind a little protection herself. Chapter 13. Jayla. 2 days later, Jayla was accompanying Madeleine to a grand affair at the residence of the High Divine. Everyone will be there, Madeleine said as they swept down the grand staircase. She was wearing a flame-colored dress and a shawl woven of so many vivid colors it was impossible to pick out a pattern. But the bright hues suited her better than the grays she had favored ever since Jayla arrived. It will be quite the gala. It seems odd to me that a priest would put on lavish entertainments, Jayla remarked. I think of religious folk as being more austere. Not in Corcannon, Madeleine replied.
The High Divine of the temple always presides over the council, so he's very active in city politics, which means he's deeply involved with all the council families. I haven't spent much time learning about city government, Jayla admitted. Madeleine laughed and led the way outside. The sunset was so gaudy, it looked like a mosaic in the Elaine house. But night crouched overhead, ready to swallow every bright streak. The air was still warm with the day's accumulated heat, but Jayla thought it would cool down appreciably once the sun disappeared. Naturally, Tivol is late, Madeleine murmured, then turned back to Jayla. It's pretty simple, really. There are a couple of dozen wealthy families who have historically held positions on Corcannon City Council. Every 5 years, 12 people are elected to serve for the next term. The High Divine has a permanent seat on the board. Who decides who's eligible to be a council family? Madeleine laughed again. Well, I don't know, but it's been the same set of families ever since I can remember. Some of them only own property in the city, but most of them have estates out in Spain or Murata, but they come to Corcannon all the time for business. Jayla was still trying to work it out. So, you must have aunts and uncles and cousins somewhere? Dozens. Most of them are in northern Murata, but a few of them live in Corcannon year-round. Tivol's sprinter rattled up as she finished speaking. Traffic was unusually light, and he took the turn from the main road so fast that the overhead rod threw off sparks. Both Madeleine and Jayla instinctively jumped back, but the vehicle didn't overturn, as Jayla half expected. "Tivol!" Madeleine exclaimed. "If you don't promise me right now that you will drive in a more reasonable fashion, I am not getting in this car with you. Not tonight, and not ever. You're going to kill yourself one day, and I don't want to be with you when you do." He was laughing, but contrite. Sorry. There was no one in front of me, and I couldn't resist kicking it up to full speed. I shall be utterly sedate while I have a passenger beside me." Jayla noticed, although Madeleine probably didn't, that Tivol didn't seem to recognize that there would be 2 people riding with him tonight. She said nothing as she climbed into the back seat, which was really a cramped space designed to hold small personal possessions, and not a live person. "You better be," Madeleine said, settling in front. "I am not joking. I'll get out on the street and wait for a chugger if you don't behave." He leaned over and kissed her cheek. "I am properly chastened," he said, "and may I say how very beautiful you look." Madeleine smiled back. "You may. You look very nice as well." "Of course, the social event of the season." The 2 of them teased each other for the rest of the drive, during which time Tivol obediently drove at a reasonable rate of speed. He didn't have any choice about slowing down once they turned onto the main road that bisected the Catterfoil, because it was already jammed with so many private vehicles that traffic was almost at a standstill. "At some point, it would be quicker to get out and walk," Madeleine observed. "We're going to leave the car a few blocks away, so we will be walking," Tivol said, "but not quite yet." After they had inched forward another half-mile, Tivol pulled off into a parking area, and they all disembarked. Jayla glanced up at the tightly packed grid of cables that allowed grid cars to maneuver fluidly across the plaza. Then she fell in step a couple of paces behind the other 2. It was almost full dark now, but artificial lamps lined the streets and provided decent visibility. Still, Jayla was on high alert. There were so many shadowed doorways to pass, so many lightless alleys. Too many places for an assailant to lurk. This would be a perfect place to stage an attack. But they made it without incident to their destination. It was a long, white stone building several stories high. Unlike the plain exteriors of the mansions that lined Council Row, this building was highly ornamented with fluted columns, carved friezes, and lacy grillwork. More of those artificial lights had been strategically placed on the grounds to illuminate both the facade
and the walkways leading up to the grand entrance. From all directions, people on foot were converging on the doorway. Jayla was pleased to spot 8 or 10 temple guards in their distinctive dark blue livery. Some stood at the doors, watching people as they entered. Some patrolled the edge of the street, making sure none of the drivers had any trouble. Madeleine took Tivol's arm, then turned back to look for Jayla. She smiled to see the guard right on her heels. "It's quite a sight, isn't it?" she said. "It's impressive," Jayla said. "And this whole house belongs to the High Divine?" "No, it's part of the temple complex. His lodgings are on the 3rd level, but most of the building is used for other things." She waved a hand toward the open doors. "We'll all be sitting down to dinner in the big conference hall on the bottom floor." Within a few steps, they had fallen in with the rest of the throng, all vying for the best spot in line that was slowly being funneled through the doors. Madeleine greeted some of her friends with cries of delight, as if she hadn't just seen them a day or two before. Tivol dropped her arm and turned aside to joke with one of the men waiting in line next to them. A hooded figure slipped between Tivol and Madeleine, raising its arm in one smooth, swift stroke. Jayla's body was in motion before her brain even registered the threat. She flung herself forward as the arm sliced downward, the chilly artificial light running like silver along the curved blade. She felt the impact as her shoulder crashed into the assailant's chest, heard the faint oof of a high-pitched voice. She had collided with a small, wiry body, and she could feel it bunch and coil as the other person tried to spin away. Clamping her hand around the assailant's wrist, she wrenched her arm downward and sent the knife flying. It skittered across the pavement with a musical clatter. She followed up with a punch to the jaw, then hooked a foot around the attacker's ankle. They both went down hard. Jayla was dimly aware of screaming all around her, of bodies shifting away in alarm. But all she cared about was containing the thrashing form beneath her. She was pretty sure her opponent was a woman, but she couldn't pause long enough to rip off the concealing hood. Whoever it was bucked frantically beneath her, clawing at Jayla's face, trying to get free. Jayla countered with a fierce blow to the chest that caused the woman to gasp for air. Then suddenly temple guards were on either side of her, shoving Jayla to one side and hauling the woman up by both arms. Jayla rolled to her feet and glanced around quickly to locate Madeleine. Yes, just a few steps away, staring fearfully from the shelter of Tivol's arms. All around her were privileged rich couples, dripping with silk and jewels, gaping at this sudden eruption of violence. People who weren't near enough to see were calling out, "What happened?" More temple guards were abandoning their posts to race over and assist. Jayla ignored them all. "Are you hurt?" she asked Madeleine. "Did the knife touch you?" Madeleine shook her head in a slow, disjointed motion. "No, I didn't even realize he was there until you hit him." She brushed at her neck, as if she felt where the phantom blade would have come down. "She, I think," Jayla said. "She? A woman assaulted Madeleine?" Tivol demanded. "Why?" Jayla shook her head, but there was no time to answer. Two of the temple guards, satisfied that the attacker was under control, hustled over to Madeleine. "Best for you to get inside," one of them said, "in case there's more." That had been more or less what Jayla was thinking, but she wouldn't have said it in a way that made Madeleine shrink back into Tivol's embrace, looking more fearful than ever. But Madeleine didn't argue. Still huddled under Tivol's protective arm, she followed the guards as they cleared a forceful path through the crowd of revelers. Friends called out to them as they passed through. "Madeleine, are you all right?" "Tivol, what happened?" But neither of them answered. Jayla came behind them, close enough to touch the fringe on Madeleine's gaily patterned scarf. But her eyes darted from side to side, assessing each young woman as she reached out toward Madeleine, each young man as he stepped close enough to catch Tivol's attention. No doubt about it now, she thought. This wasn't some random act of aggression or some unfortunate accidental encounter. Someone was definitely targeting Madeleine. Jayla remembered the conversation she'd had with Madeleine on the day they met. Jayla had speculated that the attackers were amateurs who weren't used to killing, but who were so caught up in a cause that they would keep trying until they got it right. She'd also suggested that whoever was behind the assaults was acquainted with Madeleine, well enough to know when she might be where. Tonight's events had confirmed, rather than disproved, these suspicions. Someone had known Madeleine would be attending the gala tonight, had slipped silently through the excited crowd, waiting for the right victim, the right moment to strike. Could have gotten lucky with one good slice, but more likely would have botched the job and needed several desperate blows before managing the fatal thrust. Probably wouldn't have had enough time before the screams of the crowd alerted the temple guards. Was already planning to try again. It didn't matter that this attacker was already in custody and could do no more harm. This made at least the third, and maybe the fourth, different individual who had attempted to murder Madeleine. If there were 4, there were probably more. A circle of potential assassins. A mysterious group with an unfathomable hatred for a young woman who, as far as Jayla could tell, had never done a single thing in her life to make her remarkable, let alone despicable. Jayla found herself less concerned with who. What puzzled her most was why. What worried her most was when. Chapter 14. Madeleine. Everyone thought she should go straight home, but Madeleine refused. "I'm staying," she said to Tivol, to her friends, even to Harlow when he pushed through the partygoers to find her in a corner of the crowded hall. "But, my dear," Harlow said, taking her hands and surveying her with concern. She hadn't realized how cold her hands were until she felt the warmth of his. "You must be so shaken up. You think you're fine, but in an hour, suddenly you may find yourself trembling and incoherent." "Well, if that happens, then in an hour I'll go home," she said. "I just think your father will consider me most remiss if I do not insist that you depart at once." She actually managed to laugh. "My father would think me very poor-spirited if I ran home merely because someone tried to hurt me but didn't even manage to tear my dress. If someone had attacked him, he would have just grunted," she made the appropriate sound, "and kept walking." "Nevertheless, I think she is determined to prove how brave she is, and it does us no good to argue," Tivol interrupted. Harlow squeezed her hands and let them fall. "I'll make sure the guards know you should never be out of their sight." "Thank you," Madeleine said. She didn't even try to be surreptitious about it. She deliberately turned her head so she could make eye contact with Jayla, discreetly standing a few feet behind her. If no one else here realized why she had survived the night, Madeleine did. "Thank you," she said again. "I must attend to my guests," Harlow said. "If you do decide to leave early, let me know. Otherwise, I will worry when you are missing." He swept away with his usual grace. Madeleine turned to Tivol. "And it's not that I'm trying to be brave," she said. "It's that I'm so angry. Someone wants me to be afraid. Someone wants me dead. I am filled with such rage that I want to hit that person in the face. But instead, I'll attend a party." Tivol sighed and kissed the top of her head. "Then let's go make merry." They stepped out of the corner and into the mass of revelers, where they were instantly enveloped in a circle of well-wishers. For the next hour, the same scenario played out over and over. A few of Madeleine's particular friends would spot her and come running over, emitting little shrieks and drawing her into quick embraces. They would demand to know what had happened, how she felt, what she was going to do next. She held her head high and answered steadily. It was terrifying. Yes, I am a little frightened, but I know I am well protected. I imagine Harlow and my father will have the assailant interrogated, and we will learn the reasons behind the attack. And then she would change the subject. I love your necklace. Is that a new perfume you're wearing? Oh, I hope your mother is coming to town soon. It always worked. People invariably were more interested in talking about themselves than about anything else. Despite her defiant words to Tivol, she didn't feel brave at all. In fact, she wanted to cower under his arm for the entire night. If he was standing on one side of her, then danger couldn't come from that direction, and she could watch the other side. She continually glanced behind her to make sure Jayla was nearby, and was always immensely comforted to find the guard only a few feet away, ceaselessly scanning the crowd. She wanted to protest when Tivol eventually dropped his arm and joined an animated conversation with some of his friends. She wanted to wail out loud when he moved off with them to explore something on the far end of the room. But she didn't. She drew herself taller and smiled brightly at her father's cousin and asked her neighbor's daughter when the baby was due. It was a staggering effort. Someone wanted her dead, and it made no sense, and it filled her with an uncontrollable, uncontainable sense of panic. This was worse than grief, in a way, because grief was so real and implacable and incontestable. This formless, inchoate fear didn't quite settle in her lungs, in the base of her throat. It shrouded her like a wispy fog, made it harder to see the world around her, uncertain of where to set her foot, uncertain even if there was a stable surface for her to set her foot upon. But she was too proud and too stubborn to turn back. She was too angry to give in. She smiled, and she chattered, and she tilted her head to listen to her friends, and, always mindful that she might be at the edge of a precipice, she continued to move forward across the room, step by measured step. Harlow came back to check on her twice, accompanied the second time by Benito, a junior priest who was widely rumored to be his lover. Benito's dark complexion, silk-black hair, and vivid green eyes bespoke a mixed heritage that had yielded exquisite results. He was, in fact, one of the most beautiful men Madeleine had ever seen. A number of her friends often sighed over the fact that the bracelet on his right hand was solid gold, without a thread of silver. "Madeleine," Benito said in his sweet voice, laying his cheek briefly against hers, "what must we do to keep you safe? Shall Harlow assign a handful of temple soldiers to follow you any time you set foot out of your house?" She laughed shakily. "My father has already hired a personal guard for me, and she does indeed follow me everywhere," she replied. "In fact, she is the one who stopped the attacker tonight. I had been somewhat annoyed to have the constant shadow, but tonight I was most grateful." "But maybe Benito is right," Harlow said with a frown. "Maybe one guard is not enough. Perhaps you need a pair. A troop, a contingent," Benito suggested with a smile. "Certainly not. I can barely tolerate one. But maybe this will be the last time I am in any danger." "I certainly hope so. But why do you think that?" Benito asked. She gestured vaguely toward the door. "This time they captured the attacker, didn't they? I saw the temple guards haul her off. Once she's been questioned, maybe we'll find out—" It was surprisingly hard to say the words. "Why anyone would want to murder me." Benito looked quickly at Harlow, trying to hide an expression of dismay. "Of course," Harlow said smoothly. "We may learn a great deal." But Madeleine wasn't fooled. "What? What's wrong?" Harlow hesitated, then nodded at Benito. "The young woman apparently did not want to be questioned," Benito said. "Before they could even get her inside the guardhouse, she had ingested a fatal poison." It was a moment before Madeleine could make sense of the words. What? She killed herself?
So it appears.
Because she didn't want to explain why. Explain why.
There could be many reasons she did not want to face an interrogation,
Harlow said.
She may have been a criminal wanted for other infractions, or perhaps she is simply unstable, and she planned suicide no matter what the outcome of tonight's events. Sadly, we will never know.
No, I suppose not. Well, I admit I am disappointed, Madeleine said. She hoped she sounded composed, but in truth, this news was almost as upsetting as the attack itself. She found herself wondering how Jayla would interpret this information, but she thought she could guess. Someone would rather die than reveal who sent her to kill you. That means she is a fanatic. That means everyone else who tried to kill you is a fanatic. That means they will try again. Aloud, she said, I really did hope for some answers. Benito gave her arm a comforting squeeze.
There may yet be some clues, he said, in her clothing, in whatever items she had on her body. We might be able to track down where she lived and who her friends are. Don't lose heart.
She smiled at him gratefully. No, I won't. Thank you. Harlow was looking over his shoulder, clearly receiving a signal from someone on his staff.
Ah, my dear, I am needed. I will talk to you again before the evening is over.
Of course, she said, and kept the smile on her face as they turned to go. The minute they disappeared into the crowd, she felt the panic claw its way back up her throat. Dead. The attacker was dead. Who would be sent after her next? Someone stealthier, more determined, with a steadier hand? She looked around frantically for Tivol, desperate to seek comfort from his presence, take refuge against his shoulder. 3 of his friends stood nearby, laughing immoderately at some private joke. But Tivol wasn't with them. He wasn't talking with the older men clustered near the wine buffet. He wasn't paying exaggerated compliments to any of the pretty young women scattered around the wide room. Madeleine felt her breath shorten as her lungs refused to fill. She felt her hands curl with anxiety. Where was Tivol?
Madeleine,
said a low voice behind her, and she turned practically into Reese's arms. His face was a study of horror and worry.
Madeleine, I just got here 5 minutes ago and I heard—
Oh, Reese, she said, and it was an effort to keep her voice level. Her need for solace was so great, she had to fight the urge to fling herself into his arms. As it was, she instinctively extended her hands, and he took them in a reassuring grasp. I can't even tell you.
Should you be standing here? You look so pale, he interrupted. There are a couple of chairs over there. Let's sit down.
She would have protested, but he was already shepherding her to a row of plush seats set invitingly against the wall. He kept his hold on her hands as they dropped onto the padded cushions. Madeleine couldn't keep herself from checking to make sure that Jayla had followed. She had.
Tell me about it,
Reese demanded. It happened so quickly. We were outside, with the crowd, everyone pressing to get inside, and then this small creature. It was a woman, Reese. A woman. She just slipped up beside me and struck at me with a knife.
Madeleine.
He brought her hands to his mouth, kissing her knuckles, but never letting his eyes waver from her face.
Are you hurt? Everyone said you weren't, but—
No, the knife never touched me. Jayla, my guard, you remember the guard we hired?
Of course I remember.
She was right there. She stopped the attacker. It was so fast I almost didn't realize what was happening. He kissed her knuckles again. She felt the strain in his arms, the tension in his hands, and she had the fanciful thought that he was forcibly restraining himself from sweeping her into a hard embrace.
If something had happened to you—
She managed a woebegone smile. I am so very glad it didn't.
I hope your father gives a bag of money to Jayla as a reward. If he doesn't, I'll do it. 2 bags.
Madeleine tried to assume a bantering tone. Well, of course it's her job to protect me, and she does get paid for that. Reese glanced around with disfavor, as if he found the opulent room and the gaily dressed partygoers far from his taste.
I suppose you can't go straight home. I suppose you have to stay and show everyone how calm and collected you are. An example of strength to all the women of the council families.
That actually made her laugh. I don't feel strong, but I do want to stay. I told Tivol that I wasn't being brave. I was just feeling rage.
Reese glanced around again. And where is Tivol?
Here somewhere, she said lightly. He turned back to her, his face creasing with anger. But she forestalled him before he could speak. But I wasn't even expecting to see you here tonight. When did you get back to the city?
Yesterday afternoon. I was going to call on you in a day or 2.
You still could, she said, the words just slipping out. He gave her a long look before answering.
If you'd be willing to see me.
She tried to make her voice casual. Of course.
Madeleine.
She had never in her life been so happy to hear the chime of dinner bells. The people standing around the room began turning toward the double archway that led to the adjoining dining hall. Faint, delicious aromas wafted through from the other side. Finally, Madeleine exclaimed, jumping to her feet, which caused Reese to release her hands at last. I'm starving.
Reese stood a little more slowly. Sometimes stress will do that to you, he said, give you a ravenous appetite.
She patted her stomach. Stress, or perhaps the fact that I didn't eat much all day because I wanted to make sure I fit into my dress.
And a lovely dress it is.
I had it made especially for tonight. I thought... A tremendous crashing sound came from beyond the archway. Madeleine cried out and threw herself blindly at Reese, clutching his sleeve and hiding her face against his jacket. She felt his arms tighten around her, felt him swing her in a half circle, so his back was to the archway and his body would shield her from danger. Maybe that was his mouth against her hair. Around her, she first heard muffled shouts of alarm, then a wave of nervous laughter.
Some poor servant dropped a whole tray of wine glasses, a man said, and there was another round of mirth.
It still took her longer than it should have to stop trembling and raise her head. Reese stood unmoving, limitlessly patient, still holding her close, still absorbing half her weight. She had the impression he would stand, just so, for the rest of the night, if that was how long it took her to regain her composure. She was tempted, for a moment, to take him up on his silent offer. But she drew in a deep breath, she lifted her chin, she stepped back, and he let his hands fall. That was a little unexpected, she said. The noise, her reaction, the feel of his arms around her.
Now, do you want to go home?
He asked. She stood even straighter. Now I'm hungrier. Let's have dinner. Madeleine had expected Tivol to be remorseful that he had abandoned her for most of the evening, but she had not reckoned with the allure of midnight racing. At the dinner table, she had been seated between one of her father's cousins and Tivol's oldest uncle. Across from her, but 3 seats up, Tivol lounged between Madeleine's elderly neighbor and a nervous young Kissadel girl who had to be at her very first social outing. Tivol glanced over frequently to give Madeleine an encouraging grin or toast her with a glass of wine, but they weren't close enough to have a conversation. She had always thought this room was beautiful, but tonight she was ready to change her mind. 3 of the walls were covered from floor to ceiling with bits of mirrored glass, and the endlessly reflective mosaic flickered with so much light and movement that Madeleine had a headache within 20 minutes. Once she'd consumed the first 2 courses and had a glass of wine, her stomach started to turn on her as well. Now I want to leave, she thought, but people have stopped suggesting it. Well, she could make it through the meal, and then she would beg Tivol to take her home. The party would go on past midnight, but Madeleine was suddenly quite thoroughly done. During one of the brief pauses between courses, Tivol came to his feet and circled the table to bend solicitously over her shoulder. "You're starting to look tired," he said in her ear. She was grateful that he had noticed. "I am. I'm ready to leave at any time." "Excellent. So is Coretta," he said, naming Madeleine's ancient neighbor. "She just sent for her driver. You can ride with her." She twisted around in her chair to get a look at his face. "You don't want to take me home?" His smile was half sheepish and half excited. "Denton has his new sprinter here. Fastest one yet, he says. He wants a few of us to go out and test it. Night's the best time to race, because there's almost no traffic." She couldn't believe it. "You're leaving Harlow's party to go racing?" He misunderstood her anger. I know. My mother would say it was unforgivably rude, but look around." He made a sweeping gesture. "There are so many people here. Harlow will never know I've left." "I'll know." He gave her a conspirator's grin. "But you'll never tell. Shall I let Coretta know you'll ride home with her?" She hated manipulative, petty people, but she found herself saying, "No need. Reese is here, and I'm sure he'll take me." Even that didn't seem to catch Tivol's attention. "All right, I'll come by tomorrow and check on you." And he patted her shoulder and strolled away. It was all she could do not to stare after him with such blazing fury that he erupted into a pillar of fire that burned out within seconds to a pile of abandoned ash. Tivol was probably right not to worry. Madeleine felt so tired and so wretched during the ride home that she couldn't even flirt with Reese. And Reese seemed to be so worried about her that he didn't even bother hinting that he loved her. Then, too, Jayla was sitting right behind them, close enough to overhear every word. It didn't feel like the right time to indulge in dangerous dalliance. Madeleine did, however, allow Reese to help her from the car and into the house, and all the way up the stairs to the door of her bedroom. She didn't actually need to lean on him for that whole journey, but she did it anyway. Jayla loitered in the shadows on the bottom story, either courteously giving them time to talk privately or implacably waiting for him to leave so she could be sure he no longer posed a threat. "I want to come check on you tomorrow," Reese said as Madeleine transferred her hand from his arm to the doorknob. "But my schedule is already crammed full. The day after?" "The day after would be good. Maybe we can go out for lunch." He offered a short bow. "I'll look forward to it." She let herself into her room and managed to maintain a neutral, almost cheerful aspect while the maid Ella undressed her. It wasn't until she was finally alone, with the lights out and the curtains drawn, and the soft covers pulled up to her chin, that she finally allowed herself to start crying. She couldn't tell how many of the tears came from terror, how many from rage, how many from stark disillusionment. But they rose from an apparently bottomless source. Her body was exhausted before her passions were, and when she finally fell asleep, she was still curled around all three of those cheerless companions: fear, fury, and a sense of inconsolable loss. Chapter 15. Madeleine. In the morning, Madeleine discovered it was just as well that Reese wasn't planning to visit her, because her own day had gotten unexpectedly complicated. Her father, who usually left the house quite early, was still on the premises when she went looking for breakfast at an hour so late it was almost lunchtime. She checked involuntarily upon seeing him in the small dining room, perusing some official-looking papers, but clearly waiting for her. "Madeleine," he said, laying the papers aside, "how did you sleep?" She sank to a chair across from him and spread a napkin across her lap as he studied her. After tossing and turning for hours, I think I dropped off right before the sun came up, she said. Had I known you would still be here, I wouldn't have come down in my robe and slippers. He waved this aside.
From all reports, you weren't harmed. Is that true?
The footman brought her a glass of juice and a plate of toast. She took a sip and nodded. Untouched.
But I suppose there is no longer any ambiguity, he answered. This person was sent specifically to do you harm.
That was my conclusion as well, she said as steadily as possible. I had hoped that they would be able to question my attacker, but Harlow said
she poisoned herself rather than submit to interrogation.
Her father interrupted.
That is also what I was told.
Madeleine spread preserves on her toast and took a small bite. Last night she had been ravenous. Today, still wrung out from the hours of weeping, she felt lethargic and ill. She'd been awake less than an hour, and she already wanted to go back to bed. So it seems we were right to hire a guard, she said. He drummed his fingers on the table.
I wonder if you would be safer at the Wellenden estate.
She stared at him. What?
Even a determined assassin might find it difficult to travel 500 miles to track down his target. And Wellen House is staffed with an extensive personal guard. I think you would be safer there.
But I don't want to go to Wellen House, and I doubt Heloise would want the responsibility of protecting me. She has plenty of other concerns.
You can discuss it with her this afternoon.
This afternoon?
She's in town. She wants to see you.
But Her father tossed back a last swallow of water and came to his feet.
We can talk about it more tonight. I'm late.
And without voicing the slightest concern about Madeleine's state of mind after last night's trauma, without expressing relief that she was unharmed or gratitude that she was still alive, without another word, he left the room. She stared after him with so much stupefaction, she didn't even have the energy left to burst into tears. Tivol arrived while she was still getting dressed, so she took some satisfaction in making him wait half an hour while she put on the finishing touches. As the summer reached its zenith, the chilly gray that had been considered the ultimate in fashion was modulating to a light yellow that was kinder to Madeleine's complexion. But she still felt the need to pile on brighter colors: cinnamon, tangerine, a splash of cherry. It was like she had a sliver of ice at her core, and she was trying to warm herself from the outside. Tivol was pacing the gilt room, and he looked up swiftly when she walked in.
"Madeleine!"
he exclaimed, flinging himself across the room to hug her. She didn't push him away, but she turned her cool cheek to his impetuous mouth and stood unresponsive in his arms. He dropped 3 kisses on her face, held her close a moment, then gripped her shoulders as he pulled back to survey her.
"I was right. You're angry with me," he said.
"What could I possibly have to be angry about?" He groaned and folded her back into his arms.
"Oh, I'm such a bore, a cad, an insensitive, boorish cad. I never should have left you at Harlow's last night. I realized that the minute I woke up this morning. I opened my eyes and I thought, I hope Madeleine has recovered from yesterday's terrible adventure. And then I thought, I don't even know if she made it safely home. And then I realized, it was selfish and stupid and unforgivable of me to abandon you yesterday, and I am here to make it up to you in any way you require."
She found herself losing some of her stiff reserve and leaning slightly into his embrace. This was what she had needed last night. Tivol's arms around her. This was where she had always felt safe. "It was not unforgivable. But Tivol, how could you have left me like that? Didn't you know how much I wanted you with me?"
"I should have, but I didn't," he exclaimed. "You always seem so calm and so sure of yourself, and last night was no different. You were so strong and serene that I just stopped worrying."
"I didn't feel as calm and strong as I wanted everyone to believe," she said. Maybe he was right. She had insisted she was fine, and he had believed her. Should she have expected him to read her mind? If she'd asked him to stay by her side, if she'd asked him to take her home, he would have done it. She knew that for absolute fact. She melted a little more in his arms, lifted her head to nuzzle the base of his throat. "But I was angry when you left me."
"I won't do it again," he promised. "You'll see. I'll follow so close behind you everywhere you go, you'll be embarrassed. You'll have to explain to all your friends that I'm a lovesick idiot who's afraid to let you out of his sight. It'll be inconvenient, I know, but you'll have to get used to it."
She laughed. "I think I like it," she said. "I won't like it tomorrow when Reese shows up," she found herself thinking, but she shook the thought away.
"So, what shall we do this evening?" he asked. "How shall I prove to you how much I love you?"
"Why wait till this evening? Let's go right now to the temple gardens. The weather is perfect for strolling along and admiring flowers." His face showed a comical, exaggerated level of dismay.
"Yes, a perfect day for it, but I suppose I forgot to mention that my mother's in town, and she's expecting us this afternoon. We could go to the garden after we visit her."
Madeleine freed herself from his arms and sighed. "That's right. My father mentioned it this morning. When are we supposed to see her?"
Tivol caught her hands. "At 2, but we can go tomorrow. I know she has a meeting scheduled but we can work around it." For a moment, she was tempted. Tivol so rarely defied his mother that she was moved that he would even suggest it. It proved he was serious about atoning for his transgression. It showed he valued Madeleine over everyone else in the world.
"She will be displeased with you," she said tentatively.
"Not at all. I'll let her know you're too worn out from yesterday's events."
Madeleine frowned. "Oh no, that makes me sound like some poor helpless creature who can't handle the slightest adversity."
Tivol kissed her hands. "Then I will come up with some other excuse. Today is your day, and I will do whatever makes you happiest."
She smiled and kissed him. "But then I would spend all day today dreading tomorrow's visit," she said. "Let's get the obligation over with this afternoon, and then go somewhere special."
"That's my Madeleine," Tivol said in an admiring voice. "Always doing the right thing. I wish I was half as good as you are."
She laughed. "I wish you were a quarter as good as I am." But what she was really thinking was, "I can't go see Heloise tomorrow because I am going to spend the day with Reese."
The Wellendens' townhouse was close enough to the Elaines that Madeleine and Tivol could have walked the distance in 15 minutes. But they took Tivol's little sprinter, Jayla riding silently behind them. Tivol had frowned slightly when the guard followed Madeleine out the front door. "We're just going to my mother's," he said. "Surely you don't expect to be under attack there."
"After last night, I am feeling a little vulnerable," Madeleine answered. "I don't even like to step outside my bedroom unless I know Jayla is there. Anyway, if we go somewhere else directly afterward..."
"You're right. The guard shall accompany us everywhere." In just a few minutes, they were parked in the circular drive before the Wellenden mansion. If anything, its lines were even boxier and more severe than those of the Elaine house. And behind the high grillwork fence, the lawns were green but unadorned. Inside, it was not much better. Heloise Wellenden had always had a reputation for austerity, and amongst a set of people who had made opulence a lifestyle, she had chosen to be extravagant in her plainness. So the wide, airy atrium featured white marble floors and white tiled walls and white stone pillars that supported 2 levels of white balconies. Swaths of diaphanous curtains softened a few of the archways. Dozens of ceramic vases held lilies and gardenias in the palest shades.
In certain moods, Madeleine found the very spareness of the place to be restful to her senses, but more often she missed the gaiety of the more familiar colors of home. Theoretically, this was where Tivol lived, and he certainly had a suite of rooms here. But he had confided to Madeleine long ago that this wasn't the kind of place where a dashing young man felt comfortable inviting his friends over for a night of socializing. So, like many of his peers, he also had rented rooms in a fashionable building on the west side of town, and that was where he spent most of his time. "She'll be waiting for us in the sun parlor," Tivol said as they stepped inside. He gestured at a pair of stiff white ladder-back chairs set under one of the overhanging balconies and said, "Your guard can wait for us here, unless you think she needs to accompany us into my mother's presence." Madeleine exchanged a nod with Jayla, who made her way silently toward the seats. "No, I think your mother is quite capable of fighting off an assassin with a butter knife and a look of frigid disdain." Tivol gave a crack of laughter. "Oh, absolutely. My money's always on her." They headed down a white-tiled hallway and entered a room almost as sunny and airy as the atrium. More of those flimsy curtains fluttered at the high windows. More vases of flowers added warmth and fragrance to a setting that was just as monochromatic as the foyer. White tile on the floor, white paint on the walls, furniture upholstered in white cloth of a heavy weave. And sitting in the center of the room, Heloise Wellenden. In the pristine setting, it was almost a shock to see a figure of such color. She had the deep mahogany skin and silky black hair of the pureblood Cordellano. Her lips and nails were painted a vivid red. She wore a flowing pantsuit of cobalt blue silk belted around her waist and a loose scarf in aqueous hues. Her arms were laden with bracelets, the ornately filigreed one on her left hand proclaiming her a member of a council family, the 7 on her left hand detailing her personal story. A widow, a mother of 1, a daughter who had lost both parents, a sister who had lost 3 brothers. Madeleine had often wondered if it was grief that made Heloise so difficult, or if she had always been unlikable. Still, this was her future mother-in-law, and Madeleine could get along with anyone. She crossed the room and kissed the older woman's cheek. "Heloise, how good it is to see you." Heloise didn't bother to stand up, but she took Madeleine's hands in hers and gave her a searching look from her deep brown eyes. "Madeleine, you look tired." Madeleine knew it was true, but she still found the comment irritating. Nonetheless, she tried to respond lightly. "It's been a tumultuous couple of days." Tivol pushed a couple of chairs over, and they took their seats. "Yes, yesterday was quite a shock," he said. "But Madeleine was magnificent. No crazed woman with a knife could shake her poise or cause her to run and hide." "Tivol makes me sound bolder than I am," she said with a smile. "I was unnerved by the attack, but since I hadn't actually been harmed, it seemed silly to miss out on an evening I had been looking forward to." "But this isn't the first time someone has tried to hurt you," Heloise said, still watching Madeleine intently. "You must be very careful. You are quite precious, you know." It was the kindest thing Heloise had ever said to her. "Why, thank you," Madeleine replied. "And I am being very careful indeed." "There's a guard," Tivol said helpfully. "She follows Madeleine everywhere." "I wonder if you would be safer out of the city," Heloise said. "At Wellen House, perhaps. The estate is remote and well guarded, and I think intruders would find it difficult to reach you." "So, my father and Heloise have already discussed this," Madeleine thought. Had they been dashing off notes to each other as soon as the sun came up? Perhaps her father had stalked the short distance between their properties so they could confer in person over the best way to handle this inconvenient turn of events. She could almost hear them saying,
Each of us has only one heir, and we cannot merge our business interests if one of them is dead."
She hated herself for the thought. But it made her reevaluate what Heloise had meant by calling her precious.
"You can't send her off to be locked away in Murata,"
Tivol objected, reaching for Madeleine's hand.
"I need her. If I don't see her every day, my life loses meaning."
"You could join her at Welland House," Heloise suggested. Tivol showed a face of exaggerated shock.
"Move out of the city?"
"Well, eventually you'll have to."
"Nonsense. You're going to live forever."
"I admit that would be my preference, but I fear it is unlikely."
"Well, I'm not ready to move into Welland House yet, and I doubt Madeleine is."
"You could let her answer for herself." Madeleine tried to summon a convincing smile. "Indeed, it is very kind of you to make the offer," she said. "But I'm not ready for country living either. And now that I have my own personal guard, I feel safe enough in Corcannon. I do appreciate the thought."
"If you change your mind, I'm sure she won't," Tivol interrupted. "Let's talk of other things. How was your trip? How long are you staying?"
They struggled through a few minutes of polite conversation before a servant entered with refreshments. At the center of the tray was a large, lumpy loaf of brown bread, its thick crust sprinkled with silvery seeds. It was a traditional menu item in Murata and Tivol's favorite dish.
"You brought some Cardew," Tivol exclaimed. "You really do love me."
"The cook is the one who thought of it," Heloise said.
"Well, she does love me. Does everyone want some? I'll slice it up."
The tray came equipped with an alarmingly large serrated knife and 3 delicate china plates. Heloise poured glasses of water for each of them while Tivol attacked the Cardew.
"That's a tough crust,"
he said, as the blade failed to pierce the top.
"Here, Madeleine, can you hold the bread steady?"
"I should have had them prepare it in the kitchen," said Heloise, watching with faint amusement as Madeleine ceremoniously set her hands on the 2 ends of the loaf. The crust felt hard as a clamshell beneath her fingers.
"Nonsense. Cardew's at its best when it's freshly sliced."
Tivol carefully placed the knife in the center of the loaf and used both hands to saw through it.
"Success. Hold on to the left side while I whittle off a piece for you."
Maybe Madeleine didn't move her hands fast enough. Maybe Tivol was just careless. But the blade slipped, and the knife skittered over a heavy ridge of baked dough, and the serrated edge ripped a long gash through Madeleine's thumb. She yelped with pain and jerked her hand back, putting her hand to her mouth to suck away the blood.
"Madeleine!"
Tivol exclaimed, dropping the knife with horror.
"Are you all right? Show me. I didn't cut your finger off, did I?"
"No, but Tivol, that hurts," she replied. "How did that even happen?"
"I don't know, but I shall never eat Cardew again in my life. Here, let me see."
He took her hand and cupped it in his own, right over the refreshment tray. More blood immediately welled up from the cut and dripped onto the Cardew, which made Madeleine obscurely happy. Tivol made a tisking sound and grabbed an embroidered linen napkin to wrap it around her injury. Heloise had already rung for the servants to request salve and bandages. "How very ironic that we were just discussing how much safer you would be on my property in the country," Heloise said, "since I can't even seem to guarantee your safety in my own parlor."
"I'm beside myself with humiliation and remorse," said Tivol. "Madeleine, my dear, my darling, can you forgive me?"
She was trying to be cheerful and nonchalant, but in truth, she wanted to start crying. "And to think that someone who hates me attacked me last night without doing me the slightest harm," she said, trying to make a joke of it. "But someone who loves me says he wants to feed me, and suddenly I'm bleeding everywhere." Tivol tossed aside the soiled napkin and picked up a fresh one.
"It doesn't look that deep," he said. "But you might want to get this tended to so it doesn't get infected."
"I'll do that," she said.
As soon as I get home. A maid arrived bearing gauze and antiseptic cream. In a few moments, Madeleine was sitting in one of the white upholstered chairs, her thumb bandaged to comically large proportions, a plateful of Cardew on her lap.
"I don't think I can choke down a scrap,"
Tivol said, staring at his own portion. Madeleine had already had her first bite, so she could speak with conviction. "Nonsense. It's how you get revenged upon it," she said. "Besides, it's very good."
"Next time I am certainly having it sliced in the kitchen," said Heloise. "But it is very good."
Tivol sighed and sampled his own slice.
"Oh, an exceptional example of the art form,"
he said with his mouth full.
"It would be a shame to waste it."
"My son," said Heloise, a faint smile on her face. "Always practical." They labored through another 15 minutes of conversation, but everyone seemed relieved when Madeleine rose to her feet and said she wanted to go home. "I don't think I'm up for a visit to the gardens after all," she said to Tivol as he stood beside her. "And I've got obligations all day tomorrow. Perhaps we can do something the day after?"
"Of course, I am at your disposal."
She turned to her hostess, who had not bothered to stand. "It was good to see you again, Heloise. Thank you for thinking of me."
"Of course," Heloise said, echoing her son. "I am glad you were free."
Madeleine's eyes fell on a drop of red perfectly centered on the empty seat nearest the serving table. "Oh no, Heloise, it looks like I have bled all over one of your beautiful chairs." Heloise flicked a dismissive glance in that direction and shook her head.
"It doesn't matter. It is easily repaired or replaced."
"I'm so sorry." Heloise fixed her with those dark, unreadable eyes.
"My dear," she said, "it's a piece of furniture. Nothing is more important than your blood."
Chapter 16. Madeleine. In the morning, Reese arrived bearing a bouquet of roses in an astonishing array of hues.
"I had the florist pick out all the wildest colors in the shop,"
he informed Madeleine as she buried her nose in the velvety petals.
"Because that's always what I think of when I think of you."
"Reese, that's so sweet," she said. She snapped off a dark red bloom veined with streaks of orange, because it perfectly matched the scarf she had draped over her shoulders. "Let me just pin this in place." She struggled with the clasp of her brooch. It was a clumsy task to attempt with one thumb in a bulky bandage.
"Do you need help?"
No, I've got it. Thank you." He came closer.
"What did you do to your hand?"
She didn't want to relate that story. "Cut it accidentally on a knife."
"Every time I see you, you've been wounded," he said. "Last time I was here, you had a gash on your hand from a broken decanter. Maybe it's not just street assassins who are trying to harm you."
"This really was an accident," she assured him, "and I am determined that nothing terrible will befall me today."
"No," he said. "I've made certain of that."
She gave him an inquiring look. "And where are you taking me?" He smiled and held out his hand.
"You'll see."
She was amused to find that he was still driving his mother's grid car. She wondered if it was because his own was still being repaired, or because he remembered that Madeleine liked it. She suspected the latter, but didn't remark on it one way or the other, just settled onto the thickly padded bench. Reese waited until Jayla had climbed in before he took his own seat and put the car in motion, turning carefully onto the street. She was intrigued when he passed the road that would take them to the Catterfoil, with its multitude of attractions, and not long after, she guessed their destination. "We're going to the lake," she exclaimed. "What a splendid idea! The weather is perfect."
"I thought you might be uncomfortable in the plaza with all those people around," he explained. "So I rented a small excursion boat for the afternoon and brought in all my own staff. No one can approach us on the water without being seen, and no one on board will mean you any harm."
It was so thoughtful that she wanted to start crying. Something, it seemed, she was ready to do at a moment's notice these days. "Reese, that's so kind. I don't know what to say." He glanced over at her.
"You don't have to say anything. Just enjoy yourself."
She already knew she would. Crission Lake was at the northwestern edge of the city, in a small cup of a plateau where the mountain first began its jagged ascent. The power lines for the gridway didn't run that far, but a few enterprising souls operated a stable yard at the foot of the mountain, renting out horses, carts, and drivers to take visitors to their destination. The day was so fine that the stable master was doing a bustling business, but Reese had made advance reservations, so their party had only a 5-minute wait before they were enjoying a rather bumpy ride up the mountainside. The discomfort of the journey paled to insignificance as they topped the rise and caught their first glimpse of the lake. It was small enough that visitors could see its entire perimeter, but big enough to not seem crowded by the 20 or so boats that floated lazily across its dappled surface. 2 more boats were tied up at a long dock, awaiting new arrivals. On the rocky, slanted surface of the nearest bank, groups of visitors had spread out festive blankets where they could recline to watch the play of sunlight over water. "Reese," Madeleine said, "what a marvelous idea this was." He took her arm to guide her down the narrow and somewhat treacherous path that led to the dock, then glanced behind him once.
"Do you need any help?"
he asked Jayla. "I'm fine," Jayla said. Madeleine thought she sounded amused. In a few moments, they had boarded their rented boat. It was about 40 feet long and half as wide, with an open doorway that led to a lower level. Above the main deck was an elevated station where a captain already hovered at the controls. Set against the railing at the bow was a small linen-covered table flanked by 2 chairs. In the middle of the table was a vase filled with more vivid roses.
"Let's cast off," Reese said, "and then have lunch."
It was the best day Madeleine had had for longer than she cared to remember. The weather was ideal, sunny without being oppressively hot. The boat rocked so serenely across the water that the wine in their glasses barely trembled. A silent footman brought them food at discreet intervals, but otherwise no one came near them. Even Jayla, who had taken a seat near the captain, appeared to be staying as far away as possible. The combination of sunshine, wine, and isolation made Madeleine feel like her whole body was unclenching from a pose she had held so long she hadn't even been aware of the effort she was making. It seemed easier to breathe somehow, even though it hadn't seemed hard before. Easier to smile. Possible to relax. They talked idly, trading stories about growing up, Reese on his father's extensive property in Chibane, Madeleine in the city house with its bright mosaics. Reese admitted that, as a child, he had been terrified during his rare visits to Corcannon when he had to take noisy rides on the confounding gridway. Madeleine had enjoyed her trips to family properties in northern Maratha, tumbling through the sprawling mansions in the company of her brother and an undifferentiated host of cousins. "Once Logan died, I didn't want to go anymore," she said with a sigh. "The first year, my father insisted, but after that, he gave up. So I haven't been back to Maratha for years. I see my cousins when they come to town, of course, but it's easier somehow."
"How long has it been now?"
Reese asked. 10 years. He was 12. I was 14.
"How did he die? I remember getting the news, but not the details."
She made a small sound that might have been a laugh. "Given his general fearlessness and stupidity, you'd have thought it was from some kind of crazy stunt."
"Like swinging down from the pillars."
"Like swinging down from the pillars, which he did. And he also learned how to run the cables, just like a courier."
"I didn't know that. I'm impressed."
It was so typical of Logan. He wanted to be a courier. He couldn't believe it when our father told him council families don't do menial work.
So what happened?
He was out with my Uncle Archer, my father's brother. They were in the Catterfoil. I think he was taking Logan to some special exhibit at the museum. They were crossing the street in front of a fleet of parked grid cars. There was some kind of electrical malfunction, and the lead car came loose and went careening down the street. Archer jumped out of the way, but Logan... She shook her head. His body was so mangled, they wouldn't even let me see it. My father said it was better that I never had those pictures in my mind. But I really wished they'd let me say goodbye. She fingered the slim gold bracelet on her right wrist. For years, I let myself believe he wasn't really dead, that some other poor boy had gotten run over by the grid car, that someone had scooped Logan up just in time to save him, and in all the confusion he got separated from my uncle, and he was so disoriented he couldn't remember his name or where he lived. So this kind man took him home and raised him like his own son. She shook her head again. I still can't help myself. When I'm out in public and I see a young man who's about Logan's age, I study the shape of his face, wondering, is that him? Would I recognize him after all this time? Would he recognize me? But I've never seen anyone who looks enough like him for me to go over and strike up a conversation. Reese reached across the table to cover the hand that still toyed with her bracelet.
I'm so sorry,
he said. She tried to shrug. It's a stupid little fantasy.
It's a form of hope, and hope is never stupid.
She wanted to reply that hope was the stupidest emotion in the whole human repertoire, making people pine for impossible things. But she didn't want to give Reese an excuse to talk about impossible things he still hadn't quite given up on. Or maybe she did, but she shouldn't. She gently pulled her hand away. Well, you've had your own losses, she said. I know your grandfather's death was hard on you. He nodded.
As if the world broke into 1,000 pieces and reassembled itself in the wrong configuration, he said. It's still never gone back to its proper shape, and that was 5 years ago.
She echoed his own words. I'm so sorry.
I worry about my father, he added. He's been turning over more and more responsibility to me, and I know he's constantly tired. The last few times I've been home, he said he needs to talk to me about something, and then changed his mind and said he'd tell me next time. So I know something is weighing on him, but I don't know what.
Madeleine rested her elbows on the table and laced her fingers together. Ooh, a mystery. Maybe he's going to confess that you have an illegitimate half-sibling somewhere.
Reese laughed. Hard to imagine which of my parents is less likely to have produced that child.
Maybe the whole estate is in debt, and you're about to be a pauper.
Don't sound so excited about it.
No, of course not, but it would be very dramatic.
Well, since I have access to all the books and bank statements, I can assure you that the estate is in sound financial shape.
Maybe he murdered someone and buried the body on the property.
He regarded her with misgiving. You have some very lurid ideas. She bubbled over with laughter.
Well, but your father is so proper and kind. I just can't imagine what sort of secret he could be keeping from you.
He was grave. It's more likely that he's nursing a serious illness and is trying to summon the courage to tell me.
Madeleine instantly sobered. Oh no, I hope that's not true.
So do I. But even if it is, I think I have to wait until he's ready to talk to me.
If it is, please come tell me. I would want to know.
Thank you. I will.
A moment of silence passed between them. Madeleine shook her head and tried to brighten her voice. Well, we've stumbled onto some dark topics,
Let's think of something more light-hearted to talk about, and then, I'm afraid, we'll have to start making our way home."
"I was regretfully thinking the same thing," Reese said, raising his hand to signal the captain.
The floor of the deck thrummed below them, and the boat began making a slow circle in the water.
"I actually have business to attend to this evening, though I set the appointment for as late as possible."
"And my father is entertaining clients at the house tonight and wants me to be present," she said. "So I must go home and comb the tangles out of my hair and scrub the sunshine from my face."
"Nonsense. A look of wind-blown carelessness inspires confidence in the most severe and judgmental man."
She laughed, but Reese frowned.
"Although, are you up to playing hostess for your father? We haven't talked about how you're doing after your scare the other night."
"I'm fine. Well, I admit, I've been a little edgy, a little more emotional than usual, but certainly I'm well enough to make polite conversation with a few people over dinner."
"And I suppose they've learned nothing more about the person who attacked you."
"She died."
"I heard that."
"She took poison rather than let them interrogate her. That's probably what frightens me most about this whole situation. What was she afraid to reveal?" Reese was frowning.
"That's not right."
"What? She's not dead?"
"No, she is, but she didn't take poison."
Madeleine was bewildered. "What? How do you know that?"
Reese made an impatient gesture. "One of my men used to be a temple guard and still has friends in the ranks. He said her throat was cut."
"But—"
"He seemed pretty certain. He said there was an investigation underway to determine who had been with her and how it could possibly have happened."
"But then why would Harlow have told me that?" She thought about it some more. "Although it wasn't actually Harlow who told me. It was Benito. But Harlow was standing right there."
"My guess? They thought you would be even more upset to learn she'd died violently. So they came up with a different story."
Madeleine found herself shivering, even in the warm sun. She wrapped her arms around her body and found herself clenching up in an instinctive, protective pose. "Well, I'm more upset to learn they lied to me," she said. "And what does it mean that her throat was cut? Did she do it herself? Or did someone do it to her?"
Reese looked grave. "It wouldn't be my own choice for suicide. But she did have at least one knife on her when she attacked you, so maybe she had two. And maybe she had decided that, one way or the other, someone was going to die by a blade that night."
Madeleine's face must have looked wretched, because his own creased with remorse.
"I'm sorry. I shouldn't have told you. I should have let the fiction stand."
"No," she said sharply. "Whatever else passes between us, don't you lie to me. I couldn't bear it." He nodded and touched his hand to his heart.
"Thank you," he said. "It means a lot to me that you trust me with the truth."
"It means a lot to me to know you will tell it to me." They disembarked without incident, though Madeleine found her legs were somewhat unsteady once she was on solid ground. Jayla strode confidently up the hill, but Madeleine swayed uncertainly as she took her first few steps up the rocky slope. That meant Reese had to take her hand, which meant she hung on to him for the whole short ascent. Naturally, they sat a few inches apart in the cart on the way back to the stable, and even farther apart once they were in the grid car. But in some strange way, Madeleine felt as if she was still clinging to Reese, still leaning on him for support. They were about a mile from her house, inching along in a slow line of heavy traffic, when the ground shook beneath them and tumbled them around the interior of the car. Madeleine cried out in alarm and heard an answering cacophony all around her, metal wheels shrieking across the pavement, overhead wires hissing and sparking, passengers in the nearby vehicles shouting and cursing. She felt Reese clutch her arm and yank her out of the car, just as a second tremor rumbled beneath them. She tripped to the ground,
breaking her fall with her outstretched hands, rolling aside in time to see Reese haul Jayla to safety. As Madeleine scrambled to her feet, he charged forward and grabbed her hand. The three of them raced to the side of the road to crouch against the spiked metal fence surrounding the nearest property. All around them, riders from other cars did the same. They huddled there for 10 minutes, hands over their heads, feeling the ground shake and steady, each time less violently, until the last little shimmy was so slight, Madeleine thought she might have imagined it. She saw their fellow travelers rise cautiously to their feet and look around, calling out to each other to check on their condition. Madeleine allowed Reese to tug her upright and then turned instantly to Jayla. "Are you all right?" The guard nodded and brushed dirt off her knees. "Yes, you?" "Yes." Madeleine glanced around. The square house behind them looked relatively unharmed, though a decorative statue had toppled onto its side. The state of the road was a different story altogether. The knot of grid cars had been knocked into each other, creating a big, untidy mess. Two of them were facing the wrong way, and one was lying on its side, its connector pole bent in half. "That will take some time to clear up," Madeleine observed. The strangers nearby had reached the same conclusion, because they were starting to mill around the crashed vehicles, pointing and lamenting and strategizing. "Yes, but at least the power lines appear to be intact," Reese said. "A bad enough quake could rip them down, and then the city would come to a standstill." "Then we've been lucky," Madeleine exclaimed. Reese took her arm. "Come on, I'll walk you home, and then I'll come back here and see what I can do." Madeleine shook her head and pulled away. "Nonsense. It's less than a mile home, and I have Jayla with me. I'll be fine." "All right, but be careful." "I will. Thank you, Reese, for a most wonderful day." "Wonderful until this happened, anyway," he said. She squeezed his arm and quickly dropped her hand. "Wonderful without qualifications," she corrected. "I appreciate it so much." Before he could say anything else, she turned and began walking down the street in the direction of her own house. Jayla fell in step beside her, glancing around continuously to make sure trouble didn't come pouncing from one of the gated lawns. The guard didn't seem interested in talking, for which Madeleine was grateful. She had too much on her mind to be able to make rational conversation. They passed dozens of grid cars out of commission, either spun out of alignment or ripped from the overhead wire or flipped onto their sides. Around each knot of upended vehicles were clusters of drivers and passengers working together to try to restore order. A few people were yelling, and several were crying, but for the most part, strangers appeared to be working together to solve the crisis. Madeleine assumed that city maintenance workers would also be dispatched to help clear the roads and get traffic moving again. By the time they arrived home 20 minutes later, Madeleine was sticky from the heat and shaky from the accumulated shocks of the day. She had never been so grateful to step inside the cool, quiet calm of the atrium. The stairwell looked almost insurmountable. But she took the steps slowly and ultimately made it to the top. Another few moments, and she was in her own room, safe, alone, with time and space to think. She had hardly been surprised when the quake came ripping down the boulevard. At first, it hadn't even registered with her. Her mind was in such a tumult already that she thought maybe the heaving ground was just a matter of her own perception, an outward manifestation of her inner turmoil. It was the best day she had had in 10 years. And the worst. She might be in love with Reese Curval, and she had no idea what to do about it. 2 days later over breakfast, everything got worse. "I've changed my mind," Madeleine's father said. "You should get married now." Madeleine was so surprised she choked on her morning juice and coughed for a full minute. The two of them had been sitting at the table for half an hour, and these were the first words either one had spoken. "What?" she was finally able to say.
Her father looked at her with his usual inscrutable expression. "You should marry Tivol, as quickly as possible. Next month, perhaps."
"What? I can't possibly plan, and why would you want— I don't understand."
He touched a napkin to his mouth and dropped it to his lap. "The planning is the least important part. You should marry and begin your new life." One last cough to clear her throat, then she gazed at him across the table, her face tense and serious.
"Tell me what this is all about," she said. "What's happened to change your mind?"
"Nothing's happened, but there seems no reason to delay."
"Is the business in trouble? Are you worried about debts? Is there—"
"This is not about me," he interrupted. "Don't you want to marry Tivol?" Oh, she wished she knew the answer to that question. But naturally, she pretended she did.
"Of course I do, but—"
"I have already checked with Harlow. The main sanctuary is booked for months, but you could arrange a small ceremony in this house. Harlow said he would officiate no matter what day you chose."
"Father, I am not going to have a headlong, scrambling wedding. I'm happy enough to move up the date, but I'm not going to just throw together a ceremony at the last minute."
2 months. No longer." She stared at him.
"Or what? You'll throw me out of the house?"
He stared back and didn't answer. Madeleine felt her warm indignation turn to something chilly and uncertain. She couldn't even name the emotion.
"Even if I wanted to marry so quickly, Tivol does not," she said, trying to keep her voice level.
"Heloise will be able to persuade him, I'm certain."
"So there is a business reason behind this decision," she said. "If this is something you and Heloise are plotting together—"
She saw his face roil with denial and possibly anger. But then he smoothed out his features. "Yes," he said. "I have discussed it with Heloise, and we have very strong economic reasons for advancing the timetable." It was the only thing that made sense. Yet she couldn't shake the notion that he was lying. Her thoughts were racing so fast she couldn't catch hold of one long enough to examine it. Married to Tivol within 2 months? How could she manage the preparations, the details of the event itself, the massive effort of moving her life from her father's household to Tivol's? Where would they even live? She refused to share a mansion with Heloise Willenden for a day, even if it meant she had to live in Tivol's cramped bachelor lodgings. How long would it take her to get over this inconvenient, this ridiculous, this impossible feeling of affection for Reese? She had loved Tivol her whole life, and she had always found Reese to be so difficult and contrary, and yet, in the past few weeks— But that didn't matter. She couldn't think about that. She wanted to marry Tivol. She had to marry Tivol. And her secretive and controlling father was not going to tell her why she had to do it in blinding haste. She would do as he commanded, because she always had. But she couldn't suppress a small, rebellious flare of satisfaction at the thought that she would finally be out on her own, no longer answerable to his demands or tiptoeing around his moods. "Then there is nothing left to discuss except the arrangements for the wedding itself," she said coolly. "I suppose you are willing to leave all those decisions up to me?" "Of course. I just want the event concluded as soon as possible." She wondered if she could shock him. "You realize what everyone will assume when they hear the news," she said. "All my friends, all my cousins. They'll think we're getting married so abruptly because I'm pregnant." He wasn't shocked. He wasn't even angry. He just gave her a dead-level look and said, "I wish you were." Chapter 17. Brandon. Brandon was taking his afternoon nap when the tremor shook him roughly awake. For an instant, he didn't know what was happening. He rolled out of bed and into a crouch, grabbing for the knife that was never more than a few inches from his fingertips. But as the walls danced around him, as an earthenware bowl slipped off a table and shattered on the floor,
He realized the house wasn't under attack, or at least not from a foe that could be defended against. Someone pounded on his door, and Finley called, "Brandon, outside, now!" He caught up his boots and skidded out the door in his sock feet. As he raced toward the atrium, he heard footsteps converging on this central point from all over the house, and he realized everyone was headed for the same exit into the garden. "Where's Villette?" he called when he saw the maid rushing down the steps. "In the garden already," she panted back. In a few moments, they were all there, huddled in the center of the enclosure, as far as possible from the high stone walls, the heavy linen canopy, and the bulk of the house itself. Far from anything that could fall on them, crushing them beneath its weight. Brandon glanced fearfully at the grass beneath his feet. Couldn't the ground open up just as easily and swallow them whole? Was any place truly safe once the world was determined to shake itself to pieces? "When can we go back inside?" the cook asked after a few moments had passed and nothing else had happened. "Not yet," came Villette's voice, sharp and clear. Brandon let himself look at her as she stepped out from behind the maid's shadow. He had never given up the night shift, much to the delight of Finley and Natter, and so he had never had a chance to see Villette in full daylight. That creamy brown skin, those deep-set eyes, dense with sadness, that rich dark hair braided away from her face, too beautiful to look at straight on. He shifted his position so he could watch her from the corner of his eye. "Not yet," Villette repeated. "Give it a few minutes. The tremors tend to come in." A hard shiver ran under their feet, throwing them all off balance. The little maid screamed and pitched to the ground. The sound of breaking glass came from inside the house. Brandon found the gardener clutching him for support. Natter had one hand around Villette's arm to hold her steady. This tremor didn't last as long as the first one, and didn't feel as bad. "How long till it's over?" Brandon asked. The gardener shook his head. He was a stooped older man of indeterminate heritage, always civil, if not particularly talkative. He had told Brandon his name was Abenza, but everyone called him Abe. "No telling, but usually if there's nothing for a half hour, you can say you're safe for the day." "It's been a while since we've had quakes this often," Finley said. "At least 10 years, yeah? I was a kid." "We never had anything this bad down in the islands," Brandon said. Natter had released Villette, though he still stood near enough to catch her if another tremor set them all careening. "Really? I thought they shook the whole country." "It's the seams," Abe explained. "Sometimes they can't hold together." Brandon just looked between the two of them. "I don't even know what you're talking about." He thought he heard faint amusement in Villette's voice. When Corcannon knit the lands together, he couldn't bind them all perfectly. So there are seams between Maratha and Chibane, for instance, and Maratha and Oraki. There's also the long crevice that divides Corcannon from the mainland. Sometimes the world shifts, and the lands shove up against each other, and then we get quakes. She arched her dark brows and smiled at him. "Aren't there seams between the islands and Maratha? I would think you'd have just as many quakes as we do." He knew what she was talking about now. The borders between the 5 islands, and between the islands and Maratha, were stony, inhospitable stretches of land, sometimes more than a mile wide, sometimes narrow enough to toss a rock across. His father had always maintained that Josiah had made those passages so difficult to traverse because she wanted to keep Marathan marauders from slipping over to the islands. It happened anyway, of course, but never at night, when a man or a horse could easily go lame trying to make one of those crossings. "We have seams, as you call them," Brandon said. "But I don't recall the land ever rolling like that. Maybe the islands are just floating on the ocean, so they don't shake so much when there are tremors." On the words, the ground rumbled again, just enough to let them feel it. not enough to make any of them lose their balance. Brandon thought he heard Finley curse under her breath before she looked apologetically in Villette's direction.
"Once it stops, when will it start up again?"
Brandon asked. Abe shook his head again.
"Nobody knows. Could happen again tomorrow. Might not happen again for a decade."
"Unnerving, isn't it?" Villette said. "Especially for people who like to know exactly what the future holds."
"Nobody ever knows what the future holds," the cook said briskly.
"Then why does anyone ever seek to control it?" Villette asked whimsically. No one tried to find an answer for that. The group was starting to pull apart, the servants edging toward the house, Villette drifting toward the patio.
"I wouldn't sit under the canopy, not just yet,"
Brandon cautioned her.
"If there's another quake and that comes down, it could suffocate you."
"I'm just going to fetch a chair and bring it back out," she promised. "I'm tired of standing." Finley and Natter were advancing on the tall stone wall, their heads canted back as if they could see over the top.
"Can't tell if that's a crack or not," Finley said,
raising herself to her toes and lifting her hand as high as it would go to trace some pattern in the material.
"Feels pretty solid."
"I'll go outside and check from the other side,"
Natter said, heading for the door. Villette emerged from the patio, carrying one of the lacy ironwork chairs that usually sat in front of her table. "Certainly, you must make sure the wall can't possibly be breached by any random resident of the household." Brandon hurried over to take the chair from her hands.
"Where do you want to sit?"
She smiled at him. "By the fish pond, of course." He tried not to, but he smiled back.
"Well, then."
He had not, after all, built a water garden for Villette. Over the past few weeks, they had had only a few conversations. Random, unexpected, intriguing. She might go days without acknowledging Brandon's presence at all, then spend 2 hours one moonless night quizzing him about his life back on the islands. He never knew whether her mood would be expansive or contained. So every night he made his way to the garden, determined not to give in to his mounting excitement. Every night he failed. Some nights he was rewarded. Perhaps a week after he had first discussed the idea of a water garden with her, he came out for his evening shift to find that someone had started digging a large shallow hole in the open ground between the patio and the fence. When he went over to inspect it, Villette's voice sounded directly behind him. "I so much loved the idea you proposed," she said without any preamble, and he whirled around to try to make out her face in the dark. "But I was certain Finley and Natter would find it odd that I had asked you to undertake such a project, and they might mention it to the High Divine, and the High Divine would be afraid you had become fond of me, and you would be sent away, and I would never get my water garden, and I would be very sad." He had to admit that this was exactly how events might unfold.
"I suppose you're right."
But once I had the notion in my head, I could not give up on the idea of fish. So I asked Abe if he could construct a pond for me, and he was most willing.
"Well, I don't mind that I'm not the one to complete the project for you,"
he said, though that was a lie. He had loved the idea that he would be the one to create a small, beautiful spot that would bring her joy. She would think of him every time she studied the rippling water or caught a flash of color under the floating lilies. Long after his stint was over, she would remember him.
"But I'm happy you're getting a pond."
"I am quite looking forward to it. You will have to tell me what kinds of fish I should stock and what I should feed them. I am innocent of any knowledge whatsoever on this topic." They had passed a few agreeable evenings discussing the fish breeds she might invest in. He had even told her the legend of Keshalosha, the lucky fish that supposedly swam in the waters off the Zessan Islands. She had wondered what kinds of plants might add an aesthetic appeal to the pond, but Brandon suggested that Abe would be a better one to ask.
"I'm not sure what grows well here,"
he admitted.
"The soil is different where I'm from."
And that had led to another long discussion about life on the islands. The common flowers, the typical foods, the favorite holidays, the variable weather conditions. At the end, Villette had sighed and said, "I would love to visit that spot someday." He had kept his voice steady as he replied, "And I would love to be your guide on that visit." She laughed and said something almost under her breath. He thought it might be sweet Brandon, but maybe it was sweet dreaming, or maybe it was nothing at all. But he felt his face flush and his heart race at the mere thought that she might someday be free, walking along those dear familiar roads, clinging to his arm and exclaiming in delight as he introduced her to beauty after beauty. The next 2 nights, she didn't speak to him at all. The third night, she wasn't even in the garden. He might as well be guarding a fantasy or a ghost. He might as well be obsessed with a creature he had simply imagined. But now the pond was finished and stocked with a variety of fish, some languid and silver, some quick and blue, some shaped like golden triangles, others like red snakes. The pond had become the favorite spot of everyone in the household, and any time anyone from the guards to the servants had a free moment, they could be found standing on the brick lip, tossing scraps of food into the ripples. Abe had suggested they place a pair of stone benches on either side of the water, but they had not yet arrived. So Brandon carried the heavy chair from the patio and placed it where Villette indicated. "I want to watch them," she said, settling in so she could follow Natter and Finley as they checked the integrity of the stone wall. Brandon took up a stance beside her chair. "Can you hear that?" Natter shouted from the other side. "I'm tapping at a spot about 2 feet above ground level. Might be a crack." Finley bent over and ran her hands around the specified location. "It looks fine on this end, but right above, near the top, I can see a line in the mortar. Hang on, let me check." Villette leaned back in the chair and stretched out her feet so they were almost at water's edge. "This is very entertaining," she said. "I wonder if they expect me to shove the wall with such force that I bring the whole thing tumbling down." "I think they just want to be able to assure the High Divine that they are taking all precautions where you are concerned," Brandon said. Yes, the High Divine," Villette said. "He is convinced that I am a wily woman, always scheming." Brandon didn't know how to answer that, so he said nothing. He thought maybe the head priest was right. He thought that, given her circumstances, Villette had every right to scheme. Villette stirred in the chair. "He'll be back next week, you know." "Who, the High Divine?" "Yes." For no reason that made sense, Brandon felt a spurt of fear. "Testing your blood again?" "Yes, that's exactly what he'll be doing." "And will he find what he's looking for?" Natter's voice came from over the wall. "Here, about halfway up. Does that look like a crack to you?" "It does, but I can't feel any give when I push on it as hard as I can." "No, I can't either. All right, move down a little ways." Villette shifted in her chair again, straightening up and tucking her feet beneath her. She had never turned her head and lifted her eyes to meet Brandon's. "He might. I don't know. Or maybe the churloche I swallowed is still having an effect. I suppose I'll find out." Finley was on her tiptoes, stretching as high as she could go, which apparently wasn't high enough. She turned and motioned to Brandon. "Hey, give me a boost, will you? Natter thinks he sees a crack near the top." He had no choice but to join the other guards in making sure Villette's prison was secure. They spent another 30 minutes poking and prodding at the stones and mortar, but nothing appeared to be seriously out of place. By the time they finished their inspection, Villette had gone inside, and she didn't come back down for the rest of the day. Later that week, Brandon had his rare day off. He normally slept from about 10 in the morning until 5 or 6 at night. But he wanted to make productive use of daylight hours, so he forced himself awake shortly after noon. Yawning, he gulped down a hasty meal, then headed out into a gloomy, overcast day. Finley had said this was a signal that summer was more than half over, and autumn would quickly descend. The seasons weren't as pronounced on the islands, where the ocean kept temperatures relatively even most of the year. But Brandon had already spent 2 winters in the city. He shivered at the memory. He caught a chugger headed east and settled in for a long, tedious ride. The only excitement came when they were almost at the Catterfoil. The other passengers began murmuring and pointing, some of them sticking their heads out of the window to get a better view. Brandon craned his neck to see what was causing all the commotion, and then he caught his breath in an admiring gasp. One of the city couriers was skimming along the overhead wire, graceful as a dancer, racing toward some unknown destination. Brandon watched until the slim, swift figure was out of sight. After that, there was no way to pass the time, except by watching the architecture subtly change as the transport moved between neighborhoods. Once they left behind the soaring roofs and steeples of the Catterfoil, the buildings became shabbier, dirtier, more workaday. Brandon started paying more attention to the interior surroundings as a rougher clientele began climbing aboard. He wasn't wearing his temple livery, but anyone looking for clues would spot the soldier's bracelet on his left wrist and mark him down as a poor candidate for robbing. Even so, best to be careful. He was carrying a fair bit of money, and he'd just as soon keep it. Eventually, the slow transport reached Brandon's destination, the Aussen district on the southeastern edge of town, and he disembarked. The heavy gray clouds cast early shadows across the streets and storefronts. But even so, Brandon felt his heart lift as he glanced around. All the people he saw were strangers, of course, but they looked familiar, their faces brown or freckled, their wavy hair every shade of red. Even the way they walked, with an easy, loose-limbed gait, seemed different from the purposeful stride of the impatient city dweller. He had come here with a specific intent, but he first detoured through a small open-air food market that dominated the south edge of the main street. It was a transient affair of rickety booths and upended carts. They probably came together every morning and were dismantled every night, but oh, what delights they offered. Brandon browsed through the makeshift stalls, paying for and gulping down small portions of salted fish, herbed bread, and fermented milk. There was even a vendor selling seagrass wine, and Brandon purchased a canvas rucksack just so he could carry 2 bottles home with him. "You want to be careful with that," admonished the vendor, a stooped old man whose unruly white hair still showed streaks of ginger. He wrapped both bottles in dirty squares of canvas to keep them from breaking against each other in the bag. "If you're not used to it, it'll knock you flat in 3 swallows." Brandon laughed. "You don't have to tell me. My dad used to make it in a shed out back." "Oh well, then, you know." Next, he stopped at a booth where a middle-aged woman was selling packets of dried spices. He wasn't sure Villette's cook would know what to make of any of them, but he purchased the 4 that had always been in his mother's kitchen, then stood there a moment, merely inhaling their scent. "Maybe this is what homesickness feels like," he thought. At any rate, he didn't have another word for the emotion. He finally forced himself away from the market and continued down the short street that constituted the heart of the Aussen district. Another block took him to a small shop that sold fabric, clothing, and accessories. He headed straight to the table in the back, where the jewelry was sold. A rather formidable-looking woman about his mother's age materialized beside him before he'd had time to do more than bend over and glance at the necklaces on display. She was dressed like an island woman, in soft, loose fabrics that appeared weathered from an incessant assault of sea air. She had a solid body, big hands, and a suspicious expression on her face. "Is there something I can help you with?" she asked in a tone that indicated she highly doubted it. It took him that long to realize he was the only man in the shop, and that most of the items for sale were intended for women. but he refused to be intimidated by a sea wife. He straightened up and said, "I'm looking for a gift for my mother, a chaziza." The seller's countenance warmed slightly. "Well, that's all right then. Which of the goddess's incarnations were you interested in?" "I'm not sure," he admitted. "She's been going through a rough time lately, so maybe the pose of protection, but I haven't decided." Reaching under the table, the seller drew out a large, flat wooden box and cleared space for it on the counter. Inside were at least 20 chazizas lined up on a black cloth surface. The white stone amulets were crisp and pristine against the dark fabric, the leather cords almost invisible. The woman lifted a chaziza in each hand. "The pose of protection, the pose of nurturing." When his face showed uncertainty, she returned them to the case and held up 2 more. "The pose of courage, the pose of generosity." "I'm thinking, I don't know. I might need to get her a couple of different ones. She might need a lot of help right now." The seller studied him for a moment, the amulets dangling from her hands, and then she nodded. "Well, it's very expensive, but some of my customers indulge themselves with a cycle chaziza," she said. "I don't know what that is." She rummaged under the table again and came up with another box, smaller than the first, and set with a lock. Fishing a key from her pocket, she opened the lid and drew out one of the treasures inside. "A cycle chaziza," she repeated, "featuring all the goddesses' poses." This leather cord was longer than the others and hung with 12 distinct amulets, each one carefully spaced from the others and knotted in place. These charms were smaller than the typical ones, a little more delicate, but so beautifully rendered that Brandon could make out the goddess's features, varying from fierce to tender. He reached out as if to stroke a carved cheek, a tiny hand, but he didn't bring his finger close enough to touch. Such a chaziza could bring Villette months and months of protection, and she would find the small, slim figurine so much easier to swallow. He didn't care how much it cost. He would pawn his soul for such a prize. "That's it," he said. "That's the one I want." Chapter 18. Brandon. Brandon was back in the mansion in time to take a nap before his shift began, but he was too keyed up to sleep. He could have joined the others for dinner, but he didn't want the inquisitive Finley to ask him about his afternoon off. He thought he might look too elated, or answer too evasively, or in some other way signal that this had not been an ordinary day. So he lurked in his room until he heard the others leave the kitchen and scatter to separate realms of the house. He emerged 30 minutes before his shift, giving him just enough time to gulp down a quick meal before Natter came in from the garden. "All yours," said the other guard through a yawn. "She's out there tonight?" Natter nodded. "Just sitting under the canopy, hardly moving a muscle. But she's there. All right, see you tomorrow." Even so, Brandon lingered in the atrium, waiting as the rest of the house settled down for the night. The servants slept upstairs and were always quick to seek their beds, but Finley often wandered around until nearly midnight. Not today, though. She had the morning shift tomorrow and clearly wanted to get a full night's rest, so it was only another hour or 2 before everyone else in the house seemed to be asleep. Brandon returned to his room to fetch his new rucksack before heading out to the garden. The air was cool, but the day's cloud cover had dissipated, leaving the night sky brilliant with constellations. He tipped his face up, as if he could feel starlight on his skin, then glanced into the shadows under the canopy. He couldn't immediately make out Villette's form, so he stepped closer, peering into the dark. "Over here," came her voice from the direction of the fish pond, and he hastily turned in that direction. She was sitting right on the brick border that circled the pond, and she was trailing her fingers in the water. Brandon hefted his rucksack and went over to join her, coming to an easy crouch a few feet away.
Careful, those fish might bite.
They never have before. He touched a finger to the brick to steady himself and asked with some diffidence,
Can I sit with you for a while?
Of course. He settled into a cross-legged pose, still keeping his distance. Despite their canvas wrapping, the bottles clinked together in his bag. "What do you have there?" she asked.
I was in the Aussen neighborhood this afternoon, and I bought some seagrass wine. I wondered if you'd like to taste it. It's the unofficial drink of the islands.
"Seagrass wine," she exclaimed. "Oh, something with such an exotic name must be either exquisite or hideous. Of course I want to taste it." He smiled.
You'll get people who take one position or the other. My mother can't stand the stuff, but my father used to make some every year, and he had a long list of faithful buyers.
"Do you like it?"
Love it, but you have to be careful, especially the first time you try it. It can go to your head faster than you think, and go to your stomach not long after,"
he added conscientiously. She laughed. "So I should limit myself to a glass or two?"
"Half a glass, maybe a few swallows."
"Come now, I'm not that susceptible."
"Trust me."
He drew himself back up in a crouch.
"I'll go to the kitchen and get a glass."
She seemed to be in a playful mood. "Nonsense. If I can only have a couple of mouthfuls, I'll drink from the bottle." He laughed.
"Just like an island girl."
"I have no higher aspirations." He sat back down, pulled out a bottle, and pried loose the stopper. Instantly the aroma drifted out, tangy and sharp. Brandon briefly closed his eyes, smelling salt air and wood fires and the sour fragrance of the koshichi bush. Then he opened his eyes and handed the bottle to Villette with a flourish.
"One swallow,"
he admonished. Her fingers fleetingly touched his as she took it from his hand. "Will you have some too?"
"I'm on duty."
"If I promise not to try to climb the fence while you're sprawled drunken on the edge of the pond?"
"Someone could still break in and try to hurt you," he pointed out. "I have to be ready to fight them off."
She made a scoffing sound. "No one has ever tried to break in," she said, "although the High Divine assures me it could happen. He says the guards are here to keep me safe because there are people who want to kill me."
"Kill you?"
Brandon repeated, horror igniting along his bones.
"Who? Why?"
She shrugged pettishly. "Some group of malcontents who believe that the blood in my body renders me an abomination. They want the world to go back to a time before people like me existed. He even has a special name for them, the reversionists, which sounds so much nobler than deranged murderers, don't you think?"
"Are you afraid that he might be telling the truth?"
"No. The only person who's ever offered me any threat is the High Divine himself." She lifted the bottle to her mouth and took a slow, deliberate taste. Brandon could just make out the expression that crossed her face. Surprise, uncertainty, intrigue. She took another guarded swallow. "That's strong stuff," she said, clearly trying not to cough. "And it tastes like... I can't even describe it. Like a fruit that almost rotted, but then got burned in a fire instead."
"Not a bad description,"
he said, laughing. She raised the bottle again, but he pulled it down before she could drink.
"You shouldn't have any more. You'll be sorry in the morning."
"I've barely had any."
"Trust me."
She held it out to him. "Then you have some, or I swear I'll gulp the whole thing down." It was an empty threat, because he could have wrestled the bottle away from her before she managed more than a few sips. But he took it from her hand anyway.
"Oh, all right. One drink."
"And then I'll have one more, and then we'll be done, because... You're right, I can already feel it." He put the bottle to his mouth, unable to ignore the fact that her lips had touched the rim just moments before. If he was going to get drunk on anything tonight, he knew it would not be the wine. He held the liquid on his tongue for a moment, savoring its rich and mournful taste, then let it scald down his throat. Not as good as his father's, he thought, but potent anyway.
"That'll warm you up on a cold night,"
he said, setting the bottle down between them. "So is this how you spent your day off?" she asked. She had leaned forward again to trail her hand in the water. He saw the faint ripples from the movement of her fingers under the surface. "Stocking up on zest and alcohol?"
"And a few other things."
"Are you homesick?"
"I wasn't, until I got there."
"What else did you buy?"
"Some spices for the cook, if she wants to try them, some food in the market, and a present for you."
"For me? How delightful. I love presents." He reached into the rucksack again, finding the zippered interior pocket where he had carefully stowed the chaziza. He had insisted that the shopkeeper wrap it in 2 layers of fabric to protect the charms against the jostling of travel. So what he handed over to Villette was a lumpy parcel of worn cloth. She took it a bit gingerly, shaking the water off her fingers. "And will I know what I'm looking at when I open this?"
"I think so, yes."
She slowly peeled back the layers to reveal the coiled chaziza inside, the white charms nesting against each other, as if the miniature goddesses were whispering secrets in each other's tiny ears. She caught her breath and stilled her hands, and sat there absolutely motionless, transfixed. The silence stretched on too long for Brandon.
"It's a cycle chaziza,"
he said anxiously.
12 pendants, each one made of churloche. I don't know how often you need to eat one, but this would last you a year, maybe."
"Brandon," she breathed, staring down at her lap. She still hadn't looked at him, or even moved. "I can't tell you. This is amazing."
"But then I started to worry,"
he said. He could tell he was talking too much, too fast.
"Does the maid search your room? Do the priests? Is there somewhere you can hide it? Because it won't do you much good if there isn't."
Villette nodded slowly. "There is, in the bedroom down the hall from mine, behind an old armoire. They search my room on a regular basis, but never that one."
"That's good then,"
was all he could think to say. She lifted the cord by 2 fingers and held the necklace up to examine it by starlight. The 12 white charms seemed to generate their own luminescence, as if they really might harbor divinity. "But this is so precious. I might have to divide it into parts and hide it in several spots. In the spare bedroom, in the garden, in a little glass jar that I drop into the fish pond."
"Don't get any of the charms wet," he said instantly. "They'll dissolve."
She laughed, still admiring the chaziza as it dangled from her fingertips. "Maybe that's what I'll try next time," she said, melting one in a glass of water first.
"Tastes terrible."
"I promise I won't mind." He wasn't sure how to reply to that, so he just said,
"Well, good."
A moment more she studied the charms. Then she slipped the chaziza over her head and tucked it under her clothing. "Help me up," she said. Brandon scrambled to his feet. Despite her obvious pleasure, he felt obscurely disappointed, as if he had expected her to show more emotion, more relief, more gratitude, as if he had expected her to look at him as her defender, her savior, the most important person in her world. To cover his uncharitable thoughts, he extended a hand and said,
"I thought you were going to have another drink of wine."
"Oh, I am." With one hand, she grasped the neck of the bottle, and with the other, she took hold of Brandon and let him pull her to her feet. Her fingers were cool against his warm palm. Without releasing him, She raised her eyes to his and took a long, slow pull from the bottle. "Careful," he said, using his free hand to take the wine away from her. "You'll be sick." Her fingers clung to his, and she came one dizzying step closer. He was enveloped in a heady mix of seagrass and honeysuckle scents. "I can't be sick," she whispered. "I am saved. I am ecstatic. I am glorious." And she leaned in and kissed him on the mouth. It was the end of one life as he had known it and the beginning of another. She tasted like desperation and euphoria, starlight and fire, mystery and cruelty and defiance and hope. Still holding the bottle in one hand, he crushed her close, feeling the heat of her skin and the soft curves of her body. He kissed her again and again, but every time he pulled back, she lifted her face for more. "I don't know how I'm going to do it," he whispered, gathering her even tighter, staring down at her with a madman's conviction. "But I'm going to get you free of this place." She kissed him one more time. "I know you are." A week later, a delegation from the temple arrived. Brandon had been sleeping during the High Divine's previous visits, but this time he was determined to be standing guard when the cleric was on the premises. He knew he couldn't protect Villette from the High Divine's machinations, but he thought she might feel better if she could see that Brandon was present. Unable to help her, maybe, but watching over her nonetheless. So he'd told Finley to wake him as soon as the head priest arrived. "I've never seen him close up," he told her. "I'm curious." "He's just an old Cordellano man." "A powerful old Cordellano man," Brandon corrected. "That makes him special." She'd shrugged, but promised. Nonetheless, Brandon slept lightly in case she was too careless to keep her word. He had just stirred on his bed, wondering if he had heard the sound of new arrivals, when someone pounded on his door. "Wake up! He's here!" Finley called. Less than 2 minutes later, he was in the hallway with Finley and Natter when Abe opened the doors to the arriving delegation. 3 figures swept in with ceremonial pomp. 2, a man and a woman, were dressed in the dark livery of temple guards. The third wore an ivory robe heavily embroidered with stylized caterfoils, and glanced around with an air of supercilious command. But he was neither old nor Cordellano. Brandon would have put him down as a mixed-blood Chobani who was about 40 years of age. He had very blue eyes in a very pale face, and a smile that suggested he enjoyed seeing people in pain. "That's not the High Divine," whispered Finley, who waited between Brandon and Natter as they stood at strict attention. "I know," Brandon whispered back. "I've seen him at the temple before. He's the secretary of the sanctuary. Michaelo," Natter named him. "If the High Divine died suddenly, he'd be in charge." "Let's hope the High Divine doesn't die," Brandon muttered, and was rewarded by Finley's snort of amusement. The secretary paused halfway across the atrium to glance at the guards. "I'm here to see Dona Villette," he said. "Could someone tell me where she might be found?" Brandon only stepped forward because he wanted an excuse to be present during Michaelo's conversation with Villette. Otherwise, he never would have done anything to draw the secretary's attention. "She's in the garden. I'll show you the way." Brandon led the visitor down the arched hallway and into the enclosure. It was a beautiful afternoon, with a hazy cloud cover preventing the sun from generating an uncomfortable level of heat. Villette must have persuaded Natter or Abe to set 2 of the metal chairs on either side of the pond, and she sat in the one facing the door. She was dressed in some pale, floaty fabric that made her look fragile and sweet, and she didn't bother to stand as Michaelo marched her way. Brandon took a position just under the canopy, a shadowed spot that he hoped rendered him almost invisible, while allowing him to overhear every word. "Oh, it's you," Villette said, making no attempt to hide her disdain. Was the High Divine so unnerved by our last conversation that he didn't have the courage to face me again? Michaelo sank gracefully into the opposite chair and lounged back, completely at ease.
I don't think it takes courage to face one selfish, recalcitrant girl, he replied. He has so many duties more important than cajoling you.
Villette laughed. That will deflate my vanity. And here I've been thinking that the world itself will end if I don't do everything the priesthood requires. Michaelo touched the tips of his fingers together and studied her over his hands.
You are certainly valuable. Or you could be, he answered. But you are not our only opportunity.
Your only commodity, you mean. Your only thing to be used and discarded.
Nobody wants to discard you,
Michaelo said mildly.
On the contrary, all of us wish you to live a long, healthy, productive life.
She offered him a smile of such rage and hatred that Brandon wondered that even the arrogant Michaelo didn't cower before it. I know you do, she said, which is why, every night, I contemplate ending my life and destroying all your dreams. Brandon's head jerked up, and his heart nearly stopped. Villette thought about killing herself? Every night? Did she have a weapon that could do the job? Did she have the cold nerve and iron resolve to carry out her threat? He couldn't bear to entertain the thought.
You won't do that,
Michaelo said with gentle certainty.
You would much rather live to see how frantic we become when you spite us.
Her laugh was surprised and genuine. I would much rather live, she agreed, but in a world where I do not have to care about what you think or say or want from me.
Unfortunately, said Michaelo, that is not the world we find ourselves in.
Villette shrugged and glanced away from him, letting her eyes wander around the shrubs and bushes. Brandon thought her glance rested on him as he stood, glowering under the linen canopy. But if so, it was just for a moment. She made no other attempt at conversation. Her attitude made it clear that she had already dismissed Michaelo from her thoughts. Michaelo sat there a few minutes, as if passing the time in companionable silence. Then he roused himself and sat up.
Well, you know why I am here, he said. Let's get it over with.
Now Brandon was sure of it. Villette flicked a glance in his direction before turning her attention to Michaelo. And if I refuse? Michaelo's voice was weary.
Oh, must we go through this every time? I have 2 temple guards with me, and I cannot think your household staff would rally to your defense. Do not make me take by violence what I would much rather take by consent.
She regarded him steadily. I wonder if it is possible that you understand how very much I hate you, she said.
I know that you do, he said. I wonder if you understand how impossible it is that this can progress in any other way. Now give me your hand.
Another second or two she glared at him. Then she abruptly extended her arm. Michaelo rose and crossed to her side, pulling a little bundle from a pocket of his robe. The items he shook out were too small for Brandon to see from this distance, but he saw the effects. Michaelo touched something to Villette's fingertip, and a bright dot of red welled up. The secretary blotted the blood with a square of fabric that he carefully folded and slipped back in the packet. He handed another bit of cloth to Villette, and she pressed it against her finger as she dropped her hand to her lap.
All done, Michaelo said. As always, thank you for your patience and generosity.
Villette did not answer. She had turned her head and now was gazing down at the fish pond, watching the shapes flit by. Michaelo seemed to give up on the notion of any further conversation, because he returned the small bundle to his pocket and headed back to the house without another word. Brandon fell in step behind him, but in truth he was so shocked he almost could not move his feet. Blood? They were cutting open Villette's body and taking her blood? Why would the Temple of Corcannon need such a thing, demand such a thing, hold Villette prisoner for such a reason? She had told him that the temple officials tested her blood, but somehow he had not realized how exactly they obtained it. He still had no idea what they were looking for in its ruby depths. And he hoped with a ferocity that left him dizzy that the churloche in Zesiah's amulet concealed whatever treasure they hoped to find. As soon as Michaelo entered the atrium, he nodded at the temple guards and said, "Search her room." Wordlessly, they climbed the stairs and pushed open the door to Villette's bedchamber. Michaelo dropped into a chair by the table where the guards often sat to have dinner. Everyone else had dispersed, so Brandon was the only other person in the atrium when Michaelo glanced around as if he was bored. The secretary motioned Brandon over. "You're the new guard, aren't you?" Michaelo asked. "Yes, Patri. You've got the look of a Zessan man. Are you from the islands?" "I am." "How long have you been employed by the temple?" "Almost 2 years." "Like the work?" "Best job I've ever had." Michaelo nodded. "And how long have you been on this assignment?" "About 5 weeks now." "What do you think of your charge?" Brandon let his voice hold the faintest note of surprise. "I don't think of her, Patri. I just watch the house." Michaelo gave a little grunt that Brandon couldn't read as either satisfaction or displeasure. "She is widely considered a beautiful woman." Brandon kept his eyes respectfully on the secretary's face, but the phrasing made him wildly curious about the composition of Michaelo's right-hand bracelet. Probably gold, through and through. A man with no interest in women. "That's not for me to notice. I just watch the house," he repeated. Michaelo regarded him steadily. "She has a reputation as someone who tries to make friends with all her guards. Develop personal relationships. Has she made any overtures to you?" Brandon met Michaelo's intent blue eyes with an unwavering gaze of his own. Strange, that midnight kiss with Villette did not render him stupid and stuttering as he would have expected. It made him steadier, more confident, more resolved. "I think we've exchanged 20 words. One night she asked if I was cold. One day I helped her move a piece of furniture, and she said thank you. Another time she asked if I had any bread she could throw to the fish. I don't think we've had any other conversation." The degree of specificity seemed to reassure Michaelo, because he relaxed into his chair. "She can be a rude one, that's certain," the secretary said. "But she can also be charming. Even the High Divine will admit that, when she exerts herself, she can be delightful." "I'm sure the High Divine talks to her more often than I do," Brandon said. "Well, if she ever does start to favor you," said Michaelo, "if she starts telling you stories about her life, you should know that everything she says is a lie. Everything. She has spun a fantastical tale for some of the other guards, and they were foolish enough to believe it. Don't you make the same mistake." Brandon hesitated a moment. "If I knew why she had been placed here, what her offense was, it would make it easier to know when she was lying." Michaelo nodded. "I understand that. Unfortunately, these are matters that are too dangerous to be discussed, except with a few priests and council members. Just know that she has contemplated actions that would bring the whole city of Corcannon to its knees. And if she leaves this place,
she will attempt those actions again." "I understand," Brandon said. "Thank you for warning me." Just then, the 2 temple guards came clattering down the stairs, and Mycolo stood up. "It was important that you know." The female guard approached the secretary.
"Nothing suspicious in her room, Patri."
"Good," said Mycolo. "Then let's go."
He strode toward the door, the temple guards following in his wake. Brandon followed them outside so he could lock the gate behind them. Then he trudged back to the house. He wondered what fantastical tale Villette had told the other guards when she was trying to convince them to help her escape. He knew exactly why Mycolo had mentioned that story to him, to sow a seed of doubt in Brandon's mind, in case Villette ever tried to win him over.
"The things she is saying are so ridiculous they can't possibly be true. Don't be stupid enough to believe her."
One of them was clearly lying, and in the biggest, boldest terms, not just with subtle gradations of the truth. Mycolo claimed Villette had evil intentions toward the entire city. Villette maintained that the temple wanted to use her in some unspecified but degrading fashion. It seemed impossible that they were talking about the same thing, even from opposite perspectives. A holy man would seem to have less incentive to prevaricate. The High Divine was supposed to be Cordelon's representative in the city, a man of wisdom and honor and good intent. Cordelon had united the scattered lands to create a wealthy and fertile continent that would nourish and sustain all his people. And the cleric who served Cordelon similarly had the welfare of every living creature as his primary goal. And yet, why would Mycolo call her valuable? Why would he describe her as an opportunity? Why would he complain that she would not do as she was asked? If she had tried to destroy the city, as Mycolo asserted, that would be a reason to keep her incarcerated and powerless. But it would not be a reason to keep returning to her, trying to force her to cooperate in a scheme she clearly resisted. If she had tried to destroy the city, the temple would have destroyed her. She had tried to withhold something that the High Divine wanted, something in her blood. No, Brandon was sure, whatever her unlikely tale might be, it was true, and he was more committed to her than ever. Chapter 19. Pietro. It wasn't long before Stolo convinced Pietro to begin doing volunteer work on the eastern edge of the city, the worst part of town. Pietro had continued to show up regularly at the temple's distribution center, in part because he didn't know how else to spend his days. Now that he wasn't wandering the length and breadth of the continent, he no longer had travel as his occupation. He needed some kind of purpose. The city library had a gloriously diverse collection of books, and he had made reading a staple of his evenings. Additionally, he had started to cook elaborate meals, an activity that had never before interested him in the slightest, and shopping for ingredients could take even longer than preparing any dish. And every once in a while, Cody dropped by to spend an hour talking or to take Pietro on an improbable tour of some unfamiliar part of the city. It was through Cody's efforts that Pietro had finally managed to acquire a few more furnishings for his apartment, including a comfortable sofa and a kitchen table and chairs. But many hours still stretched out before him, empty and echoing, and lonely. Stolo was the easiest of companions, always cheerful, always filled with so much enthusiasm that he never required an infusion of energy from anyone else. They had fallen into the habit of going out for dinner once or twice a week, and over their meals they would debate philosophy, dissect history, and discuss books. Now and then they touched on religion, but in an abstract fashion, never talking about the activities of the current temple administration. Nonetheless, Pietro came away with the impression that Stolo didn't agree with many of the High Divine's policies or practices.
Stolo was a reformer who believed the temple should serve the poorest and most vulnerable populations, regardless of cost. Harlow tended to take a conservative approach to problems, until he embraced shocking, extreme solutions. Even Stolo, Pietro thought, would not approve of some of the High Divine's actions. During one of their outings, Stolo casually mentioned that he spent his free hours volunteering at a school in the eastern slum. Pietro tried unsuccessfully to keep the astonishment from his face. He had lived in the city most of his life and spent only a handful of uncomfortable hours in that part of town.
"Assuming you survive your trips there," he said, "what do you do?"
"Whatever they need. Sometimes teachers ask me to meet with a student who is struggling to read or to understand simple math. Sometimes they ask me to talk to a whole classroom about how to run a business or how to present themselves to strangers when they're looking for employment. Sometimes I just sit in the hallway and talk to anyone who seems to need a conversation."
Pietro nodded. He was familiar with that last part of the job. He had provided plenty of impromptu counseling to teen girls or middle-aged men who approached him with some kind of casual, innocuous remark, acting as if they didn't need insight from anybody. He had often thought this was the most valuable work he had ever done.
"And this is part of your temple duties?"
"Oh no, I go on my own."
Pietro shook his head, holding back a smile.
"You are clearly trying to enter the lists as the holiest and kindest of men."
Stolo laughed. "No, I assure you,
I am as selfish and mean-spirited as the best of them.
Just this morning, I was very put out when the laundress didn't arrive in time with my clean robes, and I had to put on the same one I wore yesterday."
But then you reminded yourself that you had clothes and shoes and decent food and a warm bed, when so many don't, and your mood instantly improved.
"Well," Stolo said,
"yes. And you didn't actually rebuke the laundress."
"Of course not. She tries so hard, and she's practically a child still."
"I hold to my original opinion." "You could join me some afternoon, if you like," Stolo said. "They always need more volunteers, and you're good with people."
"I'm good with people when I'm not fearing for my life."
"Nonsense. You'll be with me. No one ever harms a priest."
That was pretty close to the truth. Pietro couldn't remember the last time anyone wearing the temple caterfoil had been attacked in the city. And it was false to imply that he was worried about his safety. These days, he was so conscious of the ephemerality of life that the specter of death seemed like a familiar and unalarming companion.
"I just never considered going down there before,"
he admitted.
"It just seemed like a place to stay away from."
"It's not," said Stolo. "It's a place where you can do real good."
So Pietro had accompanied Stolo on his next outing to the eastern neighborhood, a place so ramshackle and tumble down it looked like it had been hit by a localized quake. He had entered the sagging brick building that served as a school and watched several dozen ragged children swarm around Stolo, clamoring excitedly for his attention. He had observed Stolo laugh and extend his arms, trying with a single gesture to embrace them all. He had thought,
"I was never this good, even when I was a good man."
Pietro had done his part, too, reading stories aloud to the class and conducting private tutoring sessions in the hallway with young boys who seemed less interested in learning how to read than in holding the undivided attention of an adult. Was he having any effect on their well-being? Doing any good at all? It was impossible to tell. Yet the work soothed him. At least he could say he was doing no harm. That was more than he could claim about some of his activities in the past. At any rate, he liked the way this new commitment shaped his life and became part of his routine. Now he was spending 3 days a week at the temple distribution center, 2 days at the school. That meant that he saw Stolo 5 times every week, though they didn't end every one of their outings with a meal. In fact, there were many days at the distribution center that they only exchanged a few words before one of them took off for another appointment. Well, before Stolo took off. Pietro didn't really have other appointments. "I'm afraid you look on me as a charity case," he said lightly over dinner one night. Stolo swallowed a big bite of fish and showed disbelief. "How so?" Pietro made a vague gesture toward his own body. "You worry that I am pitiful and lonely, with no other friends, and so you kindly spend half your days with me, ensuring that I am occupied." He forked up a slice of meat and fed. Stolo laughed heartily. "I think of you as a man who could make friends anywhere he wanted," he answered. "For some reason, right now, you have decided not to. And for some reason, right now, you have decided my company is safe. I'm honored to be the one you've chosen as a friend." The meat still speared on his fork. Pietro stared at Stolo for a long moment. "How odd," he said at last. "That I enjoy your company? You're educated and articulate, interested in everything, knowledgeable about many things, insightful and humorous. Who wouldn't enjoy conversations with such a man?" Pietro chewed his food while he thought that over. "No," he said at last. "How odd that you have so exactly described a state I was not even aware of being in, deliberately closed off from most of my fellow men, when that is not my natural state." Stolo took a sip from his beer and eyed Pietro over the rim, clearly trying to decide whether or not to say something. "I have always thought," he said at last, "you had a reason for coming back to Corcannon, but it wasn't a reason you liked." Pietro considered that, too. "I left so abruptly," he said. "I wanted to see what had changed while I was away." Stolo waited silently. So Pietro sighed and went on. "There's more to it, of course, but unfortunately, I don't think I can talk about it. I mean, I know you were in love with someone, and you feel like he betrayed you." Pietro flinched back, but Stolo kept his gaze steady. "True, on both counts," Pietro said. "But it wasn't just that he betrayed me. It's that he did something unforgivable, and not to me. Are you going to see him while you're here? Is that why you came back? To tell him what you think of him?" "Oh, he knows what I think of him." That didn't answer the question. Pietro took a taste of his wine. "I don't want to see him," he said. "I admit, now and then, I've placed myself in venues where he might. It's possible he could have seen me, or someone who knew me once might see me and report back to him." "The temple." Pietro caught his breath. "What?" "You were a priest, obviously." Pietro managed a long, slow exhalation. "How long have you suspected that?" "From the minute I met you." "Why didn't you say anything?" Stolo shrugged. "It was pretty clear you didn't want to talk about it. I don't care what you did with your life before. We all have a past, and lots of us are trying to leave that past behind. Though the past is like a shadow," Pietro said. "It's always attached to you." "So what brought you back to the city?" Stolo asked again. "I was in Oraki. There was a quake, a small one, but I could feel the ground shudder beneath my feet, and it frightened me." Stolo nodded. "There have been more quakes in the past few months than I can ever remember before." 10 years ago, Pietro said. "That's the last time they were so frequent, and so strong." "So?" Pietro drained the last of his wine in 2 long swallows. "So that's why I came back." One evening when they left the school, Stolo needed to return directly to the temple, so Pietro headed back to his lodgings alone.
The first chugger to come clicking along was the one that would make the entire loop around the city at a maddeningly slow pace. But Pietro wasn't in a hurry, and it had been a while since he made this particular journey. So he climbed on and secured a seat by the window and prepared himself for a very long ride. But a few stops later, he was pushing through the knot of standing riders who were holding onto the overhead rail near the exit.
"Excuse me. Please, I need to get off. Excuse me."
After some grumbling, they let him through, and Pietro stepped off into the Aussen district. He'd rarely spent much time here, so he took a moment just to look around. It was strange to see so many people with similar features and coloring, but familiar, too, from the time he had spent wandering the islands. He caught the scent of specialty spices and the aroma of cooking meat, and he took in a deep, appreciative breath. It didn't smell exactly right without the seasoning of the ever-present salt breeze, but it still made him hungry. Maybe he'd stop at the outdoor food market and pick up a meal to take back to his rooms tonight. He strolled slowly down the short road that seemed to form the heart of the district, glancing in store windows and pausing to admire a few lingering purple blossoms from a flowering bush. Lovely color, terrible scent. A few feet away was a clothing and accessory shop, so he pushed the door open and went in. He had had some vague idea of buying one of the loose sets of cotton shirts and belted trousers that served as standard attire for islander men. But as soon as he noticed the jewelry counter and back, he realized what he had really come here to find. He made his way to the back of the shop to examine the chazizas on display. Did he need Zesaya in her martial pose, a spear clutched in her hand and a look of ferocity on her face? He was somewhat more inclined to the goddess in her comforting mood, cradling a baby to her breast. Cordelon knew he'd had very little in the way of comforting in recent years, and none at all from the god himself. A middle-aged man came over to see if he needed help. Automatically, Pietro checked out the man's bracelets. Shopkeeper, according to the circlet on his left hand. Married man with 4 children, according to the right.
"I'm interested in a chaziza,"
Pietro told him. The shopkeeper tried not to look skeptical.
"For a friend?"
Pietro smiled slightly.
"For myself. I had one and then I gave it to someone who needed the goddess's intervention more than I did." "You do not look like an island man." "No, but I spent some time there and grew to respect Zesaya very much."
"Oh, where were you living?" Pietro listed the small towns he had visited, and the shopkeeper grew friendlier as it became clear Pietro wasn't lying. They even found a few people they knew in common, at least by reputation.
"Which pose speaks to you?" the shopkeeper finally asked.
"I have been trying to decide," Pietro said.
"Is there a particular challenge you're facing? I find that when people can figure out the focus of their lives, it helps them choose a chaziza."
"Very wise," Pietro approved.
"Let's see, my challenge."
He laughed softly.
"Coming to an understanding of the way the world works, sorting out the true from the false, recovering my faith that there is a sense of order to the days. Is there a pose for that?"
But the other man was reaching into his case and pulling out one of the leather cords hung with a churloche charm. He held it up so the small stone figurine was at Pietro's eye level. The goddess had her head bent down so that her eyes appeared to be reading a tiny book that she held open in her 2 white hands.
"The pose of knowledge,"
the shopkeeper said.
"It's very popular among students and teachers, but I have found that it appeals to sojourners such as yourself."
Clearly he had been checking out Pietro's bracelets, just as Pietro had been studying his. Pietro closed his hand around the little charm and instantly felt better. Most excellent. A perfect choice. Pietro wouldn't even let the shopkeeper wrap the necklace for him, He just slipped the cord over his head and tucked the amulet under his shirt. It felt briefly cool against his skin, but quickly warmed to his own body temperature.
You will have to write to the friend you gave your chaziza to, and tell him that you have found one even better,
the shopkeeper said.
I'll have to do that,
Pietro said. Against his inclination, against his will, against all his better instincts, he found himself digging for information in the most casual voice.
I keep thinking he might come to Corcannon someday. He's an islander, so he'd probably end up in this district. Is there anybody who keeps track of who comes and goes, who might be able to tell me if he's in town? Most islanders stop by Zesiah's temple pretty soon after they arrive. The Guardian, she'd probably know if your friend was here.
The Temple Guardian, of course. I'll check with her.
Thank you, most sincerely. You're welcome. Come back if you decide you need another pose.
Pietro laughed and headed for the door.
And I just might.
He stepped outside, striding off confidently, even though he had forgotten to ask where the temple might be. But after a few steps, he slowed and then stopped, pausing to lean against a shop wall as he reconsidered what he was doing. If Aussen's family had sent her to the city in the company of a trusted friend, it made sense that this friend would take her to the island district, and that Aussen's family would eventually show up and start looking for her here. If Pietro had figured that out, Jayla undoubtedly had as well. The odds seemed very slim, but it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that Jayla would drop by the temple at the very moment Pietro was talking to the Guardian, trying to look all innocent as he asked about the child in Jayla's keeping. He did not want to know where Aussen was. That was a piece of knowledge so dangerous that just having it in his possession would put Aussen at incalculable risk. He would turn around right now and catch the next transport home. He would maintain ignorance, and Aussen would be safe. But would Corcannon be safe? It was a long time before he could force himself to stand away from the wall and turn his feet back toward the gridway, back toward more familiar streets, back toward the false sanctuary of home. Chapter 20. Pietro.
I've found a new restaurant,
Pietro told Stolo 2 nights later as they were packing up at the distribution center.
I have a young courier friend, and he knows the most amazing places. This one isn't much to look at, but the food is outstanding. I'd love to go. Not tonight, though, sorry. Next time? Of course.
Stolo headed toward the door, then turned back with a smile.
A young courier friend,
he repeated.
Should I be jealous of how you're spending your time?
Pietro's breath caught. Stolo was teasing, of course. He was laughing, wasn't he? But there might be a shade of anxiety in his warm eyes.
I'm probably 45 years older than Cody, and so decrepit he's always ready to catch me if I stumble,
Pietro said roundly.
I hardly think he views me as a likely prospect. Sometimes you're surprised to find out who's attracted to you.
Now it took some effort to still the pounding of his heart.
I suppose that's true. I'll have to start paying attention to all my casual interactions. Not a bad idea,
Stolo said. He smiled again and strode off to get the center ready to shut down for the evening. Pietro shambled out into the night, feeling tipsy as a teenager who'd misjudged his tolerance for alcohol. Oh, pointless to pretend he hadn't felt a growing affection for Stolo. But he had managed to keep the feeling in a small woven basket inside his heart, an object too compact to take up much room, but decorative enough to catch his attention every time he peered in that direction. He was too old and too sad and too damaged to be pursuing romances right now. Stolo would be much better off with someone whose heart was as generous and whole as his own. But it was hard not to feel a certain triumphant glee at the notion that someone might love him, Impossible not to feel marked by a peculiar radiance that was both universal and entirely unique to him. Of course, he would not, should not, act upon any offer that Stolo might extend. But how delicious to think that such an offer might be made, that someone wanted to make it, and Stolo, of all people. Anyone would be lucky to have caught the attention of such a man. He was so happy, he almost walked right in front of a private sprinter that came speeding down the gridway, just as Pietro was trying to cross. "Hey!" someone called, and a stranger jerked him out of the way as the vehicle came to a screeching, bumpy halt. The driver leaned through the window to shout invective, but Pietro just shook his head and mouthed an apology. "Thank you so much," he said to the man who had saved him. "I don't know what I was thinking." The stranger was about Stolo's age and looked like a banker or some other respectable soul. He shook his head. "You need to be careful," he said. "Those grid cars can't stop as quickly as you think." Pietro thanked him again and continued on his way home, both shaken and sobered. He wondered if this was some kind of broader message from the gods themselves, warning him that his carelessness could usher in the end of the world, or merely emphasizing that he didn't have the right to happiness anymore. At any rate, he paid strict attention to every noise and movement for the rest of his journey home, and nothing else untoward happened. Until he unlocked the door of his small apartment, walked in, and found Harlow sitting at his kitchen table. For a long time, they merely stared at each other. Pietro was too dumbfounded to be slammed by any of the emotions he would have expected, such as pain or longing or despair. Harlow had aged visibly in the intervening decade. Pietro could see marks of time in the sparseness of the white hair, the gauntness of the severe cheeks, the slight tremor in the thin, beautiful hands. He wondered what changes Harlow noted in his own face. He could hardly remember what he had looked like 10 years ago. Inside, he felt so old, he would not have been surprised to learn a century had passed. It seemed Harlow would not be the one to speak first, so Pietro finally shut the door, crossed the room, and sat down across from his visitor. Not too close. He had an urgent feeling that he must keep his distance. "Somebody must have recognized me at the temple. The library, actually," Harlow replied. His voice was exactly as Pietro remembered, resonant and soothing. A voice you would trust to tell you the truth as handed down by the god himself. "Renato. You remember him?" "Of course. He followed you home one night." "How enterprising of him." "That was 3 weeks ago. Until then, I had no idea you were back in the city. I've only been here a couple of months." "I waited," Harlow said. "I was sure you would get in touch with me. But you didn't." Pietro spread his hands. Not much to say to that. It was obviously true. Finally, Harlow went on. "If not to see me again, why did you return to Corcannon?" Pietro certainly wasn't going to give the answer he'd given Stolo. He certainly wasn't going to talk about tremors in the ground and what might happen if the continent tried to shake itself apart. "I'm still trying to work that out for myself. I looked for you, you know. It was months before I was convinced that you had deserted the city altogether. I left the next day." Harlow went on as if he hadn't spoken. "Of course, I feared the worst. I thought I had the men check. Any corpse that showed up in an alley or a morgue, I made sure it wasn't you. For a whole year, Pietro." Pietro wondered if he was supposed to feel sorry for Harlow and his deep grief, or if he was supposed to be moved by the level of devotion that implied. "Doesn't Corcannon teach us that we should be at peace in our souls before we embark on the journey toward death?" he asked. "I am so far from being at peace
that I will doubtless live forever."
Harlow's sorrowful expression looked entirely genuine.
"I could not believe you would hurt me that way," he said softly. "I thought you loved me, and I thought you wouldn't murder children."
Pietro snapped.
"I suppose we were both wrong."
Harlow gripped the table.
"I did not murder that boy. I saw you do it. I employed him as a tool to save us all. How can you not understand that? I cannot understand that even a god could require such a sacrifice."
Harlow gazed at him a moment in silence, his face slowly losing the softness of grief and taking on the hardness of conviction.
"You say you have been in Corcannon for a couple of months," he said. "You must have felt them. The quakes. Have they woken you up at night, shaken you off your feet as you were walking down the road? Have you thought, how strong was that one? Has it knocked over a few buildings, compromised the gridway? Have you wondered, when will the next one come? Will it be even more powerful? Have you asked yourself, how can I make the tremors stop before the whole city tumbles to the ground, before the continent itself is ripped into pieces? Have you once asked those questions of yourself?"
Pietro didn't respond, but he had, of course, and Harlow could see the answer in his eyes. The High Divine leaned closer.
"I ask myself those questions every day. I am the voice of the god, the human incarnation of his will. And I do not believe he wants to destroy the very land that he so painstakingly put together, which means he wants me to save it in any way possible."
Pietro's breath was coming shallowly, but he was trying to maintain a relaxed pose, a slightly bored attitude.
"And have any ways presented themselves to you?"
Harlow shook his head, and now his face showed real distress.
"There is only one girl, and we cannot forfeit her. We would mortgage the future to pay for the present." "What a reversal of policy. You allow someone to live." "I would sacrifice the one life to save millions of others, except we eventually would be worse off than before." "Then abandon your policy of secrecy," Pietro suggested. "Announce to the whole city the danger that lies ahead, and urge everyone to flee now and rebuild their lives elsewhere."
Harlow leaned forward again and spoke with bitter intensity.
"Move where? Rebuild what? Don't you understand, Pietro? It is not just the city that will be destroyed. The entire continent was knit together by the gods' hands. If one part of it unravels, the whole place falls to pieces. Chibane separates from Murata. The islands detach and float away. The world is remade. The world was remade once when the gods stitched it together,"
Pietro said stubbornly.
"Why not let it return to its former state?"
He flung a hand out as if pointing.
"There are lands far beyond our western border, where people appear to live happily and well. The Zessan people trade with them all the time."
Harlow nodded, but he wore a sardonic expression.
"Oh, yes. Thousands of people living on hundreds of islands, none of them bigger than 30 square miles. Not one of them with a society as rich and sophisticated as ours. Not one of them with our industry or our culture. Their small size constrains their progress, Pietro. But the god enabled us. He left us with technological gifts that we still don't entirely understand. If this land falls apart, you will see our civilization fade in a generation. You don't know that."
Harlow cut him off.
"But before that," he said, "you will see destruction on a scale you have not imagined. Have you ever sailed the eastern seas, visited the ruined lands? No. Well, I have. Years ago, when I was a young priest with grand ambitions, I had some of these very same conversations with the High Divine of the time. He thought that I might someday rise in the ranks and take up his own office, and he believed it was essential that I understand how very serious his responsibilities were. He hired a ship and sent me out to tour those broken islands, dozens of them, some of them no bigger than the Caterfoil itself, all of them. He waved a hand. Lifeless, black, beaches like melted stone. What does that have to do with? Harlow's frame was practically vibrating with intensity. That was the first continent that Corcannon attempted to sew together from many small pieces. Did you know that? No? Very few people do. But something went wrong. We can only guess what. And the land tore itself apart, leaving absolute destruction in its wake. Pietro's body hurt from his attempt to hold still, to keep his hands open and relaxed on the table. His stomach had clamped down to a small, hot mass of boiling pain. It could not be true, and yet a part of him knew it was. If the quakes were not stopped, the entire continent could be destroyed. One life to save millions of lives, Harlow had said. If Aussen's death could protect the world, no. Pietro finally managed to speak, keeping his voice as even as possible. You have a very hard choice. I do not envy you. Harlow studied him. And yet, you judge me. It is not my place to judge. You forsake me. That suddenly, they shifted from the apocalyptic to the personal. It was almost a relief. I could not endure what I had learned about you, and I was not sure I would endure your leaving. Pietro's voice was sharper than he wished. Yet I hear you have found ways to console yourself. That surprised a crack of laughter from the older man. What? You won't sully your pure soul by coming to see me of your own free will, but you'll gossip about me with strangers? I didn't ask for information, Pietro said stiffly. Someone supplied it in the course of conversation. I hope the description was sufficiently titillating. Of a handsome young man, eager to please a powerful old cleric. I hope you had a hard time dismissing the images from your mind. Pietro was stunned. You're angry. Harlow spread his hands with his usual graceful elegance. Angry, hurt, bewildered. You were everything to me. And you told me you despised me and you vanished without a trace. That is a wound I will carry with me to the grave. Forgive me if I cannot help wanting to wound you in return. Pietro rested his elbow on the table and dropped his face in his hand. He was so weary. He was so sad. He was so confused. You don't have to bother with that, he said in a low voice. I have never recovered from the blow I suffered that night. Damage done to all contestants, Harlow said, and no victors in sight. They were silent for a moment. Pietro wanted to demand, Why are you still here? Yet part of him wanted to plead, Don't leave. He couldn't think clearly with Harlow in the room. Maybe he didn't want to think. Maybe thinking had always been his problem. He straightened up and said, So, what are you going to do now? Harlow shook his head slowly. For a moment, he looked even older than Pietro felt. I have no idea. I cannot see my way clear, and it's even worse than you know. I don't see how that could be possible. Harlow said simply, They're back. No explanation, no details, but Pietro instantly knew what Harlow meant, and he felt the bony hands of dread coil around his throat. The reversionists, he managed. Harlow nodded. And they're trying to kill her. I thought they had all been identified and disbanded years ago. So did I. I thought the histories had been erased from our archives. Yet someone must have told someone who passed the knowledge down. Do you suspect a member among the priesthood?
Harlow shrugged, his face showing infinite weariness.
Possibly, although there are only a handful of us who know the full truth. Maybe a dozen members of the council families also know, and they may have told others. Whether inside or outside the temple, there appear to be fanatics on the loose. But do they know? Do these reversionists understand the consequences?
Harlow's smile was bitter.
That they would be bringing about the end of the world? You do not truly understand, and you are more educated than most. I have no idea what they think they know, or what they believe, or even which god they honor. I know only that they could destroy us all, and I have no idea who they are.
Pietro took a long, slow breath, though he wasn't sure why he bothered. The entire conversation was undermining his will to live.
You have to tell her, he said. She might, if she understands the situation. She might be a willing martyr. In my experience,
Harlow said,
people aren't nearly as civic-minded as you'd hope. They'd much rather live for themselves than die for the good of the world. Would you do it?
Pietro challenged.
Sacrifice yourself. Now that I am an old man who has already seen too much, I would lay down my life tomorrow. But when I was young and hale and had my whole existence before me, I would like to think I would give myself willingly to the requirements of the god. But I suspect I would try desperately to think of another solution.
Harlow did not turn the question back on Pietro, but he mulled it over anyway. He had been a passionate and overly dramatic youth, and the abstract idea of protecting a loved one with his life would have held a sweeping, romantic appeal.
I think I would have believed I would do it, right up until the very moment the blade came down, he said. I would have gloried in the idea and quailed at the execution. Which is why we proceed in secret.
Harlow sat there for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, then shook his head and glanced around, as if seeing the apartment for the first time, and not finding himself particularly impressed.
Is there anything you need?
Pietro was at a loss.
Need for what? Need from here, from this place, before we go. Go where?
Harlow gazed back at him, looking as bemused as Pietro felt.
Back to the temple, of course. But I'm not going back to the temple.
It was like they were speaking to each other in different languages, both incomprehensible.
But I've found you. There's no reason to keep hiding. I'm not hiding. I'm just living. But you can go on living once you're back at the temple. I'm not...
Pietro flattened both of his hands on the table and leaned forward, trying to speak clearly and precisely. He wasn't sure if he was laying out the argument for Harlow or himself.
I can't be a priest anymore. I don't know what I am now, but I can no longer serve Corcannon. I'm not coming back to the temple.
He made himself keep his steady gaze on Harlow.
I'm not coming back to you.
Harlow held his eyes for one interminable, heartbreaking minute. The older man's face, already grooved with age, seemed to wither. His thin body shivered once, as if all his bones splintered simultaneously beneath his skin. It was not as if his expression had been optimistic before, but now it seemed to lose its last faint trace of hope, as if he had witnessed every accumulated bleakness of the human condition. He looked extinguished.
I see,
he said at last. Pietro wanted to take it back, He wanted to promise to reconsider. He wanted to say anything, do anything, to ease that pain from Harlow's face. But he had no words. He had no solutions. He couldn't live with what he knew, and he couldn't support Harlow's actions, and he honestly didn't know how to go forward from this time and place. He just knew he couldn't do it at Harlow's side. Harlow pushed himself to his feet, and Pietro leaped up, afraid the old man would topple over, dizzy from the emotional blow. But Harlow stood with his usual straight spine and squared shoulders.
"Sometimes I wonder why I try so hard to avert the end of the world,"
Harlow said.
"Sometimes I think it's already occurred."
Chapter 21. Jayla. Although Jayla would have preferred to keep Aussen safely locked up in the Elaine mansion where no one could ever see her, that seemed unfair both to Aussen and the cook who looked after the little girl whenever Jayla was gone from the house. So on her next couple of days off, she took Aussen with her and they explored the city. They visited parks and museums, sampled food from street vendors, and even strolled through the great temple so Aussen could gawk at the high pillars and gorgeous walls. But they never took a chugger all the way to the island district. When Jayla visited that part of town, she went alone. Cody accompanied them on almost all of their outings. He had picked up a few words of the Zessan dialect, and Aussen had been practicing her Cordish. So they managed to have halting but enthusiastic conversations as they tried exotic new foods or wound through the flower banks in the public spaces. He even raced with her down some of the graveled paths in one of the larger parks. "You're fast," he told her after he'd let her win. "You can be a courier one day." "She's not going to be a courier," Jayla said. "Why not? What is she going to be?" Of course, Jayla couldn't answer that. Her visits to the Zessan district had yielded her no new information, even though she always asked the temple guardian the same set of questions. "Has anyone come looking for Aussen? Have you learned anything about her family?" The guardian always gave the same replies. Once, Jayla had thought she spotted Pietro strolling down the main boulevard of the district, looking around with deep curiosity. She couldn't be sure. She had quickly ducked into an alley so he wouldn't see her. And when she peeked out again, his face was turned away. But the man she spotted had the same slim build and confident stride. Why would Pietro have gone to that part of town if not to look for Aussen? She had posed the question to Cody, but he didn't have an answer for her either. "You still see him, don't you?" she'd said, almost accusingly. "Sure, I like him." "Does he ever ask about me?" "No, and he never asks about Aussen." "What does he want from you?" "Friendship, I think. Do you want me to drop him? I will if you say so." "I don't want anyone to do anything just because I asked it," she said quickly, which made him laugh, which made her angry. "Anyway, it's Aussen I'm worried about," she said huffily. "I don't want him to know where she is." "Jayla, I'm not going to tell him." It was so hard to think it through. "Maybe it's better if you stay in touch with him. Maybe it's best if we know what's going on with him." "That's what I always say. I like to keep track of people." So Cody kept track of Pietro, and Jayla kept track of Aussen, and Cody and Jayla kept track of each other. It annoyed her how much she liked Cody, and he knew it annoyed her, which amused him. He told her once she was like a feral cat sitting on top of a shattered brick wall, hissing at anyone who came too close. "Well, you're one of those big friendly dogs who runs up to total strangers and slobbers all over them," she shot back. "That's exactly what I am," he replied enthusiastically. "I'm glad it's so obvious." She wasn't sure exactly what he wanted of her. Maybe just friendship, as he claimed he wanted from Pietro. He never sat too close, never surprised her with a hug, never embarrassed her with compliments or declarations. But she'd met a couple of the women who shared his house with him, and she'd seen how he joked and roughhoused with them. And it was clear he treated her differently. She couldn't describe that difference exactly, but she had to admit it pleased her, when it didn't annoy her. But she still found herself including him any time she had a day off. One unexpectedly cool and rainy afternoon, they decided it would be too miserable for them to enjoy their planned excursion to Crisillon Lake. Cody suggested they return to his house, where Jayla could practice walking the cable. So they caught a chugger back to the warehouse district. The skies opened up and soaked them just as they disembarked, so they sprinted the last few blocks to his place. The lower level of the big building was almost deserted, since couriers were in high demand during bad weather when no one wanted to run their own errands. Cody waved at someone sitting on the far side of the large open space, but didn't pause to talk. "I think we all need dry clothes," he said. "Will you wear one of my shirts or sweaters just to get warm?" Jayla's instinctive reaction was to say no, because that seemed oddly intimate. But she was freezing, and Aussen was shivering. "Sure," she said casually. "That would be nice." She tried not to be too interested in the small room that he had to himself on the 3rd floor, but she couldn't stop herself from looking around. There was a mattress on the floor, covered with a rumpled quilt in shades of blue and green, shelves that displayed a variety of objects, from books to small figurines, to a sizable collection of antique clocks, an enormous wooden chest held shut by a padlock, and an assortment of crates that seemed to hold his clothing. He pointed. "Clean, dirty. Not so dirty I wouldn't wear them again. Let's see what's in the clean box." He found a sweater for Jayla and a heavy long-sleeved shirt that would do for Aussen if they rolled up the sleeves 5 times and allowed the hem to hang past her knees. But she seemed more interested in another item hanging from a hook on the wall, his red courier's vest. "You want to wear it while you're here?" he asked. When she nodded, he carefully fitted it over her shoulders and snugged it tight. It was almost as long as the shirt, and practically obliterated her in a weave of scarlet. "She is not going to be a courier," Jayla said again. He paused to admire Aussen, and spoke an approving word in Zessan before turning back to Jayla. "Why not? It's a respectable profession." "Because her mother's going to find her and take her home. That's why." "But if she doesn't?" Jayla shook her head. "Don't say that. She has to." Cody shrugged and let it go. "Come on, let's go downstairs." They had the big exercise room all to themselves, which pleased Jayla. She much preferred not having an audience when she was learning new skills and likely to look ungainly or incompetent. It was ridiculous, she knew, but felt like she already ought to be good at everything. She was confident enough on the cable by now that she didn't need Cody to hold on to her as she made the crossing. So she took off her boots and walked the wire, back and forth, feeling the twisted strands through her knit socks. Then she put her boots back on and practiced running on the stretched webbing. She still couldn't move as quickly as Cody, but she was faster than she'd been, and much steadier than she was on the wire. She almost thought she would be able to run along the gridway if she ever wanted to. While she worked on balance, Cody and Aussen indulged in faster pursuits. They first raced a few times down the short, straight center track. Then they began a methodical jog around the perimeter of the building. Once Jayla was done with the wires, she fell in step behind them and began a slow, steady run of her own. It was good to feel her muscles stretch and loosen, her lungs and heart respond to the extra demands. Her body felt strong, healthy, finely tuned. A tiny sense of euphoria began to build under her rib cage. Cody and Aussen had pulled off the track so they could climb ropes, but Jayla was still running when 3 figures burst in from the stairwell. 2 were women, but Jayla wasn't sure about the 3rd. All 3 wore damp street clothing and red courier vests, so Jayla assumed they were some of Cody's housemates that she hadn't met yet. They'd probably come here to work out, which meant this might be a good time for the visitors to leave. Jayla slowed down gradually, then came to a stop right next to Cody and Aussen. The newcomers had already joined them, clustering around Aussen with friendly laughter. "Look at that, our youngest recruit ever," one of them exclaimed. "We might need to get you a smaller vest, though. Have you learned to run the wires yet? You're so tiny, you might slip through the webbing." Aussen smiled up at them, liking the tone, even if she didn't understand all the words. One of the women patted Aussen's head, glanced at Jayla, then turned her attention to Cody. She had a lanky build, ragged dark hair, an open expression, and a courier's bracelet on her left wrist. Her right-hand bracelet was pure silver, worked with an intricate floral design. "Why don't you introduce your friends? Don't you have any manners at all?" she asked. Cody grinned. "The courier in training is Aussen. The fierce young woman is Jayla. This is my sister, Toka. She lives here because she wants my life to be miserable." Toka laughed. "Is it working?" She turned to give Jayla a relaxed smile. Her expression was casual, but Jayla had the sudden conviction that Toka was hiding intense curiosity. What had Cody told his sister about his new friend? "Why would he call you fierce? You look perfectly nice to me." "I think he's afraid of me because I threatened to beat him up once." All three of his housemates laughed heartily at that. "Oh, see, Cody's not used to that," said one of the others. This one had a Cordellano's dark hair and skin, but the stocky build usually found in Murata. Women are usually fawning all over Cody and telling him how adorable he is. "That's Cammy," Cody announced. "Cammy hates me." This earned him a more or less affectionate punch in the arm. The motion showed off Cammy's right-hand bracelet, an exuberant swirl of silver and gold in shimmering loops and patterns. Someone who was sometimes male, sometimes female, and open to loving anybody. "You think people hate you if they're not besotted with you," Cammy said. "He has to be everybody's favorite," Toka chimed in. "And if he's not your favorite, he'll work night and day to win you over." Cammy gave Jayla a wide-eyed, innocent glance. "Is that how he's treating you, Jayla?" "Jayla's not good at silly banter," Cody interjected. "But she can speak, can't she?" Cammy asked. "Is Cody being extra nice to you?" "I was under the impression Cody was extra nice to everyone." That earned a chorus of oohs from Cammy and Toka. "You keep being difficult," Toka recommended. "It's good for him to have to try a little harder." Cody shook his head and gestured at the third new arrival. "This is Rovan. She's much kinder than Cammy and my sister." Rovan was almost as dark as Cammy, but smaller-boned, more delicate. Jayla's guess was that she could travel over the gridway as lightly as a child. She was smiling as pleasantly as the other two, but Jayla thought the huge brown eyes were wary and the thin frame was strung with tension. "You think I'm kind because I occasionally feed you and help you mend your ripped clothing and remind you when you're about to be late for an appointment. That's not kindness, that's pity." Again, the others all laughed. Jayla managed a discreet glance at Rovan's bracelet. A wide band of silver, decorated with large buttons of gold. Woman who definitely preferred men. Jayla shifted away from Cody to make it clear she didn't have any claim on him. "I knew I never should have let any of you move into the house," Cody muttered. Rovan turned to Jayla with a smile that seemed wholly insincere. "How did the two of you meet? Cody collects people from all over, and the stories are always so interesting." "I was trapped on the western side of the northern bridge when there was a quake a couple months ago," Jayla said. "Cody came over to bring us supplies." "Oh, I remember that," Toka exclaimed. "I watched him walk the wire across the canyon. I didn't breathe until he was safely across." "Toka's too dizzy in the head to walk the wire," Cody explained. Now she was the one to slug him. "Too smart to risk my life that way." Jayla decided not to mention that she was trying to learn the same skill. Rovin's hand rested briefly on Aussen's head. "And is this your little girl? She's so pretty." "That's Aussen, and she's not mine. I'm taking care of her until her mother arrives." Cammy had dropped to a crouch and smiled at Aussen. "And how do you like it in the city so far?" Aussen listened carefully and answered slowly. "I like it. I like the food." Cammy's head tilted to one side. "Islander, right?" Cammy said, following up the question with a spate of liquid words. Aussen's face lit up, and the two of them launched into an animated conversation. "I didn't know you spoke Zessan," Cody said in an accusing voice. "You'll have to give me lessons." Cammy waved a casual hand in his direction without looking away from Aussen. "This is good," Jayla said. "Maybe now we can learn if there's anything important that Aussen hasn't been able to tell us. The cook speaks a little Islander, but not enough to really hold a conversation." "So, Jayla, how do you like the city?" Toka asked. "I'm still getting used to it, still finding new places to explore." "Where are you from?" Rovin asked. She let her gaze wander deliberately from Jayla's blonde hair to her borrowed sweater to her worn leather leggings. Her expression implied that she had never seen anyone so exotic. "Oraki," Jayla said, "by way of Murata and Chibane. I've traveled a bit." "That must have been exciting," Rovin said. "More exciting than I would have wanted, sometimes." "Oh, now I want to hear the stories," Toka said. Cody turned to look on Jayla. "Oh, don't you dare," he said. "Don't you sit down and tell my sister all the stories of your life when you'll hardly tell me a thing." She made her voice as sweet as she could. "But your sister seems so much more interested than you do." His expression was so incredulous that even Rovin had to laugh. "You're as irritating as the rest of them," he said. Cammy jumped up, smiling broadly. "Enough arguing. What Aussen wants more than anything is lemon cakes. I've got time to go now if everybody else does." "It's raining," Rovin said. "I'm not setting foot outside again." "It's almost stopped," said Toka. "I'll go." Cody looked at Jayla, and she nodded. She was more than ready to leave, and happy to have Cammy and Toka join them. Even happier that Rovin would stay behind. "Sure," she said. "Sounds good." The bad weather had kept most people indoors, so the five of them were able to find a table big enough to hold them all at the pastry shop that Aussen liked. Cody offered to treat, and Cammy and Toka took the opportunity to order the most expensive items on the menu. This answered a question Jayla had had at the back of her mind about whether or not Cody was in a financially sound situation. He'd never seemed to worry about money, but then Cody didn't seem to worry about anything. She had no idea how much a good courier could earn, but it was clearly enough to afford the occasional pricey outing. The conversation was so light-hearted, and the company was so affable, that Jayla found herself relaxing more than she had in weeks, months. Cammy had taken a spot next to Aussen and made a point of quickly translating any bits of conversation that were especially funny, or appropriate for a child's ears. The three couriers traded stories about some of the worst clients they'd had, or most peculiar deliveries they'd made, and Cammy in particular could be hilariously graphic. And then he said, "I don't have any money for a tip, but if you want part of the shipment, I'll give you one." Toka whooped. "Did you take it?" "Sure I took it. I was curious, you know? Though I have to say, I didn't think it was quite as..." Cammy glanced at Aussen and carefully chose a word. "Effective as a human hand, or other body part." Now Cody and Toka were doubled over, and even Jayla was laughing helplessly. Cammy continued. "Then, maybe 6 months later, I had another shipment. Same guy. And he remembered me. And he said, 'Oh, did you get a chance to use it? What did you think?' Like he wanted a product review that maybe he could share with his other customers.
I'm dying, Toka gasped. And I said, well, it wasn't bad, but I'd had other experiences that were better, and he offered to show me how it worked. If you've got time, you could come back to the other room. Now they were all in convulsions. Aussen looked brightly between them, but Cammy just patted her head and said, some other time, baby, like 10 years from now. I'll tell you then. She repeated the promise in Zessan. Once they had managed to control their mirth, Toka turned to Jayla and said, enough of our stories. Tell us about you.
Oh, yes, do tell us about you,
Cody said. She ignored him and answered Toka. What do you want to know? You're wearing a soldier's wristband, and I know you work as a guard somewhere in the city, but that's all I know. How did you come to be a fighter? Jayla half didn't want to answer, and half did. Cody had been careful about trying to pry information from her, always respecting her silences and changes of subject, and she felt a little bad about that. It wasn't that she had secrets. She just wasn't used to sharing out bits of herself. But she did understand that real friendship was largely dependent on knowing some of those bits. I grew up in Oraki, near the Maratan border. Sometimes the Maratan folk we saw were friendly, and sometimes they weren't. My father used to call it traitor raid. You'd see a party of mainlanders coming toward you, and you wouldn't know which way it was going to go. What was your family like? Just my parents and brother and me, though I had aunts and uncles and cousins nearby. Most everybody worked on nearby karka farms, planting in the spring, harvesting in the fall, and making charcoal from the shells over the winter. Whole caravans would travel to Marata to sell the harvest and buy goods to get us through the next season. She took a sip from her water. I was traveling with a caravan once, with my father and my uncle, when we were raided. Nobody was killed, but we lost everything we'd brought with us. My father said it was because none of the desert folk knew how to fight. So I decided right then I was going to learn. I don't even know how somebody sets out to do that, Cammy commented. There was a guild house in one of the bigger towns a couple 100 miles away. My mother didn't want me to go, but my cousin went with me. He dropped out after the first month, but I stayed. I liked it. There's a different rhythm to the work than there is to farming, a whole different set of skills you need. And there's freedom, because you're not trapped on the same piece of land. Some people like the soldier's life for the fellowship, but it's a good life for a loner, too. I liked being strong. I liked knowing that I could take care of myself. I liked knowing I could take care of other people. Did you go back to the village to protect your family? Jayla grinned. No. The guildmaster recommended me for advanced training in southern Marata, and I wanted to go. And once I earned my bracelet, I got job offers that took me to northern Marata and then Chibane. I went back for visits every year until my parents died. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Toka said. Where's your brother? Married and still living in the village. We stay in touch, but we're not close. So you don't really have ties anywhere, Cammy said. I like the freedom, Jayla said. If a job goes sour, I can move on. If I'm curious about seeing a new town, I can just go. So far, I haven't come across a place I've liked so much that I wanted to stay forever. Not even Corcannon? Toka said, appearing shocked. I do like it, Jayla admitted, but I don't know how long I'll stay. I don't think I'd ever leave the city, Cammy said. I'd like to see the mountains in Chibane, Toka said, but I think Marata sounds boring. It is, said Jayla, but you eat well there. Sometimes food is scarcer in Chibane. They asked more questions about where she'd traveled and what she'd seen. It didn't escape her notice that Cody didn't pose a single query, though he appeared to be listening intently to everything she said, storing up every word. She was pretty sure he was afraid she'd stop talking if he seemed too curious, and she was a little sorry she'd made him feel that way. On the other hand, She never would have volunteered any of this information to Toka and Cammy unless she trusted Cody. She wasn't sure how she'd be able to explain that to him. So instead, she turned to him and asked directly, "Did that answer all your questions?" He rewarded her with a brilliant smile. "Enough of them, anyway," he said. "I'm sure I'll think of more later." "Just ask." His smile was even brighter. "Count on it." She thought he might wait a few weeks, but in fact he barely held off until the end of the day. As he sometimes did, he accompanied them back to Madeleine's house, then encouraged Aussen to run inside while he talked to Jayla for a bit. So she had a moment to brace herself. When he turned to face her, his expression was unwontedly serious. "What's the rest of the story?" he asked. "Why do you think there's more to it?" "Because no one gets to be as wary as you unless something happened. You don't trust anybody. That means someone, sometime, betrayed your trust." She nodded, then shrugged. "Second job I took. Big guard unit for a well-connected shipping company. Good place. Had a real sense of camaraderie. I liked it and thought I'd made friends. And there were 2 other guards. They'd been friends a long time, but they treated me like I was one of them, and I liked that too." It wasn't an easy story to tell. She still felt stupid, and she still felt angry. Then they told me they'd been cheating the company, stealing small items from every cargo shipment and selling them to their own buyers. They invited me to join them. It had never occurred to me that anyone would do that. I was so shocked, I didn't even try to cover my reaction. They knew I was going to turn them in, so they turned me in instead. I was the new person. The company believed them instead of me. She shrugged again. Cody was indignant. "An accusation like that could follow you for the rest of your career." "Oh, it could. So I went to the guild house in the nearest city and put the case before them. It was a serious accusation, you understand, and if they'd decided I was lying, they could have cut off my bracelet and cast me out. But they interviewed some of the other guards at the shipping company, and some of the buyers, and they got enough evidence to exonerate me. The company offered me my job back, but by then I didn't want it. Well, I'm glad the terrible story didn't have a terrible ending. So that's the reason I don't trust anybody." He eyed her for a moment. "Well, that's one of the reasons," he said. She was immediately defensive. "What do you mean?" "Something else happened, something that sent you away to begin with." When she didn't answer, he said, "I'm guessing it was your brother." Her lips twisted in a wry smile. "He was a bully, and whenever we argued, my parents took his side. I had gotten used to not being believed, but I never learned to like it." "The pieces are starting to come together now," Cody said. "Any surprises?" He smiled at her. "There are always surprises," he said. "That's the fun part." Chapter 22. Jayla. Jayla wasn't sure if her recent confessions to Cody would make her more eager to spend time with him or more reluctant, relieved to have found someone who could know her so well, or unwilling to be stripped so bare. But she didn't have a chance to find out over the next week, because Madeleine's life had become a scene of chaos. Every day, Madeleine had to meet with a dressmaker or a wine supplier or a baker to discuss details of the upcoming wedding. She was entertaining an endless stream of curious friends, gossiping neighbors, and eager vendors hoping to secure her business. Jayla accompanied her on all her buying jaunts and generally lurked nearby whenever there were guests in the house, even ones who didn't seem particularly dangerous. But Jayla was enough of a cynic to believe anyone could pose a threat. She had tried to stay far enough away from open doors to avoid eavesdropping,
But it had been hard to miss Madeleine's first conversations with Tivol and Reese, once Alistair Elaine had announced that the wedding would be imminent. The one with Tivol had been emotional, but fairly civilized. "Darling, why are you so upset?" Tivol had asked. "I'm delighted." "No, you're not. Just a couple of weeks ago, you told me you weren't ready to give up the bachelor life. And now suddenly you'll be saddled with a very difficult and demanding wife." "Don't make me laugh. There will be adjustments, I'm sure. But we're such good friends, Madeleine. We'll figure it out. We'll just have to be patient with each other. And where will we live? I am not staying in your mother's house, but I would rather live in the street than move into your lodgings." "We'll find a place to rent. Small, just temporary. We'll live there until we can buy our own house. Really, some of the apartments in the southwestern corridor are elegant, and neither your father nor my mother will be anywhere in sight." "It just doesn't make any sense. Why now? The fact that both of them are in favor of a hasty wedding makes me think there's some economic reason behind it, which infuriates me." "Madeleine, darling, just be calm. We're getting married. Don't worry about why. Just concentrate on being happy." It was the first time Jayla had actually almost liked Tivol. The conversation with Reese had been far more dramatic. Jayla had been in the atrium, on her way to the kitchen with Aussen, when Reese came bursting through the main door and demanded of the nearest servant, "Where is she?" When Ella just gaped at him, Reese said, "Never mind," and went bounding up the stairs. "Go see Nora," Jayla said, giving Aussen a push, and then she ran up the stairs after him. She heard Madeleine's squeak of surprise when Reese stormed into her room, but it wasn't followed by a cry for help, or even a furious demand for him to leave. Instead, there was only a moment of charged silence, and then Madeleine's voice, low and wretched. "Oh, Reese." "You can't marry him," Reese said. Another silence, and then, "Of course I can. I have always planned to." "But you can't. You don't love him." "I've always loved him." "You're used to him. He seems safe to you. I don't seem safe, but Maddie..." "No, you don't seem safe. You throw yourself into my room, and you demand I listen to you, and you think, just because you want something, that I want it too."
"You can't stand there and tell me you don't love me."
"I'm not even having this conversation."
"You can't say it, can you? Say it if it's true."
"It doesn't matter if I love you or not. My life does not accommodate you, and I will thank you not to make my life any harder than it is right now."
"Maddie," more calmly, "you don't have to be afraid of your father. I know he is a powerful and terrifying man."
"I'm not afraid. It's just that he
has always told you what to do, and you have always done it. But I can take you away from this house, this day, this minute, and he won't be able to stop you. He won't be able to hurt you. You can marry me instead, and we can live in Corcannon or Chibane or anywhere you want, and you can do whatever you want, and he won't ever be able to control you again."
"And if I marry Tivol, I will also be out of this house and away from my father, and I will be able to do whatever I want."
"Yes, but you will be married to Tivol."
"I want to be married to Tivol." There was a longer silence this time. Finally, Reese spoke, his voice hoarse, as if the effort of forming words was actually painful.
"Well, I hope you've managed to convince yourself. You haven't convinced me."
There was the sound of footsteps as he moved toward the door.